Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was a shadow hunter instead of a wizard? The blood on the pavement. Harry's hands were slick with bin juice and sweat by the time he hit the back gate. The plastic bag sagged low, heavy with rot, and the knots cut into his fingers like wire. Dudley's laugh was still ringing in his ears from the kitchen, loud and mean, like it could follow him outside and keep kicking. "Don't you drip that on the path," Petunia had hissed, like the bag was the problem and not the fact she'd made him do it in the first place. "And if you take too long, you'll be sorry." Harry hadn't answered. Answering was how you got slapped, or worse, and he wasn't in the mood to give them a reason. He just got the bin key from the hook where it lived, swallowed the pain in his ribs from Vernon's earlier shove, and walked out into the night like he was going to execution. The air outside was humid and stale, warm in a way that felt wrong for England. The street lamp at the corner flickered like it was having a hard time staying awake. Somewhere down the road a dog barked once, sharp, then went quiet like it remembered where it lived. Harry dragged the bin lid open and the smell hit him like a punch. Sour milk, old meat, wet paper. His stomach rolled. And there it was again, that feeling, like someone was watching him from the dark between the hedges, where the lamplight stopped being useful. Harry froze with the bag halfway over the bin. He held still and listened, breath caught in his throat, because sometimes if he pretended he couldn't see them, they pretended he wasn't there. Sometimes, the hedge along Privet Drive rustled. Not the gentle whisper of leaves in wind. More like something heavy brushing through, slow and testing like fingers across fabric. Harry's heart started to race. He hated that. He hated how his body betrayed him every time. Like fear was a switch he couldn't turn off. "Not tonight," he muttered under his breath. "Please not tonight." He shoved the bag into the bin, slammed the lid, and turned fast to go back inside. The hedge moved again, closer. Harry's hand went to the side of the bin without him thinking. There was a broken bit of broom handle tucked behind it, sharpened at one end on the pavement weeks ago when he'd been bored and angry and trying to feel like he had any control over anything. He'd told himself it was stupid. He'd still put it there anyway. His fingers wrapped around the wood. Splinters dug into his palm. He didn't let go. The street lamp flickered harder, light thinning, then flaring, then thinning again. The shadows on the pavement looked like they were breathing. Harry backed up until his shoulder hit the garage wall. Cold brick through his thin shirt. He kept his eyes on the hedge. "Come on," he whispered, voice shaking even though he hated that too. "If you're going to do it, just do it." Something shifted out of the dark. It wasn't a man. It wasn't an animal. It was the shape of both in the way a nightmare could be. Hunched and wrong, limbs too long, joints bending in ways they weren't meant to. Its skin looked like wet stone under the street lamp, mottled and pitted, and its mouth opened wider than its face should allow. Harry's lungs locked up. He'd seen them before. Not like this, not this close, but he'd seen eyes in the dark and claws on the edges of his vision since he was small. Monsters on the ceiling when he tried to sleep. Things crouched in corners of the cupboard. He'd told himself it was stress, hunger, his brain making stuff up because his life was a bad joke. But this one was real enough to stink. Rot and metal, like rusted nails and old blood. It took a step forward and the pavement under its foot darkened. Like the light couldn't sit there anymore. Harry's grip tightened on the sharpened stick until his knuckles ached. He didn't scream. Screaming brought the Dursleys. Screaming made it worse. The thing made a sound like a wet hiss, and Harry's scar flared hot, sudden and sharp, like someone had pressed a burning coin to his forehead. He swore under his breath, choked on it, and forced his eyes open wider. The monster's head snapped toward him. It knew. It knew exactly where he was, even with the dark and the hedge and the stupid street lamp flickering like it was trying to hide too. It lunged. Harry threw himself sideways. The sharpened stick scraped the brick as he moved, and the monster's claws raked the air where his chest had been. He felt the wind of it, He felt the heat of it. He felt his skin crawl like the air was poisonous. He hit the ground hard. Gravel bit into his elbow and knee. Pain flared white behind his eyes. He didn't stop. He rolled, grabbed the bin lid with his free hand, and yanked it up like a shield. The monster slammed into it. The impact rang through the metal, loud and ugly. Harry's arms jolted. The lid almost flew out of his hands. He shoved it back into place, teeth bared, breath coming too fast. The claws scraped across the lid, nails screeching, and Harry's ears rang. The smell got worse. It was right on him now. "Get off!" he snapped, like shouting might make it listen, like anything in his life ever listened. The monster's weight pushed him backward. His shoes skidded on the gravel. His shoulder hit the bin. The bin rocked, tipped, then slammed back down. Harry's muscles burned. His arms shook. He was 11. He was skinny. He'd been fed like an afterthought his whole life. But he'd also learned one thing for sure. If you didn't fight, you died. He shoved the lid hard, making a gap, and drove the sharpened stick forward with both hands. The point sank into the thing's side. The monster shrieked. Harry's stomach flipped. The sound wasn't like an animal. It was like metal tearing, like screaming through broken glass. It vibrated in his bones. Black fluid splattered out, thick and stinking. It hit Harry's hands and smoked like it didn't like being in the air. Harry gagged but held on. He pushed harder, desperate. The thing jerked back, clawing at the stick, and Harry stumbled forward with it, nearly losing his balance. Its hand flashed out and raked across his forearm. Pain tore through him. Harry hissed, bit down on a cry, and yanked the bin lid up again just in time to block the next swipe. His arms were going to give out. He could feel it, the tremble getting worse, the burn spreading. He looked toward the house, lit up warm and safe, and for one stupid second he thought, if I bang on the door, maybe they'll help. Then he remembered Vernon's face when he was angry, Petunia's eyes when she decided Harry deserved something, Dudley's grin when he got to watch. They wouldn't help. They'd blame him for bleeding on the step. So Harry did the only thing he could. He fought. He shoved the lid into the monster's face and kicked hard, aiming for what looked like a knee. His foot connected with something that felt like stone wrapped in meat. Pain shot up his leg. He nearly fell. The monster swung again and the lid took most of it, but the claws caught the edge and tore. Metal screamed. A strip peeled back, jagged. Harry's stomach dropped. One more hit like that and he'd have nothing. The monster opened its mouth again and the air around it warped. The street lamp dimmed. The shadows deepened. Harry felt his scar pulse. He blinked hard, eyes watering. Sweat ran down his temples. His breath came out in harsh little bursts. The monster moved like it knew he was tired. Circled, slow, enjoying it. Harry backed up, keeping the lid between them. His fingers were numb. His forearm bled, warm and sticky, and the cut burned like it had salt in it. "What are you?" he rasped, voice barely there. "Why are you here?" The monster didn't answer. It just watched him, and then it tilted its head, like it was listening to something else. Harry's scar flared again, hotter this time. He sucked in a sharp breath, almost a gasp, and his vision blurred for a second. He heard a whisper that wasn't his, not words he could understand, not English, something old and wrong, like a voice trying to crawl out through his skin. Harry slapped his hand to his forehead, shaking, and the monster lunged again. Harry lifted the lid. The claws hit. The lid buckled. The jagged metal edge snapped back and sliced Harry's cheek. Warm blood ran down his face. Harry made a sound he hated, half a whimper, half a snarl, and he shoved forward anyway, trying to stab again. The monster twisted, faster than it should have been, and the sharpened stick went wide. His hand clamped around Harry's wrist. The grip was freezing, not cold like winter, cold like the absence of life. Harry's fingers went numb instantly. The stick slipped. The monster yanked him forward. Harry's feet left the ground for a second. His stomach lurched. His head snapped back. Pain cracked behind his eyes. He saw the monster's mouth opening, teeth like broken knives, and he thought, this is it. This is where I die, behind a bin, and nobody even notices until morning. A new light cut through the dark, white and bright, sharp enough to make Harry squint. The monster jerked like it had been hit. His grip loosened. Harry hit the ground hard, coughing, scrambling backward, hands shaking so badly he could barely hold the bin lid up. A boy stepped out of the shadow like he belonged there. He looked older than Harry, mid-teens maybe, tall and lean, dressed in black that didn't look like school uniform or anything normal. It was leather, fitted like it was meant to move with him. His hair was pale, almost gold, and the light from the street lamp caught it and made it look unfair. What Harry noticed most, though, were the marks, lines of glowing ink on the boy's bare forearms, curling like tattoos but brighter, alive under his skin. They pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. The boy held a sword in one hand, not a kitchen knife, not a cricket bat, a real sword, long and clean, and it hummed. Harry felt the sound of it in his teeth, like music you couldn't quite hear. The monster spun toward the newcomer, hissing, wounded and furious. The older boy smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. "Oh," the boy said, voice casual, like he'd walked in on someone stealing his chips. "You're ugly." Harry stared, mouth open, still trying to breathe. The boy didn't look at Harry. His eyes were locked on the monster. "Shax," he said, like it was a swear. "Of course it's you. You lot never learn." The monster surged forward, claws raised. The boy moved. Harry had never seen anyone move like that, not even in films. It was fast but controlled, like every muscle knew what it was meant to do. The sword flared white. The boy met the monster's charge head-on, blade slicing across its arm. Black fluid sprayed. The monster screamed. The boy twisted, stepped in, and drove the sword straight through the monster's chest. The hum turned into something louder for a second, like a choir note hitting and holding. The monster froze. His body shook, convulsing. The black fluid bubbled. Smoke rose from the wound like the sword was burning it from the inside. The boy leaned in close, expression bored, and said, "Go back to wherever you crawled out from." Then he yanked the sword free. The monster collapsed. His body didn't bleed like a normal body. It cracked, split, and started to dissolve into ash and smoke, pulled apart by the air. Harry couldn't move. His arms were locked around the bin lid like it was glued there. His chest hurt from breathing too hard. The boy flicked the sword once, sending black fluid off the blade, and the light faded slightly, though it still hummed. He finally looked at Harry. His eyes were a bright, unsettling color, like honey under sun. Harry flinched without meaning to. The boy's gaze dropped to the bin lid, then the sharpened stick, then Harry's bleeding cheek, then the cut on his arm. His eyebrows lifted. "You fought it," he said. Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. "It tried to eat me." "That's usually the plan," the boy said, like it was obvious. Then he frowned, like something didn't add up. "You can see it." Harry's mouth went dry. "I'm not stupid. I didn't say you were." The boy's voice sharpened for a second. "Mundanes can't see them. They scream at shadows and trip over nothing. They don't grab a bin lid and stab a greater demon's pet like they've done it before." Harry's skin prickled. "I don't know what any of that means." The boy took a step closer. Harry's shoulders tensed and he raised the lid again, even though his arms were shaking. The older boy stopped and looked almost amused. "Relax," he said. "If I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead." "That's comforting," Harry snapped, then immediately regretted it. His voice came out too loud, too sharp. He sounded like Dudley when he was about to start something. The boy's smile returned, quick and messy. "Good. You've got teeth." Harry stared at him. "Who are you?" The boy held the sword loosely now, like it weighed nothing. "Jace," he said. "Jace Wayland." Harry waited for more, like a surname would explain why he had a sword and glowing tattoos. Jace tilted his head. "And you are?" Harry hesitated. Names were dangerous. Names were how adults grabbed you and shoved you into things. Names were how the Dursleys reminded him he didn't belong. But this was different. This boy had just stabbed a monster through the chest like it was routine. Harry licked his lips. "Harry." Jace's expression changed. Just a flicker, fast, like recognition, like he'd heard it somewhere before. "Harry what?" Jace said, and there was a challenge in it. Harry's scar pulsed again, hot, and he winced. Jace's eyes snapped to the lightning-shaped mark on Harry's forehead. "What happened to you?" Jace asked, voice lower now. Harry's hand went up, instinctive, to cover it. "None of your business." Jace huffed out a laugh. "It became my business the second a Shax decided to snack on you." Harry's cheek stung from the cut. He wiped at it and came away with blood on his fingers. He stared at it like it didn't belong to him. Jace watched him for a second, then pulled something from his pocket. It was a thin stick of metal like a fancy pen. Harry's body tensed again. "Don't. I'm not going to hurt you," Jace said, and he sounded like he meant it, which somehow made Harry more suspicious, not less. "It's a steal." "A what?" Jace rolled his eyes. "Right. Mundane suburb. No clue." "Shocking." Harry glared. "I'm not mundane." Jace's smile twitched. "Yeah, I noticed." He took another step forward, slower this time, showing his empty hand. "I can stop the bleeding, if you let me." Harry looked down at the cut on his arm. It was still oozing, ugly and red. His hand was shaking from adrenaline. His stomach was sour. He didn't want to be touched. He hated being touched. But he also didn't want to bleed out behind a bin because he was stubborn. He didn't lower the lid, but he didn't move away. Jace took that as permission. He grabbed Harry's wrist gently, careful of the cut, and Harry flinched hard anyway. Jace's fingers tightened for a second. Not painful, just steady. "Easy," Jace said. "I'm not your uncle." Harry's breath caught. His jaw clenched. "You don't know anything about my uncle." Jace's eyes flashed. "I know enough. Look at you." Harry wanted to yank away, but his muscles were tired and his hand was still numb from the monster's grip. He stayed still, shaking. Jace pressed the steel to Harry's skin, just above the cut, and drew a quick shape. Heat flared. Not burning, not like the scar. More like warm pressure, like a hand over a bruise. The bleeding slowed. The skin knit slightly, not fully healed, but enough that it stopped dripping. Harry sucked in a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "What did you do?" "Basic rune," Jace said. "Iratse." "Healing." Harry stared at his arm. The cut still hurt, but it wasn't spilling everywhere. That was magic. Real magic. Not the weird things that happened when he got angry. Not glass disappearing or hair growing back overnight. This was deliberate. Harry's hands started to shake harder, and he hated that his eyes were burning. Jace pulled back and tucked the steel away. "Now," he said, voice turning brisk again, like he decided feelings were annoying. "You're coming with me." Harry's head snapped up. "No." Jace blinked. "Yes, I don't even know you. You don't know Shax either, and he still tried to murder you," Jace said. "Welcome to the club." Harry's grip tightened on the bin lid again. "I'm not leaving." Jace's gaze flicked toward the house. The curtains were drawn. The warm light inside looked fake, like it was pretending to be normal. "You live there," Jace said, and it wasn't a question. Harry didn't answer. Jace's mouth tightened. "Are they your family?" Harry laughed, short and ugly. "Sure, if you count being locked in a cupboard as love." Jace went still. The runes on his arms pulsed brighter for a second, like his body reacted before his face did. "What?" Jace said, and the word came out sharp. "They did what?" Harry shrugged like it didn't matter, like he wasn't still angry about it every day. "It's fine." Jace's eyes narrowed. "That's not fine." Harry's scar burned again, a thin spike of pain, and he hissed. Jace noticed. "Your scar hurts when they're near." Harry swallowed. "It hurts when I breathe sometimes." Jace stared at him like he was seeing a puzzle. "Shax tracked you," Jace said slowly. "It was following your scent." Harry's skin crawled. "My what?" "Demonic residue," Jace said. "Like a stain." "I'm not dirty," Harry snapped. Jace held up both hands. "Not what I meant." Then he smirked a little, because he couldn't help himself. "You are dirty, though. You smell like bin juice and trauma." Harry's glare could have melted stone. "You smell like hair product and arrogance." Jace's grin widened. That was almost clever. Harry's chest tightened, weirdly, because he didn't know how to handle banter that wasn't meant to hurt him. It made him feel off balance. Then the back door of number 4 slammed open. Vernon's voice blasted into the night. "Boy!" Harry's whole body flinched. Jace's head snapped toward the sound, eyes sharp. Vernon stormed down the path in his dressing gown, face red, mustache twitching. Dudley hovered behind him, half curious, half scared. "What are you doing out here making that noise?" Vernon barked. Then his eyes landed on Jace. "Who are you?" Harry felt his stomach drop. If Vernon saw Jace, if Vernon told someone, if Vernon dragged him back inside and locked him up, Harry would never get out again. He'd never get out, and the next time a monster came, he'd die in the cupboard and nobody would care. Jace didn't look scared. He looked annoyed. Vernon pointed a thick finger at Harry. "Get inside. Now." Harry didn't move. Vernon's face went darker. "Did you bring this delinquent here? Is this one of your little freak friends?" Harry's hands shook. His chest hurt. He wanted to say something, anything, but his throat was closing. Jace stepped forward, sword now out of sight like it had never existed. "This is your child," Jace said, voice bright with fake politeness that felt like a knife. Vernon scoffed. "He's a nobody. He's a burden. Now get off my property." Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper in his head returned, faint but there, like laughter behind a door. Jace's jaw clenched. "Right," he said softly. "So you won't mind if I take him?" Vernon's eyes widened. "What?" Harry's stomach lurched. He didn't know what was happening anymore. Jace's hand slid into his pocket again and came out with the steel. He pressed it to his own wrist and traced a shape quick and practiced. The air shifted. Vernon blinked, confusion washing over his face. Dudley rubbed his eyes like he'd suddenly gotten sleepy. "What?" Vernon muttered. "What was I doing?" "Going back inside," Jace said, voice smooth. "You're tired. You heard a fox." "It's nothing." Vernon stared at him like the words were sliding right past his brain. "Fox," he repeated, and his eyelids drooped. Harry's mouth fell open. "You can do that." Jace glanced at him. "Glamour trick. Mundane minds want to make sense of things. Give them an excuse and they cling to it." Vernon turned, slow, still frowning, and shuffled back toward the house. Dudley followed, yawning, already forgetting. Harry watched them go, chest tight, and a strange feeling hit him. Relief. Not because he cared about Vernon. Because for once, Vernon didn't get the last move. Jace grabbed Harry's wrist again. "Now we go." Harry yanked back, panic flashing. "Where?" "To an institute," Jace said. "To people who can actually handle what's hunting you." "I don't even know what I am," Harry said, voice cracking, anger and fear tangled. Jace's expression softened for half a second. It vanished fast, replaced by his usual cocky mask. "Neither do I," Jace said. "But you stabbed a demon with a stick and didn't faint. That's not normal. Come on." Harry looked at the house one last time. The window glow looked smaller now, less safe, more like a trap. He looked back at the pavement, at the ash where the demon had been, at the black smear on the bin lid. His hands shook. Then he nodded, once sharp, like he was afraid if he didn't decide quickly he never would. Jace's grin flashed. "Good. Smart choice." Harry swallowed. "If this is a kidnapping, I'm going to bite you." Jace looked delighted. "I respect that." He pulled Harry a step closer to the shadow between the garage and the hedge. The street lamp flickered again, light thinning. Jace took out the steel and drew a shape in the air, and for a second Harry couldn't see it. Then the air split. It wasn't a door. It was like someone had cut a hole in the world, and behind it was cold and dark and moving. The edges shimmered silver, like heat off a road, but colder. Harry's stomach dropped. "You first," Jace said. Harry stared at him. "You want me to walk into that?" Jace shrugged. "It's a portal. It won't eat you." Harry's voice came out high. "That's what you said about the demon." Jace snorted. "Fair." Then he leaned closer, voice quieter. "Listen to me. If you stay here, another one will come. Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. It's already found you once." Harry's scar burned in agreement, like it was smug about it. Harry's throat tightened. He forced a breath in, shaky, and stepped toward the portal. Cold hit him in the face. Not wind, not weather, like the inside of a freezer and a church all at once. He hesitated at the edge. His arms trembled. His cut cheek throbbed. Jace's hand touched his shoulder, steady. Move, he said, not cruel, just firm. Don't stop in the middle. Harry nodded, jaw clenched. He stepped through. For a second there was nothing. No sound, no light, no up or down. His stomach lurched like he was falling, and his ears popped. He wanted to throw up. Then his feet hit solid ground and he stumbled forward, gagging, hands out, catching himself on stone. He sucked in air too fast. It smelled different. Old dust, metal, candle smoke, something sharp like ink. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard, trying to get it back. Behind him the portal snapped shut with a sound like someone slamming a book. Harry spun, panic flashing, but there was only a wall. He wasn't on Privet Drive anymore. He was in a huge stone room with a high ceiling and arches that disappeared into shadow. The air was cooler here, heavy with quiet. Torchlight flickered along the walls, throwing long shapes across the floor. The walls were covered in markings. Not graffiti, not wallpaper. Carved symbols, some faint, some deep, running along the stone like veins. Harry's scar pulsed once, slow. He swallowed hard. Where am I? Jace stepped in behind him, looking annoyingly fine, like he hadn't just dragged an 11-year-old through a hole in reality. London Institute, Jace said. Home. Harry stared at him. This is your house. It's more like a fortress, Jace said, and his voice carried that pride again, like he was daring Harry to judge. Try not to bleed on the floor. Maurice hates that. Who's Maurice? Harry said, then flinched when his voice echoed. Jace opened his mouth to answer. A new voice cut through the room. Jace. It was sharp and controlled, the kind of voice that didn't need to shout to make you listen. Harry's head snapped toward the stairs on the far side of the hall. A woman stood there, tall, dark hair pulled back, posture like she was made of rules. Beside her were two other teenagers. One was a boy, older than Jace maybe, broad-shouldered, tense, eyes narrowed like he was already annoyed at the concept of Harry existing. He looked like he was ready to step between Harry and Jace if he had to. The other was a girl. She leaned on the banister like she owned the place, dark hair, sharp eyes, and a look on her face that said she'd seen worse than this and still had time to judge your shoes. She took in Harry's bleeding cheek, torn shirt, and the bin lid in his hands, and her mouth curved like she found it interesting. Jace lifted his chin like a boy about to get yelled at, but also like he didn't care. Maurice, Jace said. I brought something home. The older boy on the stairs made a sound under his breath. That's a kid. Harry's grip tightened on the bin lid again. Instinct. Defensive. He hated that he looked ridiculous, standing in a stone castle holding rubbish like it was a weapon. Maurice's eyes fixed on Harry. Cold, assessing. Who is he? Harry's throat closed. He couldn't tell if she was going to help him or throw him out. Jace stepped slightly in front of Harry, not blocking him fully, but enough that it felt like a statement. His name is Harry, Jace said. He can see. He fought a Shax. It was tracking him. The girl on the stairs lifted her eyebrows. A Shax? She repeated, like she was impressed. With what? Harry didn't answer. He didn't want to. He didn't owe them a performance. Jace glanced back at him, eyes bright with that annoying confidence. Show them, he said, like it was obvious. Harry's jaw clenched. No. Maurice's gaze sharpened. Jace. Jace sighed like he was suffering. Fine. He used a bin lid and a sharpened stick. He stabbed it. Before I even got there. The older boy's eyes widened, then narrowed again. Suspicious. That's not possible. Harry snapped before he could stop himself. It was possible because it happened. The girl's smile turned real. I like him. The older boy shot her a look. Izzy. So that was Isabel. Harry felt the name settle in his head. Alec, then, must be the tense one. Maurice walked down the stairs slowly. Each step echoed. She stopped a few feet away, close enough that Harry could see the fine lines around her eyes, the way she held herself like a blade. Her gaze flicked to his scar. Harry's hand went up automatically to cover it. Maurice didn't blink. Lower your hand. Harry's stomach twisted. It sounded too much like Vernon. He didn't move. Jace's voice cut in, lighter, but with a warning under it. Maurice. Maybe don't talk to him like he's one of the trainees. Maurice's eyes flicked to Jace, sharp. Do not tell me how to speak in my own institute. Jace rolled his eyes. It's not like I told you how to dress. Alec made a strangled sound like he was about to say shut up. Isabel looked like she was enjoying herself. Harry watched them, confused. They argued like family, like they cared. Even when they were annoyed, felt alien. Maurice focused back on Harry. What is your full name? Harry swallowed. His mouth was dry. Harry Potter. The name landed like a stone in a pond. Isabel's expression shifted, curiosity sharpening into something else. Alec's eyes widened slightly. Maurice's face went still. Jace blinked once, then laughed, quick and disbelieving. Of course you're a Potter. Harry stared at him. What does that mean? Jace looked at Maurice. We need to call the Silent Brothers. Harry's chest tightened. The what? Maurice's eyes didn't leave Harry's scar. Jace, she said quietly, and there was something in her voice now that hadn't been there before. Caution. Explain what you saw. Jace's cocky mask slipped. Just a little. It wasn't just a Shax, he said. It was tracking him. Like he was marked. Like he was food. Harry's scar burned again, and he hissed, pressing his hand to his forehead harder. Isabel moved first. She came down the stairs fast, light on her feet, and stopped close enough that Harry could smell her perfume over the stone and smoke. Something clean and sharp. She tilted her head, eyes softening just a fraction. Does it hurt? She asked, and it wasn't mocking. Harry didn't know how to answer. His instincts screamed not to show weakness because weakness got punished. So he shrugged, stiff. It's fine, Isabel snorted. Sure it is. She glanced at Jace. You did Iritza. Basic, Jace said, like he was bored. But Harry saw the way his eyes kept flicking to Harry's injuries like he was counting them. Isabel held out her hand slowly. Let me see your arm. Harry stared at her fingers, at the lack of threat in her posture, at the way she wasn't reaching like she expected to grab him. He hesitated. His hands shook. He hated that. Alec's voice cut in. We don't even know what he is. Harry's head snapped up. I'm right here. Alec's jaw tightened. I know. Jace shot Alec a look. He's a kid, and he has a demonic signature strong enough to pull a Shax into a suburb full of mundanes. Alec snapped back. That's not normal. Harry's stomach rolled. Stop talking about me like I'm not a person. Silence hit for half a second. Maurice's gaze sharpened again, but Isabel's expression shifted into something like respect. Jace looked almost pleased. Alec looked uncomfortable, like he didn't like being called out but couldn't argue. Maurice nodded once, slow. Fair, she said. You are a person. That does not mean you are safe. Harry's scar burned again, harder, like it hated that sentence. Harry clenched his teeth, breathing too fast. The room felt too big, the torches too bright. His cheek throbbed. His forearm stung. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide. But there was nowhere to go. The portal was gone. Privet Drive was gone. Jace leaned toward him slightly, voice lower. Hey, he said. Look at me. Harry didn't want to. He did anyway, because something in Jace's tone made it hard not to. Jace's eyes were steady. You're not going back, Jace said quietly. Not tonight. Not ever if I get a say. Harry's throat tightened. You don't know what you're promising. Jace's mouth tightened. I know enough. Maurice straightened. Isabel, she said. Take him to the infirmary. Clean him up. Do not leave him alone. Isabel's eyebrows lifted. You want me to babysit? Maurice's stare could have frozen lava. Yes, Isabel sighed dramatically. Fine. Alec moved a step forward. Mother, we should lock the wards down. They're already locked, Maurice said. But you are right. Double them. Alec nodded and headed toward a side corridor. He didn't look at Harry again. Jace's eyes followed him, then flicked back to Harry. His voice went casual again, like he couldn't sit in seriousness too long. Try not to stab anyone in the infirmary, he said. Hodge will complain. Harry blinked. Who's Hodge? Jace grinned. An old man who thinks yelling is a personality. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Isabel nudged Harry's shoulder lightly. Come on, Potter, she said. If you're going to bleed, Do it somewhere with clean sheets. Harry stared at her. I don't know where anything is. Isabel smirked. That's why I'm walking you, genius. Harry's grip loosened on the bin lid. Just a little. He looked down at it like it was suddenly embarrassing. Isabel noticed. You can keep it, she said, amused. It's kind of iconic. Harry's face heated. Shut up. She laughed, bright, and it echoed off the stone. Jace started to follow. Then Maurice's voice stopped him. Jace. Jace turned. Maurice's eyes were hard. You did not bring this boy here because you felt sorry for him. Jace's grin faded. No, then why? Jace glanced at Harry, then looked away, jaw tight. Because the demon smelled him, Jace said. And because when I got close, his scar felt like a brand. Harry's stomach dropped again. Maurice's voice went colder. Eat him. Harry didn't know the word, but the way she said it made his skin crawl. Jace's eyes flicked to Harry again, and there was something uneasy there. Not fear of Harry. Fear for him. We need the brothers, Maurice said. Now. Jace nodded once. Sharp. I'll call. He pulled a phone from his pocket like it was normal to have one in a stone fortress full of swords and glowing runes. He walked away toward the archway, already tapping the screen. Isabel guided Harry across the hall, her hand hovering near his elbow without grabbing. Harry moved stiffly, feet dragging slightly because his legs felt like jelly. He forced himself to look around. The floor was polished stone, cold under his shoes. The walls were carved with runes that seemed to shift when he stared too long. The air was cooler than outside, and he could smell candle wax and steel. Somewhere far off he heard faint voices, muffled, and the clink of metal like someone training. It didn't feel like Hogwarts from the books he'd stolen and hidden under his mattress. It didn't feel like magic with sweets and talking paintings. Felt like war. Isabel glanced at him. You're shaking, she said. Harry clenched his jaw. No, I'm not. Isabel raised an eyebrow. Okay, she said, like she wasn't going to argue. But her voice softened anyway. You're allowed to be scared, you know? Harry swallowed. I'm not scared. Isabel's smile was small, not mocking. Sure. They reached a corridor that led away from the main hall. Isabel walked with confidence, like she could do it blind. Harry trailed a step behind, still gripping the bin lid because it was the only thing that felt familiar right now. Did you always live here? Harry asked, because silence felt like it might swallow him. Isabel glanced back. Yeah, she said. More or less. What? Harry said. Like, you were born in a castle. Isabel's laugh was quiet. It's not a castle. It's an institute. It looks like a castle, Harry said. Fine, Isabel said. It's a castle with better weapons. Harry huffed out a breath that almost counted as a laugh. Then his scar flared again, sudden and sharp, and he stumbled. Isabel caught his arm fast, grip steady. Hey, she said. Sit. Harry shook his head. I'm fine. Isabel's eyes narrowed. You're going to sit, she said, and the tone in her voice was different now. Command. Not cruel. Just unarguable. Harry's body obeyed before his pride could argue. He slid down against the wall, breathing hard, sweat cooling on his skin. Isabel crouched in front of him. Look at me, she said. Harry forced his eyes up. Does it hurt like a headache? Isabel asked. Or like someone stabbing you? Harry swallowed, throat tight. Like someone stabbing me, he admitted, voice small before he could stop it. Isabel's face tightened. Okay, Harry frowned. Okay what? Isabel shifted, thoughtful. Okay, that's not normal for just a scar, she said. That's not just trauma. That's something else. Harry's hands clenched around the bin lid. I thought I was going mad, he said, and he hated how honest it sounded. I thought I was seeing things because I was locked in a cupboard and fed scraps and I just made them up. Isabel's eyes softened. You weren't making them up. Harry stared at her. Then why did nobody else see them? Isabel's mouth twisted. Because mundanes don't have the sight, she said. Most of them can't see through glamours. They can't see demons unless the demon wants to be seen. Harry's stomach churned. So I'm not normal. Isabel's gaze held his. None of us are normal, she said. That's kind of the point. Harry's scar pulsed again, and he hissed. pressing his fingers to it. Isabel's eyes flicked to the mark, sharp. "Can I see it?" she asked. Harry's body went stiff. No, Isabel didn't push. She just nodded once. "Okay," she said. "But you're going to let a silent brother see it. They'll figure out what it is." Harry's stomach dropped. "What's a silent brother?" Isabel hesitated. "They're priests," she said. "Kind of. They handle wounds you can't fix with a blade." Harry's mouth went dry. "Are they going to hurt me?" Isabel's face tightened. "No," she said quickly. "Not if you don't give them a reason." Harry's laugh came out sharp and bitter. "That's what everyone says before they hurt me." Isabel went quiet. Then she said softer, "Not here." Harry wanted to believe her. He didn't. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Harry tensed, bin lid lifting automatically. Isabel rolled her eyes. "Lower the lid, warrior," she muttered. Jace appeared around the corner, phone in hand, expression tight. "They're coming," Jace said. Isabel straightened. "Already?" Jace nodded, then looked at Harry like he was checking he was still there. "You okay?" Harry's mouth opened. He almost said yes. He almost lied like he always did. Instead he said, "No." Jace blinked, then gave a short nod like he respected the honesty. "Yeah," he said. "Fair." Harry's scar burned again, hotter, and the whisper in his head rose, clearer for a second. A voice that wasn't his, cold and amused. Harry's eyes widened. His breath hitched. Jace's gaze sharpened instantly. "What?" he demanded. Harry swallowed hard. "I heard someone," he said. Isabel's eyes narrowed. "Where?" "In my head," Harry said. And his voice shook now because he couldn't hide it. It was like laughing. Jace's face went pale under the torchlight. "That's not good." Harry's stomach lurched. "I know." The corridor lights flickered. Not torchlight, not wind. The flames on the sconces dipped, then flared again, like something passed through the air and stole the warmth for a second. Footsteps came from the other direction now, slow and measured. Isabel stepped slightly in front of Harry without even thinking about it. Jace's hand went to his sword hilt, casual but ready. A figure appeared at the end of the corridor. It looked like a man wrapped in dark robes, but the head was covered in bandages, tight, layered, like skin replaced with cloth. Stitches crossed where eyes should be, where a mouth should be. It moved with a quiet purpose that made Harry's skin crawl. Harry's lungs locked. He clutched the bin lid so hard his fingers hurt. Behind the bandaged figure came Maurice and Alec, both tense. Alec's eyes were fixed on Harry like he was a live grenade. The bandaged man stopped a few feet away. Harry realized suddenly that he couldn't hear the figure breathing. A voice slid into his mind, clear as if someone whispered right into his skull. "Harry Potter." Harry flinched so hard his shoulder hit the wall. Jace swore under his breath. Isabel stiffened. The voice continued, calm, cold, and intimate. "Show me the mark." Harry's hands trembled. "No," he whispered out loud, then realized he'd spoken. Maurice's eyes sharpened. "Harry," she said, and it wasn't gentle. "Do as he says." Harry's chest tightened. He looked at Jace, desperate. Jace's jaw clenched. He nodded once, small, like he was trying to tell Harry, "I won't let them hurt you." Even if Harry didn't know if he believed it. Harry swallowed hard. His fingers shook as he lifted his hand away from his forehead. The scar was exposed. The bandaged figure tilted its head slightly, like it could see anyway. The voice in Harry's mind went silent for half a second. Then it said one word, "Eat 'em." Harry's scar flared with pain so sharp it stole his breath. He doubled forward, choking, eyes watering. And behind the pain, underneath it, the other whisper returned. The cold laugh, closer now, like something inside him had just woken up and realized it had an audience. Harry's right dagger slipped past Isabel's whip by a breath, and she snapped the leather back so fast it cracked the air beside his ear. The sound echoed off the stone walls and made his teeth ring. He ducked without thinking, shoulders tight, sweat already running down his spine. "You're late," Isabel said. Like that explained why she was trying to take his head off. Harry shifted his weight and drove forward anyway. "I was here on time." "You were here in the building," she shot back. That's not the same thing. Her whip curled toward his ankle. Harry jumped, landed light, and went straight into a low sweep with his left dagger. Isabel hopped back and her boot scraped the chalked line on the training floor. Jace lounged on the edge of the ring like a cat that had never feared anything in its life. His arms were folded, his expression bored, but his eyes tracked every movement like he was counting mistakes. Alex stood a few paces behind him, leaning against a pillar with a bow in his hands and a look on his face that said he'd rather be doing anything else. He still watched, though. Always watched. The training room smelled like cold stone, beeswax, and weapon oil. It always did. It had been years, and Harry still noticed it every time he walked in, like his body kept checking whether this place was real. Isabel flicked her wrist again. The whip lashed out and wrapped around Harry's forearm before he could pull away. Leather snapped tight. Pain shot up his arm. "Caught you?" she said, smug. Harry didn't answer. He just yanked his arm hard, stepped into the pull, and slammed his shoulder into the space where her chest would be if she stood still like a normal person. Isabel swore and twisted aside, but it was too late. Harry's shoulder clipped her, knocked her off balance, and he drove the pommel of his dagger into her ribs, controlled but firm. She hissed, more annoyed than hurt, and the whip loosened. Harry ripped his arm free, his skin already red where the leather had bitten, and backed up before she could take his head off for it. Jace clapped once, slow. "Well, look at you." Almost brutal. Harry breathed hard through his nose. His heart was racing. He liked that part, the clean focus, the way the room shrank down to movement and timing and breath. He hated the other part, the part where it always felt like something inside him watched too. Isabel rolled her shoulder and smiled at him like she wanted to fight him and kiss him and ruin him, all in the same breath. "You only do that when you're mad." Harry lifted both daggers, blades angled down, elbows loose. "Maybe you shouldn't try to hogtie me, then." "Oh, I'll do worse than that if you keep talking," Isabel said, and the way she said it made Jace snort. Alex's voice cut in, flat. "Focus." Isabel didn't even look at him. "I am focused on flirting," Alex said. Isabel's grin widened. That too. Harry felt heat rise in his face and he hated that it was still a thing. He had fought demons. He had watched people die. He had been carved up with runes until his skin burned and his muscles trembled. And he still got flustered when Isabel Lightwood decided he was entertaining. He moved first to shut his own brain up. He ran. His speed rune flared under his skin. A quick pulse that felt like a hot coin pressed into his thigh. The world sharpened. Isabel's whip arm looked slower for half a second. Harry slid left, ducked under the leather, and came up close enough to smell her perfume under the sweat. Sharp and clean like spice, Isabel pivoted and kicked. Harry caught her ankle with his forearm, braced, and shoved. She hopped back, laughing under her breath like she loved it. "Come on," she said. "You can do better than that." Harry's jaw clenched. "Stop talking. Make me," she said. Harry lunged again. Isabel's whip cracked down, hard, aimed for his wrist. Harry turned the dagger flat and took the strike on steel. The impact jolted up his arm. He grunted, shifted, and swung the other dagger toward her shoulder. Isabel twisted away. The blade missed by a hair and cut empty air. Harry felt the miss like a slap. Isabel's whip wrapped around his left dagger and yanked. Harry's grip held for a second, then slipped. The dagger flew out of his hand and skittered across the floor, clinking against the stone. "Aha!" Isabel said, breathless. "Now you're half a threat." Harry's chest heaved. He could taste sweat on his upper lip. Jace's voice floated in, lazy. "Try not to get disarmed in the first 10 seconds of an actual fight, Potter." Harry shot him a look. "Try not to get stabbed by your own ego." Jace put a hand over his heart like Harry had wounded him. "I'm devastated." Alec muttered something under his breath that sounded like a prayer. Isabel didn't wait. She came in fast, whip snapping out toward Harry's face. Harry ducked, rolled, and came up with his remaining dagger held tight. He moved toward the dropped blade, but Isabel blocked the angle, whip moving like a living thing. "Not happening," she said. Harry's heart pounded harder. He had one dagger, She had reach and speed and she knew how to use it. He also had something else. Something that did not belong in this room. Harry kept his breathing steady, forced his shoulders to loosen, and went for her anyway. Isabel struck. Harry stepped into it, took the whip across his shoulder and let it burn, then grabbed the leather with his free hand and yanked. Isabel's eyes widened. Oh, that's cheeky. Harry pulled hard. Isabel stumbled forward a step, and Harry drove his knee up toward her thigh. Isabel twisted at the last second. The knee hit but not clean. She hissed and slammed her elbow into Harry's shoulder. Harry grunted. Pain flared down his arm. His dagger hand shook for a split second. Isabel's whip loosened in his grip and she ripped it free, snapping it back like it hadn't even happened. Okay, she said, a little breathless now. Okay, now we're talking. Harry's stomach tightened. He could feel the rune heat under his skin, the steady pulse of speed and strength. It was familiar now. It made sense. Then Isabel's whip cracked again and caught his cheek. Not deep, just a graze, but the sting was sharp and immediate, and it flipped something in Harry's head like a switch. His scar burned, hot and fast and mean. Harry froze for a fraction of a second, eyes wide, because the pain was not just pain. It felt like something pressing from the inside. Isabel noticed instantly. Her smile faded. Harry swallowed. His throat felt tight. I'm fine. Yeah, Isabel said. You look fine. She took a step closer, whip lowered slightly, cautious now. Do you want to stop? Harry hated that question. He hated that it made him feel like a problem everyone had to manage. He shook his head. No. Isabel's eyes narrowed. Then breathe. Harry tried. His breath came out shaky anyway. He lifted his dagger again. Isabel lifted her whip. They moved. Isabel snapped the whip toward his wrist again, clean and precise. Harry parried. The sound of leather on steel was sharp. Isabel pivoted and sent the whip low, aiming for his knee. Harry jumped. His landing was a fraction off because his scar flared again. His foot hit the floor wrong. His ankle rolled. Pain shot up his leg. He stumbled. Isabel didn't capitalize. She stopped, whip hovering, expression tight. Harry's pride snapped. Stop doing that. Doing what? She said. Looking at me like I'm about to explode. Harry said, voice rough. Isabel's jaw clenched. Maybe it's because you keep exploding. Harry's hands shook. He hated it. He hated that his body did it in front of them. He shifted his dagger to a lower grip and forced himself back into stance. Just fight. Isabel hesitated, then nodded once. Sharp. Fine. She moved again. Faster this time, whip cracking loud. Harry parried twice, ducked once, and then she feinted, pulled him right and drove her boot into his stomach. Harry's breath left him in a hard sound. He doubled slightly, boots scraping on stone. His ribs screamed. His stomach clenched like it wanted to throw up. He recovered, barely, and swung his dagger up toward her wrist. Isabel twisted away, but not enough. The blade grazed her skin. A thin line of blood appeared on her forearm. Isabel looked down at it for half a second. Then she looked back up, eyes sharp. Okay, she said quietly. Now you're getting it. Harry's scar burned like it was laughing at him. His head swam for a second. He heard a whisper, distant but clear enough to make his skin crawl. Not words he could understand, just the sound of amusement. Harry's hands tightened around the dagger until his knuckles ached. Isabel stepped forward again. Harry's anger rose like a wave. Not at her. Not even at Alec or Jace. At himself. At the thing in his head. At the scar. At the fact that no matter how many runes they carved into him, no matter how many demons he killed, he still felt like a mistake someone had made and forgotten to fix. His vision blurred for a second. And then the magic hit. It did not come out like a spell. There was no wand, no word, no gesture. Came out like pressure finally cracking through a wall. The air around Harry snapped. The training room lights shattered. Glass burst above them with a sharp crack. Shards rained down, glittering in the torchlight for half a second before they hit the floor. The sound was violent, like a dozen windows breaking at once. Isabel flinched back, whip snapping up instinctively. Jace swore, fast. Alec pushed off the pillar so hard his boots scraped on stone. Harry stood there, chest heaving, dagger still up, and his scar burned like a brand. The rune on his thigh fizzled. His speed rune dimmed, like someone had snuffed it out. Heat ripped across his skin where his runes lay, like they were being rubbed raw from the inside. Harry gasped. His stomach twisted. The smell of ozone and burnt wax filled the room. He looked down at his forearm and saw it. The Voyance rune, faintly glowing, flickered like a dying candle. Then it went dark. Harry's mouth went dry. "No," he whispered, and he hated how small it sounded. Isabel stepped toward him, careful. "Harry, put the dagger down." Harry didn't. He couldn't. His fingers felt locked. His breath came too fast. He could feel his heartbeat in his throat. He felt like the room was pressing in on him. Alec's voice cut through everything, sharp and furious. "You're a liability." Harry flinched like he'd been slapped. Alec was already moving into the ring, bow forgotten, hands open like he was ready to grab Harry's wrist and disarm him. His eyes were hard. "You think you can just lose it whenever you want?" Alec snapped. "You think that's fine?" Harry's jaw clenched. "I didn't want to." "You never want to," Alec said. "And it keeps happening anyway." Jace stepped in between them, one hand out toward Alec. "Okay, stop." Alec didn't stop. "No, actually, I'm not stopping," he said. "We're talking about taking him on a mission into a warlock nest, and he can't even handle a sparring match without blowing the room up." Harry's stomach turned. He could taste bile. Isabel's voice went low. "Alec, back off." Alec shot her a look. "Don't." Isabel stepped into the ring too, whip lowered, expression tight. "I said back off." Alec's jaw worked. "He cut you." "It was a graze," Isabel said. "And I don't care." Harry stared at the blood on Isabel's arm like it was the only thing he could focus on. He had done that. He had hurt her. Even if it was small, it was there. Harry's scar pulsed again. The whisper laughed. Harry's fingers tightened around the dagger so hard his hand cramped. Jace's voice went sharp. "Potter." Harry blinked. He forced his eyes up. Jace looked less smug than usual. His eyes were locked on Harry's face like he was trying to catch him before he fell. "Drop the dagger," Jace said slower. "I'm not asking." Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say something sarcastic. He wanted to bite back. He wanted to not be the problem again. But his hand was shaking. He could feel it. He lowered the dagger. It hit the floor with a dull clink. The sound made Harry's chest loosen by a fraction. Isabel moved fast. She stepped close, grabbed Harry's wrist, and turned his palm up. Her fingers were warm against his skin. Harry flinched, but he didn't pull away. Isabel looked at his runes. "Your voyance is out," she said quietly. Harry swallowed. "I know." Isabel's eyes flicked up to his face. "Does it hurt?" Harry tried to shrug. Came out stiff. "No." Isabel's mouth tightened, not believing him for a second. Then she nodded anyway, like she understood what it meant to lie on purpose. Jace glanced up at the shattered lights, then at the glass on the floor, then at the scorch marks crawling along the edge of the ring where the magic had licked the air. He exhaled through his nose. "Hodge is going to love this." Alec's voice was still hard. "He should." Harry felt the words land heavy in his stomach. He looked at Alec. "I didn't do it on purpose." Alec's expression did not soften. "That's the point." Harry's hands curled into fists. His throat burned. "I'm trying." Alec stared at him like he was measuring him. "Try harder." Isabel snapped. "Alec." Alec didn't look at her. "We don't get to be sloppy," he said. "Not with demons. Not with warlocks. Not when people die if we mess up." Harry's voice came out rough. "I know." Jace's eyes flicked between them like he could see the argument turning into something worse. He stepped closer to Harry, voice lower. "You good?" Harry wanted to say yes again. He didn't. He shook his head once. Jace's jaw tightened. "Okay." He turned toward the door. "Alec, go tell Hodge we broke his precious lights. Izzy, get him out of here before he does something stupid." Harry bristled. "I'm standing right here." Jace's mouth twitched. "Exactly." Isabel kept her hand on Harry's wrist. "Come on," she said, softer now. "We're leaving." Harry looked at the ring, the glass, the dropped dagger. He felt small in a way he hated. He followed Isabel anyway. Alex stalked out first, boots sharp on stone. Jace picked up Harry's dropped dagger, flipped it once, and handed it back to him by the hilt. His fingers brushed Harry's for half a second. "Don't make me carry you," Jace said under his breath. Harry's laugh came out flat. "You'd complain the whole time," Jace smirked. "Yeah, and you'd still let me." Harry hated that his chest warmed at that. He hated that it felt like family. Isabel tugged Harry toward the corridor. The institute hallway was cooler than the training room. The smell of beeswax faded into something more like old paper and stone dust. Harry's scar still burned, dull and steady, like an ache you could not ignore. Isabel didn't speak for a few steps. She kept her grip light on Harry's wrist, not forcing him, just there. Harry finally said, "I'm sorry." Isabel glanced at him. "For what?" "For that," Harry said, and his voice sounded stupid in his own ears. Isabel's mouth tightened. "Stop apologizing like you're asking permission to exist." Harry swallowed. "That's not what I'm doing," Isabel snorted. "It is exactly what you're doing." Harry looked away. His jaw clenched. "You don't know what it's like." Isabel's voice went quieter. "I know what it's like to feel like you don't fit," she said. "I know what it's like to be told you're too much." Harry's throat tightened. He did not have a smart response for that. Isabel stopped near a stone alcove where a small table held a bowl of salt and a stack of clean bandages. It had been there forever. The institute always had salt within reach, like it expected everything to bleed. She let go of his wrist and grabbed the bandages, then looked at his shoulder where the whip had struck earlier. The fabric of his shirt was slightly torn. A red welt already rose under the cloth. "Lift your shirt," Isabel said. Harry's cheeks heated. "What? Don't be dramatic," Isabel said, rolling her eyes. "Up. I need to see if it broke skin." Harry hesitated, then pulled the collar down enough for her to check. Cold air hit the welt and made him hiss. Isabel's fingers were careful. She pressed lightly. "Does that hurt?" Harry's voice went flat. "No." Isabel's eyes narrowed. She pressed a little harder. Harry hissed again, then glared at her. Isabel smiled. "Yeah, thought so." She grabbed a cloth from the table, dampened it from a nearby basin, and wiped the skin gently. Harry flinched. "Ow!" Isabel's eyebrows lifted. "Oh, so you can say it does hurt." Harry scowled. "I hate you." Isabel's smile softened. "No, you don't." Harry's scar pulsed again. He felt the heat crawl up into his forehead and behind his eyes. He pressed his fingers to his temple. "It's doing it again." Isabel went still. "Burning." Harry nodded. His throat felt tight. "It feels like it's listening." Isabel's expression shifted into something more serious. "You heard it again." Harry swallowed. "In the ring." Laughing, Isabel's hand paused mid-wrap with the bandage. She looked at him, eyes sharp. "Did you tell Jace?" Harry's mouth twisted. "He saw me almost lose it. He knows." Isabel tied the bandage off and leaned back, studying him. "You're not a monster." Harry's laugh came out harsh. "That's a bold statement." Isabel's voice went firm. "You're not." Harry stared at her. "Then why does it keep happening?" Isabel's jaw tightened. "Because something was done to you before you even had a choice." Harry's hands curled into fists. His nails dug into his palms. "Yeah," he said, voice rough. "That's the story of my life." Isabel reached out and flicked his forehead lightly with 2 fingers, careful not to touch his scar. "Stop," she said. "Don't spiral." Harry blinked. "I'm not spiraling." Isabel stared at him. "You're spiraling." Harry blew out a breath, shaky. "I hate this." "I know," Isabel said, and she sounded like she meant it. For a second, neither of them spoke. Then footsteps echoed down the corridor. Alex's voice came first, tense. "Hodge wants everyone in the library. Now." Isabel turned her head slightly toward the sound. "Tell him we're coming." Alec appeared at the end of the hall, arms folded, expression hard. His gaze flicked over Harry's bandaged shoulder, then away like he did not care. Harry felt something in his chest tighten again. Isabel's voice went cold. "Alec." Alec's jaw worked. "What?" "Don't look at him like that," Isabel said. Alex's eyes flashed. I'm looking at him like he broke the training room. Harry's voice came out too sharp. I didn't mean to. Alec held his gaze. Meaning doesn't fix it. Harry stepped forward before he could stop himself. His pulse hammered. So what? You want me gone? Alec's face went still. Don't put words in my mouth. Harry's laugh was ugly. Then say the words you mean. Alec's throat moved. For a second it looked like he might actually say it. Jace's voice cut in from behind Alec, light and irritatingly calm. If anyone's going to kick Potter out, it's me. And I'm not doing it. So you can all relax. Alec turned his head slightly. Jace. Jace walked into the corridor, hands in his pockets, expression smug like always. But his eyes were sharper than his mouth. We have a briefing, Jace said. Hodge is going to do his dramatic voice. Maurice is going to stare at us until someone confesses a crime. Let's go. Harry looked at Jace. Did you tell them it was me? Jace shrugged. It was a mystery. The lights just exploded. Probably ghosts. Isabel snorted. Alec's mouth tightened like he wanted to argue but did not want to waste the breath. Jace nodded toward Harry's bandaged shoulder. You good? Harry forced his shoulders to loosen. Yeah. Jace's eyes flicked to Harry's face like he did not believe him. Then he looked away like he had decided not to push it right now. Library, Jace said. Move. They headed down the corridor together. Harry walked a step behind Isabel, dagger back in his hand, fingers still shaky. He could feel the dead weight of his broken rune on his forearm like phantom pain. He kept his eyes on the stone floor so he did not have to look at Alec. The library was warm compared to the training room, but only barely. Candle smoke hung in the air. Books lined the walls in tight rows. Old leather and dust. A table sat in the center with maps laid out and a bowl of salt that looked like it had been refilled 10 minutes ago. Hodge Starkweather stood at the head of the table, hands folded, posture stiff like he was trying to be a statue. He wore a neat shirt and a tie that looked like it had never seen a speck of blood. Harry had never trusted anyone who stayed that clean in a place like this. Maurice stood beside him, arms crossed, face unreadable. When the four of them entered, Hodge's eyes flicked up, sharp and tired. Finally, Isabel smiled sweetly. We were busy not dying. Hodge ignored that like it was a childish comment. His gaze moved to Harry, then to the bandage on his shoulder. Training incident, Maurice said. Flat. Jace raised a hand slightly. I call it a training event. Incident makes it sound like it was unplanned. Maurice's eyes shifted to him. It was unplanned. Jace's smile did not change. Sure. Hodge cleared his throat. Sit. They sat around the table. Harry took the chair closest to Isabel without thinking. Jace dropped into the chair on Harry's other side like he belonged there. Alex sat across from them, posture rigid, hands clasped on the table. Maurice remained standing. Hodge stayed at the head. Harry's scar pulsed once, slow. Hodge tapped the map with one finger. We have a problem in Scotland. Alex's voice went immediate and clipped. Define problem. Hodge's expression did not change. A surge. Demonic energy, sustained. The kind that does not happen without assistance. Jace leaned back slightly. So a warlock got bored. Hodge's eyes flicked to him. A warlock cult. Isabel's eyebrows lifted. A cult. That's new. Maurice said. Not new. Just rare. Hodge continued. We intercepted a message. Coded, sloppy. It uses wizarding terminology. Harry's stomach tightened at the word wizarding. He had grown up hearing it like a whisper in his bones and still had no real claim on it. Hodge's finger traced a point on the map. The energy is centered near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry's scar burned, sharp and sudden, like the name had been pressed into his skin. He sucked in a breath, quick. Isabel's hand brushed his under the table, a light touch that steadied him without making a show of it. Jace noticed anyway. His eyes flicked to Harry's face. His jaw tightened, just a fraction. Alex spoke, voice tight. We are not going into Hogwarts. Maurice's gaze snapped to him. We are. Alex's throat moved. Mother. Maurice did not blink. This is not a debate. Jace said. It's a castle full of teenagers and twigs. How hard can it be? Isabel made a face. Don't say twigs. Jace looked amused. What? That's what they are. Little wooden sticks they wave around while wearing bathrobes. Isabel snorted. Bathrobes? Alec's voice went sharper. Stop. Harry's mouth twisted. I'm with Isabel. Stop talking like that. Jace turned his head slightly. Oh, sorry. Did I insult the sacred twig culture? Harry's eyes narrowed. You haven't even met them. Jace shrugged. I've met enough to know they're dramatic. Hodge cut in before it could spiral. Focus. He slid a parchment across the table. Harry stared at the writing. It was not Shadowhunter script. It was not rune language. It was English, but the phrasing was strange. Old. Formal. Hodge said. It references a prince of Edom. Jace went still. Alec's hands tightened slightly. Isabel's expression sobered. Harry's scar burned again. A dull throb. Maurice said, Edom means a deeper level of hell. It is not a casual word. Hodge nodded. The message also references a name. He paused, like he disliked saying it in front of them. Voldemort. Harry's stomach dropped. The whisper in his head stirred. Faint, like a breath behind a door. Jace's voice went quieter, but still sharp. That's your problem. Harry's jaw clenched. It's everyone's problem if he's tied to Edom. Maurice's gaze stayed on Harry. That is why you are here. Harry felt heat rise in his chest. Anger and dread tangled. I didn't ask for it. Maurice's expression did not shift. No, you did not. Hodge spoke again. Our current theory is that this warlock cult is the same faction known in wizarding circles as Death Eaters. Isabel frowned. That name is not subtle. Jace smirked. Wizards are not subtle. Harry shot him a look. Stop. Jace held up both hands. Fine. I'm done. He was not done. His mouth always moved faster than his self-control. Alec's voice went tight. What do they want? Hodge tapped the parchment. A summoning. A sustained one. The energy pattern suggests they are trying to pull something fully into the world. Harry's scar flared again. Pain sharp enough to make him blink hard. Isabel's fingers tightened around his under the table for a second. Hodge continued. If they succeed, we are not talking about a single demon attack. We are talking about a doorway, a bridge. Jace's smile faded. So they want to open hell in a school. Hodge's eyes flicked to him. Yes. Alec leaned forward slightly. We cannot attack Hogwarts directly. The wizard wards will notice. Maurice nodded once. Correct. That is why this is an infiltration. Isabel's eyes lit up. A little. Oh, fun. Alec glared at her. People will die. Isabel shrugged. Expression not careless but fierce. People will die if we do nothing too. Jace leaned forward, elbows on the table. What's the plan? Hodge's mouth tightened like he enjoyed being the one with information. You will go in under a cover story. Harry said. Wizards don't just let strangers into Hogwarts. Hodge's eyes shifted to him. They do when the politics force them. Maurice said. There is an event. A tournament. Isabel blinked. A tournament in a school. Harry's stomach tightened. He knew about that from stolen books and whispered rumors among wizarding families he had never met. The Tri-Wizard Tournament. Dangerous. Old. The kind of thing that sounded like a terrible idea and still happened anyway. Jace looked delighted. So we get to watch teenagers almost die while we hunt cultists. Charming. Alec muttered. This is insane. Hodge said. The Tri-Wizard Tournament requires external oversight. International cooperation. That is your entry. Isabel's eyebrows lifted. International. Like who? Hodge said. Makusa. Harry blinked. What? Jace's grin returned. See. Wizards are dramatic. Even their acronyms sound like a spell. Alec frowned. The American Magical Congress. Hodge nodded. Exactly. The wizards respect bureaucracy. They will accept a security delegation if it comes with enough seals and signatures. Isabel tilted her head. We're pretending to be wizard security. Maurice's voice was cold. You will be wizard security. For their eyes. Jace leaned back. Pleased. I can do bureaucracy. I have the face for it. Alec shot him a look. You have the face for getting thrown out. Harry spoke before he could stop himself. I'm not wearing robes. Isabel's smile turned wicked. You will. And I will laugh at you. Harry glared. No, Hodge said. Yes, Harry looked at Hodge. You can't make me. Hodge's expression stayed calm. You want to walk into Hogwarts carrying a sword. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. Isabel's grin widened. Bathrobe it is. Jace smirked. We'll get you something in green. Matches your eyes. Harry's face heated. Stop. Alec's voice cut in sharper. Enough. Maurice's gaze slid to Alec. Do you have concerns beyond wardrobe? Alec's jaw clenched. His eyes flicked to Harry. Yes. Harry's stomach tightened. Alec said, if his magic flares again inside Hogwarts, the entire castle will know. The cult will know. It will blow the cover. Hodge's eyes narrowed. That is a risk. Harry's throat tightened. I'm right here. Maurice's voice did not soften. Then listen. Harry clenched his hands under the table. Maurice continued. The Clave believes Voldemort is tied to you through that mark. Your presence may draw him out, or draw the cult out. That is the advantage. Harry's scar pulsed, slow and smug, like it liked being talked about. Harry swallowed hard. And if my presence draws them to students? Maurice's gaze held his. Then you keep them alive. Harry's breath came out rough. Right? Jace leaned slightly toward Harry, voice low enough only Harry could hear. We're not letting kids die. Harry shot him a look. You say that like you can control it. Jace's eyes stayed steady. We can try, Alec said. Trying is not enough. Harry snapped. Then what do you want? Perfection. Alec's eyes flashed. I want you not to detonate in a room full of people. Harry's voice went sharp. I don't want to either. The room went quiet for a second. Hodge cleared his throat. Enough. He looked at Harry directly. You will not be alone. Harry's jaw clenched. That's not reassuring. Hodge ignored that. This is the assignment. You will infiltrate. You will locate the cult. You will identify their ritual site. You will stop the summoning before it breaches. Isabel leaned forward. And if it breaches anyway? Maurice's voice went colder. Then you cut it apart. Jace smiled, sharp. Now we're back to something I understand. Alec looked at the map, jaw tight. When? Hodge said. Soon. Harry's scar burned again like it liked that answer too. Hodge added. We have less than 2 days before the next surge window. Isabel exhaled. So we gear up tonight. Hodge nodded. Yes. Maurice's gaze swept across them. Dismissed. Prepare. They stood. Harry pushed his chair back and felt his legs wobble slightly. The earlier adrenaline was fading, leaving behind aches and the hollow feeling that came after a spike of fear. He saw Alec's eyes flick to him again. Hard. Calculating. Harry looked away first because if he did not, he would say something that would break whatever thin thread was holding them together. They headed out of the library. The corridor outside smelled colder, like the building itself had decided to brace. Jace fell into step beside Harry like it was automatic. Isabel walked slightly ahead, already talking about weapons and cover stories like it was a game. It was not a game, but Isabel always turned fear into motion. Alec trailed behind, quiet. Harry's scar still throbbed. He pressed his fingers to it for half a second and forced himself not to wince. Jace noticed anyway. Does it still hurt? Harry shrugged. It always hurts. Jace's mouth tightened. You should tell the Silent Brothers. Harry snorted. So they can stare at it and say it's bad. Jace's eyes narrowed. It is bad. Harry's jaw clenched. Thanks. Jace bumped his shoulder lightly, not gentle, not cruel. Just there. Don't be an idiot. Harry glanced at him. That's your job. Jace smiled. True. They reached the weapons room. The space was cooler and smelled like metal and oil. Racks of blades lined the walls. Daggers, axes, bows, spears. Salt canisters on a shelf. Steels in neat boxes. Seraph blades hung like they were holy objects. Isabel moved straight to the rack where her whip hooks were kept. Checked the leather. Tested the handle. Alec went to the bow rack, fingers quick and precise as he checked the string tension. He looked calmer when his hands were busy. Jace drifted toward the seraph blades like a moth toward flame. Harry stood in the doorway for half a second, watching them, and felt the strange pull in his chest again. Belonging and not. Isabel looked back. Don't just stand there. Harry stepped in. I'm thinking, Isabel smirked. That's dangerous. Harry rolled his eyes and headed toward the daggers. He picked up two, tested the weight, flipped them once. The metal felt familiar, reliable. He set them down and reached for a seraph blade. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, heat flared up his arm. Harry sucked in a breath. The blade hummed. Then the hum shifted, like it caught on something. The blade grew hotter, too fast. Harry's eyes widened. No, Isabel glanced over. What? Harry let go fast. The blade dropped back into its rack with a dull clink. He shook his hand, palm stinging. Jace watched him, expression sharp now. Still overheating. Harry's jaw clenched. Yeah, Alec's voice came from behind his bow. That is exactly what I'm talking about, Harry snapped. I didn't even do anything. Alec's eyes flicked up. You touched it. Harry's chest tightened. That's not my fault. Alec's voice stayed flat. It is your problem. Harry felt anger rise again. He clenched his hands. His runes tingled under his skin like they were reacting. Isabel stepped between them, whip in hand, expression warning. Alec, shut up. Alec's jaw tightened. No, Isabel's eyes narrowed. Yes, Jace sighed like he was sick of both of them. We're not doing this again. Potter. Use steel. Harry's mouth twisted. I know. Jace tilted his head. No. Listen. Use steel and runes. Do not try to force a seraph blade right now. Not until we get you stable. Harry's throat tightened. I am stable. Jace's eyebrows lifted. You blew the lights. Harry glared. I said stable, not perfect. Jace's mouth twitched. Fair. Isabel leaned toward Harry, voice lower. Take your daggers. Take salt. Take a steel. We'll figure out the rest. Harry nodded once. He grabbed two daggers, strapped them to his belt. The leather felt familiar. He picked up a small pouch of salt and clipped it to his gear. He reached for his steel. The metal was cool against his fingers. Harry hesitated for half a second, then drew a quick rune on the inside of his wrist. A stabilizing mark. It had been trial and error for years. Some worked. Some burned out. Some made things worse. This one usually helped. Warmth spread through his wrist. Not magic. Rune heat. Clean. He breathed out slowly. Isabel noticed. You okay? Harry nodded. Yeah, Alec muttered. We'll see. Harry ignored him. Jace moved toward a table in the center of the room where Hodge had laid out objects earlier. A stack of folded robes. A few thin wooden sticks that looked like badly carved dowels. Wands. Harry stared at them like they might bite. Jace picked one up between two fingers like it was dirty. This is what they fight with. Isabel leaned in, curious. It's tiny. Jace smirked. I know. Harry reached for one, hesitated, then picked it up. It was lighter than he expected. The wood felt smooth, warm from room temperature. It did not hum like a seraph blade. It did not vibrate like a steel. Felt like a stick. Harry's scar pulsed. He swallowed. Isabel watched him. Do you know how to use it? Harry's mouth twisted. No, Jace smiled. Perfect. You'll fit right in. Harry shot him a look. Shut up. Alex spoke, voice tight. We are not relying on wand magic. Hodge's voice came from the doorway. No. You are relying on your weapons. The wands are for appearance only. Hodge stepped into the room, posture rigid as always. He looked at the broken lights in the training hall reflected faintly in the corridor behind him and sighed like it physically pained him. I assume you will not destroy any more Institute property before you leave. Isabel smiled sweetly. No promises. Hodge ignored her and looked at Harry. Potter, you will practice. Tonight. Harry's jaw clenched. Practice what? Hodge's eyes narrowed. Acting like you belong. Harry's stomach tightened. I don't belong. Hodge's voice stayed calm. You will, for the mission. Jace leaned in, grin sharp. You can do fake. You grew up with mundanes. Harry glared. That's not the same. Jace's smile softened a fraction. It's close enough. Hodge clapped his hands once. Sharp. Change into the robes. Learn the language. Learn the etiquette. Isabel picked up a robe and held it up like it was hilarious. Harry, she said, voice dripping with amusement. Look. It's your bathrobe, Harry groaned. I hate you. Isabel's grin widened. No you don't. Alex's voice was dry. Just put it on. Harry grabbed the robe and stormed toward the side room. Jace called after him. Tie it right. If you trip, I'm filming it. Harry shouted back. If you film it, I'm stabbing you. Isabel laughed. In the side room, Harry stared at himself in a cracked mirror. He was taller now. Lean muscle under scars and runes. His hair was still a mess no matter what he did. The lightning scar sat on his forehead like a warning sign. He pulled the robe over his shoulders. It was heavy. Warm fabric. Smelled like dust and something sweet, like old wood. He tied it at the waist. Felt wrong. Like wearing someone else's skin. He looked at his daggers. He could not wear them openly under this. He swallowed and adjusted the robe so the daggers sat hidden under the fabric, the weight pressing against his hips. He looked less like a weapon now. He hated that. He walked back out. Isabel's eyes went wide and then she laughed outright. Oh my God, Harry glared. Say one word. Isabel held up both hands, still laughing. No, it's fine. You look adorable. Harry's face heated. I'm going to kill you. Jace leaned back against the table, grin huge. She's right. You look like you're about to offer someone tea before you stab them. Harry snapped. That's the plan. Alec looked at him, expression tight but not mocking. Can you move in it? Harry shifted his shoulders. The robe pulled at his arms. Yeah. Hodge stepped closer, gaze sharp. Good. Now the wand. Harry's jaw clenched. He pulled the wand from his pocket. It looked smaller in his hand than it should. Hodge said, simple demonstration. Light. Harry stared. What? Hodge's mouth tightened. A light spell. You say the word and focus. Harry's scar pulsed. He swallowed. What's the word? Isabel smirked. You don't know the word for light. Harry glared. I didn't have a wizard childhood. Jace said. He had a demon childhood. Alec muttered. Can we not? Hodge ignored them. The word is lumos. Harry repeated it once under his breath. It sounded like Latin. Tasted strange in his mouth. He lifted the wand, feeling ridiculous. He focused. Nothing happened. Harry blinked. He tried again. Lumos, nothing. Jace's voice was smug. Maybe you have to threaten it first. Harry shot him a look and tried again. Still nothing. Harry's stomach tightened. Heat rose in his chest. Frustration and humiliation tangled. Isabel's teasing faded. She watched him more carefully now. Alec's gaze was hard. You can't even do that, Harry snapped. I'm not a wizard. Alec's voice went flat. Then why are we sending you into Hogwarts? Harry felt the anger flare. His scar burned. The whisper stirred like it was pleased. Harry clenched his teeth and forced himself to breathe. Hodge stepped closer. Do not force it, he said. Do not push. That is when it flares. Harry swallowed. Then what am I supposed to do? Hodge's eyes narrowed. Use what you are. Not what you are pretending to be. Harry stared at him. Hodge nodded toward Harry's steel. You know runes. You know the language that works on your skin. Harry's throat tightened. You want me to carve a rune to make a wand work. Hodge's expression stayed calm. I want you to find control. Jace leaned forward slightly, interest sharp. Do it. Alec's voice was low. Careful. Isabel stepped closer, her hand hovering near Harry's wrist without touching. Hey, she said quietly. Slow. Harry swallowed hard. He pulled out his steel. The metal felt steady in his hand. Familiar. He pressed it to the inside of his wrist and drew a small rune. Not a full combat rune. Something smaller. Conduit mark. A way to direct. Heat spread under his skin, warm and clean. Harry lifted the wand again. He focused on the feeling in the rune, not on the wand itself. He said, Lumos. The wand tip flared. Light burst out, bright and steady, illuminating the weapons room in a clean white glow that made the metal racks shine. Harry froze. He could feel it. Not the chaotic flare from before. Not the wild pressure. This was controlled. It moved through the rune like water through a channel. Isabel exhaled softly. Okay, she said, impressed. That's actually kind of cool. Jace smiled, sharp and pleased. There it is. Hybrid. Alex's expression stayed tight, but his eyes shifted, recalculating. So you need runes to regulate it. Harry's throat felt tight. Yeah, he said, voice rough. Apparently. Hodge nodded once. Good. That is the mechanic we will rely on. Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper did not laugh this time. It was quiet. Harry breathed out slowly, relief and fear mixing together. Isabel nudged his shoulder lightly. See, you're not useless. Harry shot her a look. Thanks. Isabel smiled. You're welcome, Hodge said. Practice that until it does not cost you focus. Then practice turning it off. Harry's voice was flat. Turning it off. Hodge nodded. Wizards do not like surprises, Jace muttered. They're going to have a lot of surprises. Alex's eyes flicked to him. Jace held up a hand. I'm behaving. They trained for the next hour without calling it a montage. But it still felt like one in Harry's bones. Harry practiced simple wand motions with the rune conduit active, turning the light on and off, forcing his hand to stay steady even when his scar throbbed. Isabel mocked him every time he made the wrong flick. Jace mocked him even when he did it right. Alec watched like a hawk, shoulders tight, silent judgment heavy in the room. Harry's wrist ached from the rune heat. His fingers cramped around the wand. But it worked. That mattered. Eventually Hodge dismissed them with a sharp enough. The weapons room had grown warmer from bodies and candle smoke. The air felt thick. Harry peeled the robe off in the side room and put his usual gear back on like he was putting his skin back in place. When he stepped out again, Isabel was already packing. Salt canisters, a spare steel, a small vial of clear liquid that smelled like alcohol. Jace was checking his seraph blade, eyes narrowed like he could feel the hum in his bones. Alec had arrows lined up, counting them, then counting again. Harry clipped his wand into an inner pocket in the robe and hated that it made sense now. Isabel looked at him. We should practice your cover. Harry frowned. My cover? Isabel nodded. You're not just any delegate. You're the problem solver. That's what Hodge will sell. Some kind of security specialist. Jace grinned. We're the boring adults here to make sure teenagers don't die. Harry's mouth twisted. That's not boring. Jace shrugged. Wizards will think it's boring. Alex said. They will think we are arrogant. Isabel laughed. We are arrogant. Alex's mouth tightened. Not me. Jace glanced at him. Yes, you. You just do it quietly. Alex shot him a look that could have cut stone. Harry watched them, chest tight. This was normal for them. Arguing. Bickering. Still moving as a unit. Harry still felt like the extra piece sometimes, shoved into the puzzle because someone needed it to work. Night fell without anyone making a big deal out of it. The institute quieted. The corridors cooled. The candles burned lower. The sounds of training faded into distant echoes. Harry ended up alone in his room later, because he had told Isabel he needed a minute and she had actually listened. His room was small stone walls, a narrow bed, a desk with a few books. Nothing fancy, nothing soft except the blanket. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, shoulders hunched, staring at his hands. His voyance rune was still dead. He traced the faint outline of it with a thumb, feeling the smooth scar tissue under his skin. His scar on his forehead pulsed, slow. Harry lifted a hand and touched it gently. Heat flared under his fingers. His stomach tightened. He heard the whisper again, faint, like a voice in another room. He could not make out words, just the tone, like someone amused. Harry's breath hitched. He pressed his fingers harder against the scar, like he could smother it. A knock hit his door. Harry froze. Another knock. Firm. Harry swallowed. Yeah, the door opened. Jace stepped in without waiting for permission, because Jace never waited for permission. He shut the door behind him and leaned against it for a second, eyes scanning Harry like he was checking whether Harry was still in one piece. Harry dropped his hand from his scar fast, like he'd been caught doing something embarrassing. Jace's mouth twitched. You always do that. Harry frowned. Do what? Hide it, Jace said, nodding at Harry's forehead. Like we don't know it's there. Harry's jaw clenched. It's not your business. Jace's eyes narrowed. It became my business the day I dragged you out of a suburb full of idiots and demons. Harry's stomach tightened. Jace pushed off the door and walked closer, boots quiet on stone. He stopped a few feet away, not crowding, just there. You heard it again, Jace said. Harry's throat felt tight. Izzy told you. Jace's mouth twisted. She didn't have to. Harry looked away. It's just noise. Jace's voice went flat. Noise that makes you blow up a training room. Harry's chest tightened. I didn't blow up the room because of the voice. I blew it up because Alec was staring at me like I was a bomb. Jace's eyes flashed. Alec's an idiot when he's scared. Harry scoffed. He's always scared then. Jace's mouth twitched. Yeah, probably. Harry's hands clenched into fists on his knees. I'm tired of being the thing everyone has to manage. Jace took a breath, slow. Then stop acting like you're alone. Harry snapped. I am alone. Jace's eyes went hard. No, you're not. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. You can say that because you have them. Jace stared at him for a second, then moved closer and sat on the desk chair, spinning it around so he could lean his arms on the backrest and face Harry. It was a casual posture, but his eyes were not casual. You think I had them when I met you, Jace said. You think I wasn't on my own before that. Harry hesitated. Jace's jaw tightened. You know what I remember about you, he said. The first night. You were bleeding and filthy, and you still stabbed a demon with a piece of rubbish. Harry's mouth twisted. Yeah, great memory. Jace's smile flickered. You looked like you'd been fighting your whole life, like nobody ever taught you how to stop. Harry's chest tightened. He did not know what to say to that. Jace continued. You keep touching your scar like you can rub it off, like if you press hard enough, it'll stop being true. Harry's voice went rough. I want it gone. Jace nodded once. I know. Harry's scar pulsed. Slow. The whisper stirred. Harry's hands shook. He hated it. It feels like it's waiting. Jace's eyes narrowed. For what? Harry swallowed. For me to slip. For me to get angry. For me to let it in. Jace's face went still. Harry forced himself to say it anyway. What if I'm not just carrying it? What if I'm feeding it? Jace's mouth tightened. You're not feeding it. You're surviving with it. Harry's laugh came out sharp. That sounds like the same thing. Jace's eyes held his. Demons don't care about your bloodline, Harry, he said. They don't care about whether you feel guilty. They care about whether you can reach them before they reach you. Harry stared at him. Jace's voice went a little softer, but not gentle. Jace was not gentle. You think Alec's words mean you're a liability. They don't. They mean he's terrified you'll die and he can't control it. Harry's throat tightened. Alec hates me. Jace snorted. Alec hates uncertainty. You are uncertainty with legs. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. It did not fully make it. Jace leaned forward slightly. You want the truth. Harry swallowed. Yeah, Jace said. I don't care what you are as long as you fight with us. I care what you do, not what's stamped on your skin. Harry's chest tightened hard enough it hurt. He looked down at his hands. That's a low bar. Jace's smile was sharp. It's the only bar that matters in a war. Harry's scar pulsed again. Heat crawled behind his eyes. Harry forced himself to breathe. Hogwarts, he said, and the word felt weird in his mouth. What if I go in there and it gets worse? Jace's eyes narrowed. It will get worse. Harry looked up, startled. Jace did not soften it. You're walking into a place soaked in old magic and fear and politics. Your scar is already reacting to the name. It will not be easier. Harry's stomach dropped. So why are we doing it? Jace's voice went flat. Because if we don't, whatever they pull through will kill kids. And then it'll kill adults. And then it'll keep going. Harry swallowed hard. Jace held his gaze. You're good at surviving, he said. You learned it the hard way. Now use it for something that matters. Harry's throat burned. It mattered before. Jace's expression shifted. A flicker of something raw. Yeah, he said. It did. Harry stared at him. Jace's voice went lower. I know you don't think you belong here sometimes. I know you think you're a weapon they're pointing at a problem. Harry's hands clenched again. Because that's what it feels like. Jace nodded. Sure. And I'm a blade. Alec's a bow. Izzy's a whip. We're all weapons. Harry's mouth twisted. You say that like it's fine. Jace's eyes stayed steady. It's not fine. It's just true. Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper shifted. Faint. Harry pressed his fingers to his forehead again without thinking. Jace's gaze sharpened. Is it talking now? Harry swallowed. It's there. Jace's jaw tightened. Tell me if it says words. Harry nodded. Stiff. Jace stood up, chair scraping lightly on stone. He hesitated by the desk for a second, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a steel. Harry frowned. What? Jace tossed it lightly to Harry. For the mission. Extra. Harry caught it, surprised by the weight. Jace's mouth twitched. Don't lose it. Harry stared at the steel in his palm. Thanks. Jace shrugged like it was nothing. Try to sleep. Harry's laugh was quiet and bitter. Yeah, sure. Jace's eyes flicked to him. You'll get some. If not, Izzy will knock you out. Harry's mouth twitched. She'd enjoy that. Jace smirked. Probably. He moved toward the door, then paused with his hand on the handle. Harry, Jace said. Harry looked up. Jace's expression was not smug now. Not joking. Just real. You're not going back, Jace said. Not to being alone. Harry's chest tightened so hard he had to swallow twice. He nodded once, sharp, because if he tried to speak his voice would break, and he refused to do that in front of Jace. Jace opened the door, slipped out, and shut it behind him. Harry sat there for a long moment, steel in his hand, scar burning slow. The institute was quiet. The stone walls held the cold like they always did. Somewhere far away a candle crackled. Harry lay back on the bed eventually, staring at the ceiling. His body was tired. His shoulder ached. His wrist rune still held a faint warmth. His scar pulsed once, slow. And then, for a second, he heard a word in his head. Not English. Not a voice like Jace or Isabel or Alec. Something older, sharper, amused. Soon, Harry's breath caught. He stared into the dark until his eyes stung. Then he closed them anyway, because in less than 2 days he would walk into Hogwarts wearing a bathrobe and pretending to be normal, and the thing in his scar already sounded like it was smiling. Cold air punched Harry in the face as the portal spat them out onto wet grass. He landed light, knees bent, hand already on the hilt at his lower back. His boots slid a half-step on mud. Scotland smelled like rain, old earth, and something sharp under it, like metal left too long in water. Jace was beside him in a blink. Straightening like the portal was an inconvenience he could insult into behaving. Alec came out last, shoulders tight, eyes already scanning the tree line and the stone bridge ahead. Isabel rolled her neck once, like she was warming up for a fight, not arriving at a school. Maurice didn't waste time. Glamour's up. Weapons stay where I can see them. No hero nonsense. I'm allergic to hero nonsense, Jace said, and then he smirked at Harry. That includes you. Harry didn't answer. His scar was hot. Not pain, not exactly. More like a warning light that had learned to be patient. The castle rose out of the mist like it had been waiting. Towers, spires, windows like dark eyes. It was too big to feel real, too old to feel safe. Harry's sight kept wanting to label it as a ruin full of traps. Alec's voice came low, practical. Fortress design is a joke. Sightlines are terrible. Too many blind corners. Welcome to wizard architecture, Isabel said, dry. It's all vibes, no survival. Harry watched the bridge. Stone slick with rain. Water below, black and moving slow. He could feel warding magic in the air, thick like a pressure change before a storm. It pressed against his skin and then slid away, confused by the runes under his clothes. Remember, Maurice said, eyes on all of them. We are guests. We are not here to start a war with every wand in this building. Jace lifted his hands like he was surrendering. Fine. No war. Just a little light intimidation. Maurice gave him a look that could strip paint. They moved as a unit toward the massive oak doors, and Harry hated how his body relaxed into it. 4 steps behind Maurice, half a step off Jace's shoulder. Isabel to his right, Alec watching their rear. Like the castle was already hostile. Like every corridor would try to eat them. The doors swung open before they touched them. Warm air rolled out, smelling like roast meat, wax, damp stone, and something sweet that reminded Harry of childhood he didn't get to keep. Noise hit next, laughter and clatter and hundreds of voices stacked on top of each other. The entrance hall was chaos pretending to be polite. Students in black robes, older teens and younger kids moving in clumps. Candles floated overhead like someone had dared gravity to argue. Suits of armor stood along the walls with weapons that looked ceremonial but still sharp enough to kill. Harry's gaze went straight to exits. Stairs up, hallways left and right, doors behind them, too many bodies, too many hands hidden by sleeves, too many wands. A short witch in tartan stepped forward with a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. Professor McGonagall. Harry knew the name from the briefing. Lady Lightwood, Mr. Herondale, Miss Lightwood, Mr. Potter. Hearing Potter in this place felt wrong, like a spell misfired. McGonagall's eyes flicked over their gear, lingering on the outlines the glamour couldn't fully soften. Headmaster Dumbledore is expecting you. Good, Jay said, cheerful. Because I'd hate to show up uninvited. People get dramatic. Alec muttered. You are people. They were ushered through an archway and straight into the Great Hall. Harry's first thought was hazard. Not wonder. Not awe. Hazard. The ceiling was a lie pretending to be sky. The air was warmer here, heavy with food and smoke and the scent of too many people packed into one place. For long tables cut the room into lanes. At the far end, a raised table like a stage, and behind it, banners and torchlight. Every head turned. Whispers spread like a ripple across water. Harry felt it crawl over his skin. He kept his face flat anyway, because looking nervous in a room full of strangers was just asking to be eaten. Dumbledore stood from the center chair at the high table, robes bright and completely unbothered. His smile was gentle, but his eyes were sharp in a way that made Harry's instincts flare. Not a fighter, not a shadow hunter, still dangerous. Students, Dumbledore said, and his voice carried without effort, like the castle itself wanted everyone to listen. We have guests this term, a specialized security delegation, invited to advise us during an ongoing investigation. The word investigation made the room tense. Harry watched it happen, shoulders drawing in, people glancing at friends, a few faces going pale. Dumbledore lifted a hand toward them. Lady Maurice Lightwood of London. Her team will be working alongside staff to ensure our students remain safe. Safe. Harry almost snorted. He didn't, because Isabel's elbow brushed his side in warning, subtle and quick. Polite clapping started, uneven and nervous. Then Harry saw Draco Malfoy. He didn't recognize the boy by face at first. He recognized him by posture. Chin slightly lifted like everyone else existed to be judged. Pale hair neat, ice cold and amused. Draco's gaze locked onto Harry like he'd been waiting for something to aim at. Harry stared back and felt nothing but disdain. Not anger, not fear. Just that flat, tired certainty that this kid would be a problem. Draco smirked, and it was ugly. He leaned toward the girl next to him, whispering something, and the girl giggled behind her hand. Harry moved his eyes away because staring contests were for people with time to waste. He scanned the hall again and found Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. He knew the names. Everyone knew them in the wizard files. Not because they were soldiers, because they were always near where things went wrong. Hermione was sitting straight, already watching them like she was trying to memorize their weapons. Ron was slouched, wide-eyed, looking like he couldn't decide if he wanted to laugh or ask 1,000 questions. They looked soft, not weak, not stupid, just soft, like they'd never had to count exits in a room before they sat down. Harry's stomach tightened, and he didn't like that. It felt protective. He barely knew them. He shouldn't care. Dumbledore finished the introduction and gestured toward an empty space near the high table, like they were meant to be seen, like their presence was part of the theater. Maurice moved first. They followed. Harry kept his pace even, his hands relaxed, his shoulders loose. He felt eyes tracking the hidden lines where his runes lived under cloth. He could almost hear the questions. What are they? Are they Aurors? Are they muggles with knives? Are they dark? A whisper floated from somewhere as they passed the Slytherin table. That's him. Harry didn't look. He didn't need to. His scar flared hot again, like something in the castle had recognized him back. They sat only after Maurice did. The food appeared in the center of every table with a pop of magic that made Alec's jaw tighten, like he was holding back a comment. Ron Weasley actually said, too loudly, "Blimey," Hermione hissed. "Ron, what?" Ron said, and he sounded half delighted. "It's still mad, isn't it?" Harry caught Isabel's mouth twitching. She leaned closer to him, voice low. "They conjured dinner. Like that solves anything." "It solves dinner," Harry said. Isabel looked at him like she was trying to decide if he was joking. He wasn't. He also wasn't impressed. Maurice ate little, eyes moving constantly. Alec didn't eat at all. Jace ate like he was daring someone to accuse him of being human. Harry tried to eat and couldn't stop noticing the ghosts. They drifted through the hall like smoke shaped into people. Translucent, cold-looking. Students barely reacted to them like it was normal to share a room with dead things. Harry's sight didn't label them as demons, and that almost made it worse. It was necromancy. It was wrong in a different way. A fat ghost floated through a chair and laughed. The laugh echoed strange, like it didn't belong in a living throat. Harry's skin prickled. "You okay?" Alec murmured without looking at him. Harry kept his eyes on the room. "Fine." Alec's fingers tapped once against his own knee, a tell Harry had learned. Alec didn't believe him. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy lifted his goblet in a mock toast toward them. Jace raised his own goblet back with a bright grin, like they were friends. Then he mouthed something that made Draco's face twitch, and Harry didn't even need the sight to know it was a rude word. Maurice's foot nudged Jace under the table. Jace looked innocent immediately. It was disgusting how fast he could do it. When the feast finally calmed and students started to break into groups, Dumbledore stood again. "Prefects, please show our guests to the quarters prepared for them. Tomorrow, classes will continue as normal." Normal. Harry almost laughed this time. A tall boy with a badge that marked him as a prefect approached, looking nervous but trying to hide it. "This way, please." They followed him out, the noise of the great hall fading behind, replaced by the quiet hum of stone corridors and distant footsteps. Harry's eyes went straight to the stairs. They moved, not like someone climbing them. The stairs themselves shifted, sliding into different angles, turning, changing where they led. Hazard. Alec stopped dead, staring. "That's insane." "It's cool," the prefect said, like he'd said it 100 times to tourists. "You get used to it. You get used to dying too," Alec muttered. Isabel laughed once, soft. "He's not wrong." The prefect blinked at her, uncertain if she was kidding. Isabel's smile stayed easy. Her hand brushed the whip coiled at her hip, hidden by glamour but still there. Her confidence was like a weapon. Harry stayed quiet, watching the stairs shift again. If you were running and the stairs moved under your feet, you would break your neck. Wizards lived like this and called it charming. "Why would anyone build this?" Harry said before he could stop himself. The prefect looked confused. "It's Hogwarts." "That doesn't answer the question." Jace leaned closer to Harry, voice bright. "It answers it perfectly. The answer is they're wizards." Alec's gaze kept moving, marking portraits, doors, corners. "Portraits can see." The prefect nodded like that was obvious. "They can talk too." Harry's stomach tightened again. Information leaks. Living surveillance on every wall. Maurice spoke calm, controlled. "Do the portraits report to staff?" "Sometimes," the prefect said. "Depends who you ask." Jace's smile sharpened. "Great. A castle full of snitches." The prefect didn't know what to do with that, so he kept walking. They were brought to a set of rooms that smelled like dust and old linen. Fireplace, heavy curtains, chairs that looked like they'd been there since before anyone invented comfort. It wasn't a prison, but it wasn't safe either. Maurice shut the door, and the moment the latch clicked, everyone shifted. Alec moved to the window, checking it. Isabel walked the perimeter like she expected something to crawl out of the walls. Jace tossed himself into a chair and looked at Harry like he was waiting for the real conversation. Harry exhaled slow. His scar still burned. Maurice's voice snapped them into focus. "We observe first. We do not start fights. We blend." Jace lifted a brow. We are wearing tactical gear in a school full of bathrobes. We blend enough, Maurice said. Do not test the staff. Alec finally spoke what he'd been holding. The wards reacted to the runes. Harry nodded once. They felt confused. That's not comforting, Alec said. No, Harry agreed. Isabel's gaze cut to Harry. You're not sleeping tonight. I'm fine, she snorted. That means you're definitely not fine. Jace leaned forward, elbows on knees, tone dropping just enough to be real. Potter, you felt it too, yeah? Something in the walls. Harry didn't like how his throat tightened. He swallowed it down. Yeah, Maurice straightened. Tomorrow we attend classes and observe student routines. Library access as soon as possible. If Voldemort's cult is active here, it's buried in records and patterns. Jace's grin came back like a mask. Great. Field trip. Alec looked tired already. I hate it here. Same, Harry said. Isabel's eyes flicked to him, quick and softer than she wanted anyone to notice. Liar. Harry didn't answer because she wasn't wrong. The next morning, they were walking into Defense Against the Dark Arts with half the school staring like they were a show. The classroom smelled like chalk and old books and something sour under it. Lockhart was at the front in robes so bright they hurt to look at. He was smiling like he'd been born for attention and would die without it. Harry took one look at him and mentally filed him under liability. Lockhart clapped his hands. Now settle. Today we have special guests. Experts, you could say. I'm sure you've all noticed them. Jace leaned against the back wall, arms folded, looking like he was bored on purpose. Alex stayed near the door, eyes on the hallway. Isabel took a seat because she wanted to blend, but even sitting, she looked like she could kill someone with her posture. Harry stood because he didn't trust sitting in a room full of wands. Hermione Granger, of course, raised her hand. Sir, are they ours? Lockhart laughed like that was adorable. Something like that, Miss Granger. Something like that. Hermione didn't look satisfied. Ron whispered to her, loud enough that Harry heard. They've got knives. Did you see the knives? Hermione hissed back. Ron, that's not the point. It's a bit the point. Harry's mouth twitched once. Fast. He killed it. Lockhart swept toward a cupboard at the side of the room. To demonstrate the importance of courage, I have arranged something special. A creature that feeds on fear itself. A boggart. Murmurs surged. Harry's spine tightened. Fear demon. The wizard term didn't matter. The feeling in the air did. Lockhart threw open the cupboard. The thing inside was dark smoke packed into a shape that couldn't decide what it was. It wriggled like it was trying to crawl out through its own skin. The temperature dropped. Students sucked in breath. Hermione whispered, It takes the shape of what you fear most. Jace's laugh came quiet, almost affectionate. Cute. The boggart rolled out, and for a second it hesitated, like it was tasting the room. Then it snapped toward Harry. His scar flared hard enough that his eyes watered. The smoke shape started to stretch, trying to become something. Trying to be specific. Trying to hurt him with meaning. Harry's hand moved to his blade without thinking. Potter, Maurice warned, sharp. Harry froze because he heard her, because he trusted her. But Jace didn't freeze. Jace moved like a reflex. One step, not even a full stride. His hand flicked, and a throwing knife flew so fast it looked like a flash of silver. It hit the boggart dead center. The creature screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was a sound that scraped at teeth and made Harry's stomach lurch. Smoke convulsed. The shape tried to pull away from the blade like it could escape itself. Jace didn't give it time. He grabbed a second knife, stepped in, and carved a rune into the air with the tip, fast and precise. The air snapped cold. The boggart collapsed into a puddle of black sludge on the floor, bubbling like it was boiling from the inside. Then it burned away into nothing. Silence slammed into the room. Harry heard someone's quill hit the floor. Lockhart stared at the empty space like someone had stolen his entire plan. Well, that was... Hermione stood up so fast her chair scraped. That wasn't a defense. That was an execution. Jace turned his head slowly like he'd just noticed she existed. His smile was bright and wrong. Correct. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Boggarts can be repelled without killing them. Can they? Jace said, tone flat now. Or do you just do a party trick until it gets bored? It's not a party trick, Hermione snapped. It's controlled magic. Jace tapped his knife handle against his palm once. And that was controlled steel. Same result. Less risk. Ron lifted a hand, half joking, half serious. Is it dead? Jace looked at him like he was trying to decide if Ron was brave or stupid. It's gone. Ron nodded slowly. Right? Wicked. Hermione whipped her head toward Ron. Ronald, don't, Ron said, defensive. Tell me you didn't think that was kind of brilliant. Hermione looked like she wanted to scream. Lockhart finally recovered enough to puff up. Yes, well, you see, I had it completely under control. Alec made a small sound that might have been a laugh if he was a different person. Harry's scar cooled a fraction, but the aftertaste of that scream stayed in his throat. He caught Hermione's gaze for a second. Her eyes were sharp, angry, curious. She was already building theories. Harry didn't like being a theory. Lockhart tried to regain the class, babbling about fear and bravery, but no one was listening anymore. Every student kept glancing at Jace, at Harry, at Isabel, like they were trying to decide if they should be impressed or terrified. Harry stayed standing, back near the wall, eyes on the door. He felt something then, not from the class, from the castle itself. A pulse, like something deep inside the stone had shifted. He pressed 2 fingers against his scar through his hair. Subtle. Heat answered. Isabel's voice came low only for him. You felt that? Harry nodded once. Her eyes softened just a little. Okay. After class, library. You and me. Harry should have argued. He didn't. He just said, yeah. Later that evening, the library smelled like paper and dust and ink, and it almost felt normal for half a second. Almost. Madame Pants watched them like they were criminals the moment they stepped in. Her eyes lingered on their hands, their posture, the slight wrongness of them. Isabel leaned closer to Harry, voice barely there. She hates me already. I respect it. Harry's mouth twitched again. Faster this time. Keep your head down. Isabel's smile was quick. Bossy. Careful, Harry muttered. If you keep calling me that, I'll start believing it. Isabel's brows lifted, amused. Oh, I want you to. Harry felt heat crawl up his neck and hated that it happened so easily. He forced his focus back to the shelves. They moved like they belonged there because acting like you didn't belong was how you got noticed. Isabel led with confidence. Harry followed with eyes that never stopped scanning. Restricted section was behind a barrier that looked like nothing. A normal rope. A sign. A ward you could feel if you had any magic at all. Isabel glanced at Harry. You have the access story. Harry nodded. He walked up to Madame Pants, posture polite enough not to start a scene. I need restricted access, he said. Madame Pants's lips thinned. Absolutely not. Harry didn't blink. Headmaster approval. Madame Pants's eyes narrowed. Do you have it? Harry pulled a folded note from inside his jacket, the paper already worn at the edges because he checked it too many times. Dumbledore's handwriting was elegant, annoyingly calm. Madame Pants snatched it, read it, looked up at Harry like she wanted to refuse anyway, then shoved it back at him. 1 hour. No damage. No talking. No wandering. Isabel leaned in, whispering, She's sweet. Madame Pants's head snapped toward her. Isabel put on her most innocent smile. Madame Pants pointed a bony finger. You. Quiet. Isabel mouthed, Yes, ma'am, without sound, then turned away before she left. Harry led them past the barrier. The restricted section felt colder immediately, like the air knew it wasn't meant for casual hands. The shelves were tighter, the books older. Some of them hummed with magic in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. Isabel's voice stayed low now, teasing gone, replaced by focus. Genealogy first. Harry nodded and moved along the shelves, fingers hovering, not touching unless he had to. Titles blurred. Half of them were in languages Harry didn't recognize. Some of them looked like they'd been bound in skin. He told himself it was leather. He didn't fully believe it. Isabel stopped at a shelf and pulled out a thick volume with a careful grip. Hogwarts Registry. Old Families. Harry moved beside her, shoulder almost brushing hers. He could feel her warmth through the fabric of their clothes. She didn't look at him, but her voice softened anyway. If you start bleeding on the books, I'm leaving you here. I won't bleed. You always bleed. Harry didn't argue, because she was right. They flipped through records fast, scanning names, patterns. Riddle. Gone. Slytherin lines. Notes about blood purity that made Harry's stomach tighten with disgust. Isabel's fingers paused. Here, Harry leaned in. A reference. Not a spell. Not a charm. A research note about soul anchoring. About binding something foreign into flesh so it could not be removed without destroying the host. Harry's scar burned like it had been waiting for that sentence. Isabel's voice went quiet. That's not wizard theory. That's demon binding. Harry swallowed hard. Keep going. They followed cross-references, moving from registry to an old book on demonology that had been misfiled under magical creatures. Wizards had written it like they were guessing, like they were describing something they'd never seen up close. Harry had seen demons up close. He'd smelled them, heard them scream. He didn't like how familiar the descriptions felt anyway. Then Isabel found a name in the margins. Tom Marvolo Riddle. And beside it, a note that made Harry's throat go dry. Ritual to bind a greater demon fragment to a human soul. Horcrux. Harry didn't say the word out loud. He didn't need to. Isabel's gaze flicked to him, and in that look, they both confirmed it. His scar pulsed, hot and alive. Harry's voice came out rough. So it's not just a piece of soul. Isabel's jaw tightened. It's a hook, an anchor, something that lets a demon prince keep a hold in this world. Harry's hands started shaking, not with fear, with anger. He forced them still by gripping the edge of the table until his knuckles ached. Isabel's fingers brushed his wrist, quick, grounding. Hey, breathe. Harry's breath was shallow. He made it deeper because she told him to, because he didn't want to lose control in a library. He kept his voice low. That means it's in me. Isabel didn't lie. Yeah. Harry stared at the page like it might change. Like maybe if he stared hard enough, the ink would admit it was wrong. Didn't. A sound drifted from the main library. Voices. Isabel's head snapped up. We're out of time. Harry shoved the book back. Careful. And for a second his fingers lingered on the cover like he wanted to crush it. Isabel took his sleeve and tugged. Move. They slipped out of the restricted section. Calm on the outside, adrenaline buzzing under skin. Madame Pants was watching. She watched them like she knew they had found something they were not meant to find. Harry didn't give her anything. He handed the note back, nodded once, and walked out. The corridor outside the library was cooler, quieter. The castle hummed around them like a living thing. Isabel spoke the moment they were far enough away that no one could hear. We tell Maurice. Harry nodded. We tell Jace and Alec too. Isabel's mouth tightened. Jace is going to take it badly. Harry's scar flared like it agreed. They turned a corner and almost walked straight into Hermione Granger. Ron was with her, and he looked like he'd been dragged along but didn't mind. Both of them froze when they saw Harry and Isabel. Hermione recovered first. Of course she did. You're not students. Harry stared at her. Ron blurted, I mean, you're not Hogwarts students. Not like us. Or, not in the normal way. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron, honestly. Ron shrugged. What? It's true. Hermione stepped closer, eyes bright with questions. You were in the restricted section. Isabel smiled like she was bored. So were you, probably. Hermione didn't even flinch. Once. For research. That's different. Harry's voice came cold. It's not. Hermione's brows pulled together. Who are you? Really? Harry watched her hands. Wand in her right sleeve. Good. At least she didn't keep it in her back pocket. Ron's wand, though, was shoved into the back pocket of his trousers like it was a quill. Harry pointed at it. You carry your wand in your back pocket. Ron blinked. Yeah. Easy reach. You'll blow your arse off before you cast a shield. Ron's face went red. I won't. Hermione snapped. Ron, move it. He's right. Ron looked offended. You're siding with him. I'm siding with basic logic, Hermione said. Then she looked back at Harry. That was unnecessary. No, Harry said. It was practical. Hermione took a breath like she was trying not to explode. You don't act like an Aur. You don't act like a teacher. You act like you're in a war. Harry didn't answer, because she was right and he hated that she could see it that fast. Ron shifted, trying to lighten it. So, you lot always carry knives and stuff. Is that like an American thing? Isabel's eyes flicked to Ron, amused. It's a not dying thing. Ron stared, then laughed awkwardly. Right? Fair. Hermione wasn't laughing. She leaned in, lower voice, intense. People are being attacked. Students. You know that. Harry's throat tightened. Yeah, then help, Hermione said, sharp. Stop looking at everyone like they're a suspect. Harry's voice went flatter. Everyone is a suspect. Ron's smile faded. That's grim, mate. Harry's gaze cut to Ron. It's true. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You're hiding something. Harry's scar burned, and he forced himself not to react. Isabel stepped half a step closer to Harry, not touching but clearly there. We're done talking. Hermione's chin lifted. You don't get to decide that. Harry stepped forward, just enough that Hermione's wand hand tensed. He kept his hands down, calm, controlled. You're smart, Harry said. Use that. Stay out of the corridors at night. Don't follow voices. Don't chase the story. Ron opened his mouth. Wait, what voices? Hermione shot Ron a look. Ron, please. Harry's voice got shorter, harder. Listen, or don't. Hermione's eyes flashed. That's not advice. That's a threat. Harry held her gaze. It's a warning. For a second, something shifted in Hermione's expression. Not trust, not acceptance, just a thin crack of fear, like she realized he wasn't playing. Then footsteps sounded at the end of the corridor, and Hermione snapped back into herself. Draco Malfoy's voice drifted in, lazy and cruel. Well, Granger collecting strays again. Draco rounded the corner with two of his friends behind him, smiling like he wanted an audience. Hermione stiffened. Ron's shoulders rose. Harry felt his body go still. Fight ready. Not because Draco was a threat, because Draco was a problem that could turn into something worse if it got loud. Draco's eyes flicked over Isabel, then back to Harry. You're not one of us. You're not even one of them. Harry didn't move. Draco stepped closer anyway, fearless in the way only sheltered people could be. You walk around like you own the place. Jace's voice came from behind them, bright and dangerous. He kind of does. Everyone turned. Jace strolled up like he'd been out for a casual walk, which was a lie because his eyes were sharp and his hand was near his knife. Alec followed a few steps back, silent and tense, watching the corridor behind them. Draco's face tightened. And you are. Jace smiled wider. Someone who doesn't care about your haircut. Ron made a choking sound like he was trying not to laugh. Hermione didn't laugh. She looked between Jace, Alec, Isabel, and Harry like she was putting pieces together and hating the picture. Draco's voice went colder. This isn't your school. Jace leaned in a little, voice soft and vicious. Then stop acting like it's your kingdom. Draco's hand twitched toward his wand. Alec's voice cut in, sharp. Don't. Draco froze. Harry watched Draco's face shift as he realized something. Alec didn't have a wand. Alec still sounded like he could end him. Draco took a step back, pride wounded. Fine. Enjoy your little game. You won't last. He turned and walked away, shoulders stiff. Ron exhaled. That bloke needs a hobby. Hermione snapped. Ron shrugged. What? He does. Jace looked at Hermione like he was amused by her existence. You always this intense. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Yes, and you're reckless. Jace grinned. Correct again. Harry cut in before it turned into a full argument. We're leaving. Isabel tugged Harry's sleeve once. Alec moved to follow. Jace fell into step like he owned the corridor. Hermione called after them, frustrated. If you know something, tell us. Harry didn't look back, because if he looked back, he might answer. And if he answered, everything would spiral. They made it 3 corridors away before a scream ripped through the castle. It wasn't loud for long. Cut off fast, like someone had clapped a hand over a mouth. Harry's body moved before his brain finished deciding. They ran. Not a long run. Just enough to round corners and follow the echo. Alec took point, Maurice would have yelled at him for it later, but Alec didn't care. Isabel stayed close to Harry. Jace moved like a predator who'd been bored and finally got fed. They skidded into a corridor where a small cluster of students had gathered, faces pale, hands shaking. A prefect was pushing them back. Go back to your common rooms. Now, someone sobbed. Someone else whispered, "Oh God!" Harry pushed through without apologizing because apologizing wasted time. Then he saw the body. A student lay on the stone floor, stiff as a statue, eyes open and glassy. Their skin was gray, frozen in terror. Their mouth was slightly open like they'd tried to scream and failed. Hermione's voice carried from behind the crowd, high and horrified. Petrified. Again. So it had been happening. Harry's sight snapped on like a switch. The student wasn't just petrified. Ectoplasmic slime clung to them, thick and wet, glistening faintly in a way normal eyes couldn't see. It crawled over their robes like it was alive, like it was trying to sink into stone. Isabel sucked in a breath beside Harry. "That's not wizard magic." Alec's voice went tight. "That's residue. Like a construct." Jace crouched, not touching, eyes narrowed. "That smell." Harry smelled it too. Not just damp stone and fierce sweat. Something else. Ancient reptile musk, sharp and old, like scales dragged through stagnant water. Harry's scar burned, and his stomach dropped. Because this wasn't just a monster. It was modified. It was engineered. And whatever was moving through Hogwarts was close enough that Harry could taste it in the back of his throat. The room was packed so tight Harry could feel other people breathing. Bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, robes brushing skin, elbows bumping ribs, the air thick with sweat and candle smoke. Someone had cleared the center of the great hall, pushed tables back, and laid down a dueling platform like a stage. The teachers called it training. The students called it exciting. Harry called it a panic trap. He stood near the edge of the crowd with Isabel to his right and Alec behind him, close enough that Harry could hear the quiet pull of Alec's breath. Jace was a few paces off, leaning like he was bored, but his hand kept drifting toward the inside of his coat where his knives sat. Maurice watched from the far side, nearer the staff, posture rigid. She looked like she was in a courtroom, not a school. Lockhart was at the front, too bright, too pleased with himself, grinning like he'd invented danger. Welcome, he boomed. "After the recent, unpleasantness, Headmaster Dumbledore and I have decided the best way forward is preparation." A ripple of nervous laughter went through the crowd. Harry felt his scar heat, low and steady. The sound of all those students, all those voices, layered over stone and ancient wards, did something to the back of his skull. It made him feel watched from the inside. Isabel leaned closer, voice low. "If he says the word unpleasantness again, I'm going to throw something." Harry kept his eyes on the platform. "Do not throw something." Isabel smiled like she was taking it as a challenge. "Bossy." Alec's voice came clipped from behind them. "Both of you focus." Jace glanced over, amused. "He's right. Save the flirting for after we survive." Isabel's eyes flashed. "We are not flirting." Harry's face warmed. "We are literally not." Jace's grin widened like he enjoyed their denial more than the truth. Lockhart waved an arm toward Professor Snape, who had stepped onto the platform with the expression of a man forced to attend his own funeral. "Professor Snape has kindly agreed to demonstrate a few simple spells with me. Nothing too dramatic, of course." Snape's eyes swept the crowd like he was counting weaknesses. They landed on Harry. Harry felt it like a touch. Cold. Measuring. The kind of look that decided where to cut. Snape's voice was soft, sharp. "Wands out." The students fumbled wands into hands. Some looked excited. Some looked terrified. Most looked like they had never been in a real fight in their lives. Harry's stomach tightened, and he hated how protective it made him feel. Lockhart faced Snape, still smiling. "We bow," he said loudly. "Like this." Snape bowed with the bare minimum of movement. Lockhart bowed like he was performing for cameras. They raised wands. Snape moved first. A flash of light. Lockhart yelped and stumbled backward, robes flapping. He nearly fell off the platform. Students gasped. Harry's eyes narrowed. That was not a demonstration. That was a warning. Lockhart recovered with a laugh that sounded forced. "Ah, very good," he said. "Very good. Now we will begin." He turned to the students. "Pair up. Choose partners. No injuries. This is controlled practice." Harry heard Isabel make a quiet sound that might have been a laugh. "No injuries," she murmured. In a room full of teenagers and weapons, Alec's jaw tightened. "If this turns into chaos, we pull back. We do not start a fight with the staff." Jace looked delighted by the idea anyway. "I promise nothing." Harry's eyes scanned the perimeter. Exits were blocked by bodies. Teachers stood near the walls, wands ready. Portraits watched. Candles floated overhead. One wrong move and the whole hall would become a stampede. Lockhart called names, pairing students with their friends. Ron Weasley ended up across from Draco Malfoy, and Harry felt the tension spike even before either of them moved. Hermione was just behind Ron, lips tight, eyes sharp as she watched the platform like she was ready to throw herself into the fight if Ron messed up. Draco looked smug, pale hair perfect, wand lifted like it was an extension of his pride. Ron looked like he wanted to prove something, but his hands shook just slightly. Harry watched them and felt his own hands itch toward his blades. Isabel's voice came quiet, near his ear. "If Malfoy hurts him, I'm going to do something unkind." Harry didn't take his eyes off the platform. "Do not." Isabel sighed like he was exhausting. "You have no fun." Ron and Draco bowed. Draco barely dipped his head. Ron bowed too deep, too stiff. Snape's voice cut over the room. "On my count. 1, 2, 3. Draco struck first because of course he did. A jet of light snapped toward Ron. Ron flinched, threw up a shield too late, and the spell clipped his shoulder. His robe jerked, and he stumbled back a step, face going red. Some students laughed. Harry saw Hermione's expression go furious. Ron snapped, "All right, you get." Draco smiled wider. "Try not to cry, Weasley." Ron raised his wand again, anger making him reckless. "Eat slugs." The spell shot out weak and wobbly. It missed Draco completely and splashed against the air like it had run out of confidence halfway. Draco laughed. Harry's jaw clenched. Hermione hissed, "Ron, focus." Ron snapped back, "I am focusing." Draco's eyes gleamed. He flicked his wand with a clean, practiced motion. Serpensortia. The air in front of Draco twisted. Something long and black uncoiled out of nothing, thick as Harry's forearm, scales glistening in the torchlight. It hit the platform with a wet sound, like meat slapped stone. His head lifted, tongue tasting the air. The crowd surged backward. Students screamed. Some shoved each other, trying to get away. Teachers moved. Wands came up. Snape's face stayed calm in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. Harry's sight snapped on. The snake was not just a snake. Its scales had a faint sheen of ectoplasm, slick and wrong, like the residue on the petrified student. There were tiny marks along its spine that looked like scratches until Harry's eyes adjusted, and he recognized the pattern. Not wizard runes. Demon script. Isabel breathed in sharp. "That's not normal." Alec went still behind Harry. "It's marked." Jace's voice went low. "It reeks." Harry smelled it too. The ancient reptile musk again, but stronger, threaded with something burned and bitter. The snake moved too smoothly, too sure, like it knew the room already. Draco pointed his wand at it, grinning like he'd just released a joke. "Go on," he said, voice loud enough for the crowd. "Go say hello." Ron stared at the snake, face pale now, wand shaking. The snake turned, not toward Draco, toward the crowd. Harry watched its head track across faces, across bodies, across fear, like it was choosing. Then it slid off the platform and moved fast, faster than any normal animal should move on stone. It went straight for a boy near the front, a Hufflepuff with sandy hair who had frozen in place, eyes wide. Justin Finch Fletchley. Harry remembered the name from the files. Justin made a thin sound, panicked, and his wand lifted too late. The snake reared. His mouth opened. Harry saw the fangs, long and white, wet with venom that shimmered faintly, not like poison, like something corrosive. The crowd screamed again. A teacher shouted, Move back! Harry's body moved before the sound finished. He shoved through students, pushing shoulders aside, ignoring protests, eyes locked on the snake. He could feel Isabel and Jace move too, their footsteps cutting through the noise like blades. Justin tried to step back and tripped over a fallen wand. The snake struck. Harry did not think. He heard the hiss, but it did not sound like an animal. Sounded like a word, a whisper from a pit. Get him. Harry's scar flared so hard his vision blurred. The language hit his brain like recognition. Not learned. Not taught. Just there, like it had always been waiting under his skin. Harry's mouth opened, and the sound that came out was not English. It was not Latin. It was not a spell. It was Chthonian, demon tongue, rough and sharp, like stones grinding. Stop. The word cracked through the air. The snake froze mid-strike, head suspended inches from Justin's face. Its tongue flicked, tasting Harry's voice like it was tasting blood. The entire room went quiet in a way that felt impossible. Even the candles seemed to hold still. Justin stared at the snake, then at Harry, then started shaking hard enough his shoulders jerked. Harry's chest heaved. He could feel his heart slamming into his ribs. He could feel sweat cold on his back. The snake turned its head slowly. It looked at Harry, and in that moment, Harry knew it was not looking like an animal. It was looking like something that understood. Harry heard the voice again, not through ears, through bone. Master. His stomach dropped. Isabel's hand grabbed Harry's sleeve, hard, like she was trying to anchor him. Harry, she said, voice tight. Alex's voice came sharp, right behind. Do not answer it. Jace was already moving, blade half out, eyes narrowed like he had seen this exact moment in his nightmares. Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. The snake's head dipped, slow, and it slid backward, retreating as if obeying. It moved away from Justin, away from the crowd, gliding across stone like a shadow. Harry's scar burned, but the burn was different now. Less warning, more recognition. Lockhart finally found his voice, high and panicked. Well, he said, too loud, too bright. That was, unexpected, but perfectly handled. Perfectly handled. Hermione's voice cut through, sharp. You spoke to it. Every student within earshot snapped their head toward her. Harry felt 100 eyes hit him at once. Ron's mouth was open. Mate, he whispered, and he sounded half horrified, half amazed. You just talked to it. Harry's jaw clenched. He forced his voice to stay steady. I told it to stop. Hermione stepped forward, eyes blazing with questions. In Parseltongue. Harry did not answer immediately, because the word Parseltongue was wrong in his mouth. Alex's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. Not gentle. Do not. Isabel's grip stayed on Harry's sleeve. Her face looked pale under the torchlight. Jace's blade slid a little farther out. Snape's voice cut in, soft, deadly. Interesting. Harry turned his head slowly towards Snape. Snape's eyes were locked on him with a hunger Harry did not like. Like this was proof of something Snape had wanted to believe. Draco's smile had turned sharp and triumphant. He lifted his chin. He's the heir, Draco said, loud and thrilled. He's the heir of Slytherin. The room erupted. Students shouted over each other. Someone screamed again, smaller, fearful. People shoved back, trying to get away from Harry like he carried a disease. Harry felt the push of bodies, the sudden gap around him like the floor had opened. He stood in the center of it, alone. Wands came up, not all of them, but enough. Teachers moved. McGonagall pushed through the crowd, robe flaring, eyes furious. Silence, she snapped, and her voice made the air shake. Some students shut up. Others kept whispering anyway. Hermione stared at Harry like she wanted to defend him and couldn't find the words. Ron looked torn, eyes wide, hands half raised like he wanted to step closer and didn't know if he was allowed. Harry's stomach twisted. The snake had fully retreated now, sliding toward the wall, then vanishing into the shadows like it had never been there. Harry still felt it, though, like a thin thread from his scar to wherever it went. Lockhart tried again, voice trembling. Now, there is no need for panic. It was a simple snake conjuring spell. Anyone could speak to it if they knew the language. Hermione snapped. Most people do not know the language. Snape's mouth curled. Indeed, McGonagall's eyes cut to Draco. Mr. Malfoy, she said, voice razor sharp. You will explain yourself. Draco looked smug enough to choke on it. It was a demonstration, he said. I thought dueling club was about learning. Learning, McGonagall repeated, and the words sounded like a threat. Maurice stepped forward then, calm, controlled, stepping into the open space around Harry like she was claiming it. The crowd quieted more, because Maurice did not look like a teacher. She looked like the answer to a question no one wanted to ask. Maurice's eyes went to Lockhart, then to Snape, then to McGonagall. This room is compromised, she said. You need the students out. Now. McGonagall's lips thinned. Compromised. Alec moved closer to Harry's left, placing himself between Harry and the nearest cluster of students. His posture was protective, but his hand was tight, like he was holding back fear. Isabel slid to Harry's right, whip hand ready even if no one could see it. Jace stepped in front of Harry, not shielding him from wands, shielding the room from Harry. Harry felt the shift and his chest went tight. Jace's voice was low, sharp. What did you just do? Harry's breath came fast. He forced it down. I stopped it. Jace's eyes did not soften. In demon tongue, a murmur rippled. Some students heard the words demon tongue. Some teachers noticed. The tension snapped tighter. Harry felt his scar pulse, hot and slow. Snape's gaze flicked to Jace. Demon tongue, he repeated, voice full of poison. And who, exactly, are you? Jace smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. Someone who knows when a snake is not just a snake. Snape's eyes narrowed. You are not authorized to use weapons on Hogwarts grounds. Jace's blade flashed fully into view, silver in torchlight. Then tell your students to stop summoning hell pets. Gasps again. Whispers. Fear. McGonagall's eyes cut to Jace's blade. Put that away. Jace did not move. Maurice's voice snapped. Jace. Jace's jaw worked. He looked at Harry again. Tell me you did not understand it. Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. I did. Jace's grip tightened on the hilt. Tell me why. Harry's hands clenched. I do not know. Alec's voice came tight. Your scar. Harry flinched because Alec said it like an accusation. Isabel's eyes flashed. Alec, not now. Alec's shoulders were rigid. It is always now. Harry's stomach twisted harder. He could feel the room turning, the way suspicion spread faster than any spell. Students stepped back again. A few pointed. Someone whispered, He's speaking snake. Like it was a curse. Draco's grin widened. He loved this. Harry looked at Draco and felt cold anger. He wanted to walk over and end the smug look, end the game, end the way Draco treated fear like entertainment. He did not move. His hands shook anyway. Jace noticed. His blade lifted a fraction. Harry's eyes snapped to it. The betrayal hit like a punch because it was not just a weapon. It was Jace. Jace who had dragged him out of a nightmare. Jace who had called him brother in everything but the word. Now Jace was holding steel between them like Harry was the threat. Harry's voice came out rough. Put it away. Jace did not. Maurice's voice cut sharp. All students out. Now. McGonagall, do you understand me? McGonagall's jaw clenched, but she lifted her wand. Prefects, she barked. Escort your houses. Now. The crowd started moving, messy and loud, students shoving, whispering, eyes darting back to Harry. Hermione hesitated, still staring at Harry. Ron took a half step toward Harry, like he wanted to say something, then stopped when a group of Slytherins shoved past him and hissed, Traitor! Under their breath, Ron's face went red. Oi! He snapped. Shut it! Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve. Come on! She said, and her voice was tight, strained. Ron kept looking back as they were pulled away. His eyes met Harry's for a second, wide and confused. Harry could not give him an answer. The teachers stayed. Snape stayed, eyes sharp, satisfied. Lockhart hovered uselessly. Maurice stood firm, controlling the space as the hall emptied. The gap around Harry remained, like the air refused to touch him. When the last student cleared, The silence felt worse. Harry could hear candles crackle. He could hear distant footsteps fading. He could hear his own blood in his ears. Jace's blade still pointed down, but it was out. Harry stared at it. "So that is it," he said, voice flat. Jace's eyes narrowed. "Do not do that. Do not do what?" Harry snapped, and his voice rose, breaking the calm he was trying to keep. "Pretend you are not aiming that at me." Jace's jaw tightened. "I am not aiming it at you. I am ready. There is a difference." Harry laughed once, harsh. "Feels the same." Alec's voice came clipped. "Harry, stop." Isabel spun on Alec. "Do not tell him to stop." Maurice's gaze cut through them. "Enough." Snape's voice slipped in, soft and poisonous. "Fascinating," he said. "The famous Potter, here to protect Hogwarts. And he speaks to snakes like Salazar Slytherin himself." Harry turned toward Snape, anger flaring again. "I am not a wizard." Snape's eyes glittered. "No," he said. "You are something else." Harry's scar pulsed, hot, and for a second he heard the whisper again, amused. "Something else." Jace's blade shifted, a fraction higher. Harry saw it and felt his stomach drop. Maurice stepped between Jace and Harry with a sharp movement. "Put it away," she said to Jace, tone like iron. Jace hesitated. Maurice did not blink. "Now." Jace's hand tightened. Then he slid the blade back into its sheath with a sharp sound. Harry exhaled, shaky, like he had been holding his breath since the snake first hissed. McGonagall's voice was tight with controlled fury. "Headmaster Dumbledore must be informed immediately." Snape's mouth curled. "Oh, I suspect he already knows. The castle has a way of gossiping." Harry's eyes flicked to the portraits lining the hall. They watched like they were enjoying this. Maurice's voice stayed calm. "We will speak with Dumbledore. Alone." McGonagall's lips thinned. "This is my school." Maurice met her gaze without flinching. "And this is our case. The snake was marked with something you do not recognize. Your students are being attacked. We are not leaving this to rumor and panic." McGonagall's jaw worked. She looked like she wanted to argue, but she also looked like she knew panic was already spreading in the dormitories. "Fine," McGonagall said. "But Harry Potter stays in sight." Harry's stomach tightened at the way she said his name, like it was a problem she needed to keep on a leash. Harry's voice went low. "I am right here." McGonagall's gaze flicked to him. Something in her expression softened, just a fraction, like she saw his age for a moment and hated what she was thinking. Then it hardened again because she was responsible for hundreds of students, and fear made people cruel. "Come," McGonagall said, and she turned toward the doors. Maurice moved first. Harry followed because he did not know what else to do. Jace fell into step beside him. Isabel stayed close. Alec walked behind, silent and tense. Harry could feel the castle around him, humming, pressing, like it was listening. His scar still burned. As they crossed the hall, Harry kept noticing where everyone was. Maurice ahead with McGonagall. Jace to Harry's left, close enough to grab him if needed. Isabel to his right, fingers flexing like she wanted to punch a wall. Alec behind, footsteps quiet, felt like escorting a prisoner. Harry's throat tightened. They reached a side corridor and the air shifted, cooler, less smoke. McGonagall stopped at a door, raised her wand, murmured something, and the lock clicked open. Inside, the office smelled like lemon and paper and old wood. Dumbledore stood near the window, hands clasped, watching the rain streak down the glass as if he had been waiting. He turned as they entered, and his expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp. "Minerva," he said, "Maurice, and the rest." Harry felt his scar pulse again, like it recognized the man. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry and lingered on his forehead. Then it moved to Jace, to Isabel, to Alec. "You have caused quite a tremor," Dumbledore said gently. Harry's jaw clenched. "I stopped the snake." Dumbledore nodded once. "Yes, you did." McGonagall's voice was tight. "He spoke to it." Dumbledore's eyes did not leave Harry. "Yes," he said again. "He did." Harry's stomach tightened. "You already knew." Dumbledore did not deny it. "I suspected the possibility." Alec's voice snapped. You suspected he could speak demon tongue in a school full of children, and you did nothing. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Alec, calm. I suspected the scar held more than wizard magic. I did not know the form it would take. Maurice's voice was controlled, but Harry heard the anger under it. The snake was marked, she said, with demon script. That is our confirmation. The attacks are not a simple basilisk. It is a construct, enhanced, guided. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed a fraction. Guided by whom? Harry swallowed. He heard the snake voice again in his head, faint now like a memory. Master. Isabel's voice went low. That is the part we do not like. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry. What did you hear, Harry? Harry's throat tightened. He hated how the man said his name, like he was trying to comfort him. Harry forced the words out. It called me master. Silence snapped tight in the room. Alec's breath went sharp. Isabel's hand brushed Harry's wrist, grounding. Jace went still beside him. McGonagall's face went pale. That is not possible. Maurice's voice stayed steady. It is possible if the language is demonic and the mark is a binding. Dumbledore's eyes softened, not in pity, in understanding that made Harry feel exposed. This does not mean you are the heir of Slytherin, he said, voice calm. Harry laughed once, bitter. Tell that to your students. McGonagall's jaw clenched. Dumbledore walked to the desk and sat, slow, thoughtful. Fear is loud, he said. Truth is quieter. We will manage the rumors. Alec's voice was sharp. By locking him away, McGonagall snapped. Do not accuse me of cruelty. I am protecting the school. Harry's stomach turned. From me. McGonagall's eyes flicked to him, and for a second she looked like she wanted to say no. She did not. She said, from uncertainty. Harry's jaw clenched hard enough it hurt. Dumbledore lifted a hand. Gentle. Enough. No one is locking Harry away. Alec's shoulders stayed tense. Then what? Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's. Then we proceed carefully. We investigate the snake. We investigate the attacks. We keep students under supervision at night. Harry's voice came rough. And what about me? Dumbledore paused. You will remain with your team, he said. And you will not wander alone. Harry felt anger flare. I did not ask to be watched. Maurice's voice cut in firm. It is not a punishment. It is a safety measure. Harry snapped. For who? Jace's voice came low. For you. Harry turned his head toward Jace, and the words hit harder because they were quiet, not sharp. Harry's throat tightened. You pulled a blade on me. Jace's jaw worked. He did not deny it. Yes. Harry's voice rose, raw. So which is it? Am I your brother or am I a monster? Isabel's face tightened. Alec's eyes dropped, jaw clenched, guilty and angry at the same time. Dumbledore watched, silent, like he understood this was not his part. Jace's voice stayed low, and that made it worse. You are my brother, he said, and you are carrying something that wants to use you. Both can be true. Harry's chest heaved. His hands shook. So you are going to kill me if I slip. Jace's eyes narrowed. I am going to stop you if you slip. Harry laughed again. Ugly. That is not better. Maurice stepped forward, tone sharp. This ends now. We do not tear each other apart in front of witnesses. McGonagall's mouth tightened at the word witnesses, but she did not argue. Dumbledore stood. Minerva, he said gently, please speak with the prefects. Calm your houses. I will handle the rest. McGonagall hesitated, then nodded stiffly. Very well. She looked at Harry one last time, eyes hard, then left the office, door closing behind her with a quiet click. The room felt smaller without her, but also safer, like one less blade was pointed at Harry's throat. Dumbledore turned back to Maurice. You will have access to records, he said, and to the scene of the attacks. I will not hinder your investigation. Maurice nodded once. Good. Dumbledore's eyes returned to Harry. You did a brave thing, he said. Harry's jaw clenched. It did not feel brave. Dumbledore's voice stayed soft. Bravery rarely does. Harry wanted to snap back. He swallowed it down. Maurice gave a short nod. We will escort him back, He does not leave our sight. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Harry's scar again. And Harry, he said quiet. Harry forced himself to look at him. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle but firm. If you hear the voice again, you tell someone immediately. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say no. He wanted to say he had handled worse alone. He heard the echo of Jace's voice from last night. You are not going back. Not to being alone. Harry nodded once. Stiff. Fine. They left the office. The corridor outside felt colder. The castle hummed like it knew what had been said behind its doors. They walked in a tight cluster, not speaking, footsteps echoing. Harry kept noticing positions again, because his brain needed something practical. Isabel close enough to brush his shoulder. Jace at his left, quiet, tense. Alec behind, silent and rigid. Maurice ahead, leading, unshakable. It was like being escorted through enemy territory. Except the enemy was the school itself. When they reached their quarters, Maurice shut the door and turned. Her eyes swept them all. No one leaves this room alone, she said. Not for food. Not for air. Not for pride. Jace's mouth twitched. That sounds fun. Maurice ignored him. The snake was marked. That confirms an external hand. The attacks are escalating. We take shifts tonight. Alec, you watch the corridor. Isabel, you cover the interior. Jace, you take first watch outside the ward line. Jace raised a brow. You trust me to be subtle. I trust you to be awake, Maurice said flatly. Then her gaze landed on Harry. And you, she said. You do not speak demon tongue again unless you have to. Harry's jaw clenched. I did not choose it. Maurice's voice did not soften. Then you learn to choose it. Harry felt anger flare again. How? Maurice held his gaze. Control is learned. Even when you did not ask for the weapon. Harry's hands curled into fists. His nails bit his palm. Isabel stepped closer, voice lower. Harry, sit down. You are shaking. Harry snapped. I am fine. Isabel's eyes flashed. Stop saying that. It is never true. Alec finally spoke, voice tight. This is why I said it was a risk. Harry turned on him. And what do you want? You want me out. Alec's jaw worked. His eyes were hard. But there was something under it. Fear and frustration tangled. I want you alive, he said. And I want everyone else alive too. Harry's laugh came sharp. Then stop treating me like I am the one hunting them. Alec's voice went clipped. You spoke to a snake like it was your pet. Harry stepped forward a fraction, anger making his sentences shorter. I stopped it from biting a kid. Alec's gaze did not drop. And everyone saw what you are. Harry's stomach turned. I am not the heir. Alec's voice was low. No, but you are connected. And connection is enough to get people killed. Isabel cut in, furious. Alec, shut up. He did not ask for the scar. Alec snapped back. Neither did the students getting petrified. The words hit like a slap. Harry went still. His scar pulsed, hot and slow, and he heard the whisper again. Faint, amused like it loved this. Guilty. Harry's throat tightened. He stared at Alec, and his voice came out rough. Do you think I do not know that? Alec's shoulders rose and fell once. A tight breath. He did not answer. Jace's voice cut through, sharp. Enough. Alec's eyes flicked to him. Jace's face was hard now, not joking. Jace looked at Harry. You need air. Harry's chest heaved. I do not need anything from you. Jace's jaw clenched. Yes, you do. Harry's eyes flashed. You drew a blade. Jace's voice stayed steady. And I put it away. Harry laughed. Bitter. That is meant to fix it. Jace took a step closer. No, he said. But I am still here. Isabel's hand touched Harry's forearm. Gentle now. Let him talk, she murmured. Harry wanted to yank away. He did not. His body felt heavy, like it had run out of adrenaline and left him with the aftermath. Maurice's voice was iron. Jace, take him. Alec, do your watch. Isabel, stay inside. This conversation does not happen with all of you snapping at each other. Alec's jaw tightened, but he nodded stiffly and moved to the corridor door. Isabel lingered, eyes on Harry, reluctant. Harry gave her a small nod. Go. He did not say it out loud. Isabel finally stepped back. but her gaze stayed on him like a promise. Maurice moved to the table, already laying out maps and notes, forcing herself into work because work was how she controlled fear. Jace gestured toward the side door. Come on. Harry hesitated, then followed, because staying in the room would mean staying in the argument. They slipped into a smaller adjacent corridor, dim, quiet, the castle sound muffled by thick stone. Harry walked a few paces, then stopped, pressing his palm to the wall. The stone was cold and damp. Jace stood a few steps away, giving him space, but not leaving. Harry's breath came fast. He forced it slower. His throat burned. Jace's voice came low. You hear it right now. Harry did not look at him. No, Jace did not accept the lie. Harry swallowed hard. I hear echoes, he admitted. Like it is laughing. Jace's jaw tightened. What did it say? Harry's voice came quiet, raw. It called me guilty. Jace went still. Harry's hands shook. He stared at his own fingers like he could will them steady. It is in my head, he said. It is in my skin. And now I can understand it. That is the worst part. Jace's voice stayed steady. You did not learn it. It woke up. Harry's mouth twisted. So what? I am turning into it. Jace took a breath, slow. No. Harry finally looked at him, eyes hot. Then why does it feel like it belongs? Jace's gaze held his. Because it was planted there, he said. And your brain has had to live around it. Your body does what it has to do to survive. That does not mean it is you. Harry's laugh came sharp. Everyone else thinks it is. Jace's mouth tightened. Everyone else can think whatever they want. They did not see you stand between a kid and a snake. Harry's chest tightened. They saw me talk to it. Jace's voice went firm. They saw you stop it. Harry stared at him, and his throat burned again because he wanted to believe it, and part of him did not feel allowed to. Harry forced the words out. Rough. Why did you draw the blade? Jace did not flinch from the question. Because for a second, he said, voice low, I thought I was about to watch you get used, and I have watched people get used before. I have watched it end in blood. Harry's stomach twisted. So you decided you would end me first. Jace's eyes flashed. No, Harry snapped. That is what a blade means. Jace's jaw worked. He took a step closer, not too close, but enough that Harry could see the tension in his face. A blade means I will not freeze, Jace said. It means I will act. That is all. Harry's voice went quieter, bitter. Act on me. Jace's expression tightened. Harry, he said, and there was something raw in the way he said it. You think I want to hurt you? Harry stared at him. You were ready. Jace held his gaze. I was ready to stop the thing inside you, he said. Not you. Harry's chest heaved. His scar pulsed hot. He whispered. That is not a real difference. Jace's face shifted, frustration and guilt mixing. Maybe it is not, he admitted. But hear me. In that moment you could have killed Malfoy. Harry blinked. Jace's voice stayed low, intent. You could have. You were angry. You were right there. You could have crossed the space and done it before anyone lifted a wand. Harry's jaw clenched because it was true. He had felt it. The cold urge. The simple solution. Jace continued. You did not. Harry swallowed. His voice came out rough. That does not make me good. Jace's gaze stayed locked. It makes you you, he said. Not the thing in your scar. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to look away. He forced himself to keep eye contact because running from this conversation would prove Alec right. Harry's voice came quiet. It called me master. Jace's jaw clenched. I know, Harry whispered. It felt like it meant it. Jace's voice was steady. Because it wants you to believe you have control over it. That is how it gets you to open the door. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold stone wall, eyes shut, breathing hard. The cold grounded him a little. He said, muffled, I hate this. Jace's voice softened just a fraction. Yeah, he said. I know. Harry's shoulders shook once. A harsh breath. Not a sob, but close enough that it scared him. He forced himself upright again and looked at Jace. What do we do? Jace's eyes narrowed, focus returning. We find where it is coming from, he said. We cut the string. Harry's scar pulsed again. Harry stared at the corridor ahead, dim, empty, and he realized something that made his stomach drop. The castle was not quiet. Under the quiet, there was a sound, a whisper, not inside his head, in the walls. Harry's breath caught. He turned his head slowly, pressing his palm to the stone again. The whisper slid along the rock like water through cracks. He understood it now, not fully but enough. Come. Harry's eyes widened. Jace noticed instantly. What? Harry swallowed hard. Do you hear that? Jace went still, listening. No. Harry's stomach twisted. It is in demon tongue, he whispered. Jace's face tightened. Harry. Harry's hands shook again. He pressed them to the wall like he could hold the castle still. It is calling, he said. It is not just the scar. The castle is full of it. Jace's voice went sharp. Then we tell Maurice. Harry nodded, but he did not move, because the whisper came again, clearer. Come to me. Harry's scar burned, and his body went cold. Jace's hand caught Harry's wrist, firm. Look at me. Harry forced his eyes to Jace. Jace's voice was hard now, a command. You do not answer it. Harry swallowed. I am not answering. Jace did not loosen his grip. You do not follow it. Harry's throat tightened. I am not following it. Jace's eyes narrowed. You are thinking about it. Harry's breath came shallow. It is in the walls. Jace leaned in slightly, voice low, urgent. Then we hunt it with the team. Not with you alone. Harry's jaw clenched. If I can hear it and you cannot, then I am the tool. Jace's grip tightened. You are not a tool. Harry laughed once, bitter. Do not lie to me. Jace's eyes flashed. I am not lying. Harry yanked his wrist free, not violently, but enough to break the hold. I do not want you watching me like a bomb, he said, voice rough. I do not want Alec looking at me like I am guilty. I do not want a school full of kids whispering Snake Boy every time I walk past. Jace's jaw clenched. So you run, Harry snapped. I do not run. Jace's voice went sharp. You are running right now. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that Jace was right. He forced his voice lower. I am going to find it, he said. I am going to find where it lives. I am going to cut it out. Jace's face went hard. Not alone. Harry's eyes burned. You cannot come. You cannot hear it. You will slow me down. Jace stepped closer, anger flashing. I will slow you down by keeping you alive. Harry's voice rose. I do not need saving. Jace's voice rose too, sharp. Yes you do. Harry's chest heaved. His scar pulsed. The whisper in the wall slid again, soft, insistent. Come. Harry flinched. Jace saw it. He reached for Harry again, but Harry stepped back, breathing hard. Harry's voice went smaller, and he hated it. If I stay here, he said, and it keeps calling, I am going to slip, in front of all of you, in front of Dumbledore, in front of those kids, and then it will be you with the blade again. Jace went still, the anger draining into something heavier. Harry swallowed. I cannot do that to you. Jace's face tightened. He looked like he wanted to argue, to grab Harry and drag him back to the quarters. Then he took a breath. His voice dropped, rougher. You think this is you protecting me? Harry blinked. Jace's eyes stayed locked. It is not, he said. It is you punishing yourself. Harry's throat tightened. Jace's voice was low, firm. You think you deserve to go alone. You think you deserve to get hurt. You think if you solve it yourself, it makes up for being the one carrying it. Harry's hands shook again. He whispered, maybe it does. Jace's jaw clenched. No, he said. It does not. You did not ask for this. You do not pay for it by bleeding in a tunnel. Harry swallowed hard, and his chest hurt like it was cracking. He forced himself to speak. I can hear it, he said. It is calling me. It wants me to come. Jace's eyes narrowed. Then it wants you away from us. Harry's breath hitched. Jace stepped closer, voice steady again. So you do not give it what it wants. Harry's eyes burned. How? Jace's mouth tightened. You tell Maurice, he said. You tell Isabel. You tell Alec. You stay where we can pull you back if it tries to drag you. Harry stared at him. Then the whisper came again, clearer than before, like it was right behind the stone. Now, Harry's scar flared and his vision blurred. He gasped, hands flying to his forehead. Jace grabbed him immediately, both hands on Harry's shoulders, steadying him. Harry! Harry's breath came in short, broken bursts. The stone beneath his palm felt like ice. He heard more words, rapid, harsh, not just one voice, many, layered. Betrayer. Come down. Come down. Harry's stomach lurched. He gagged, swallowing bile. Jace's voice cut through. Stay with me. Look at me. Harry forced his eyes open. Jace's face was close, tense, real. Not a whisper. Not a memory. Not a demon. Harry breathed, shaky. It said betrayer. Jace's jaw tightened. Who? Harry shook his head, dizzy. I do not know. Jace looked toward the corridor like he wanted to draw a weapon and stab the wall itself. Then he looked back at Harry. His voice was rough, quieter now. You are not leaving, he said. Harry's throat tightened. I have to. Jace's eyes flashed. No. Harry swallowed hard. It is going to hurt someone, he whispered. It already is. I can feel it pulling. Jace's mouth tightened. Then we move as a team. Harry's voice cracked. We will be too slow. Jace stared at him. Then his voice dropped, controlled. You are going to hate me, he said. Harry blinked. What? Jace shifted his stance, planting himself between Harry and the corridor that led deeper into the castle. You are not going alone, he said again. If you try, I will stop you. Harry's chest tightened. Jace's eyes held his. I would rather you hate me, he said, than watch you disappear into a pit because a voice told you to. Harry's breath hitched. He wanted to fight. He wanted to shove past. He wanted to prove he was not weak. Then he remembered Justin's face, frozen in terror, the snake inches from his skin. He remembered how easy it would have been to hurt Draco. He remembered the blade in Jace's hand. Harry's shoulders sagged a fraction. He whispered, Fine. Jace's breath left him in a tight exhale like he had been holding it. Good. Harry swallowed again. But we tell Maurice now. Jace nodded once. Now. They moved fast back to the quarters. Inside, Alec was at the corridor door, posture tense, bow in hand. Isabel sat on the edge of a chair, pretending to be relaxed and failing. Maurice stood over her notes, eyes sharp as she listened to the castle like it might confess. All of them looked up when Harry and Jace came in. Isabel's eyes went straight to Harry's face. You look like you got hit. Harry's voice came rough. The walls are talking. Alec froze. What? Maurice's gaze sharpened. Explain. Harry took a breath, forced the words out. I can hear demon tongue in the stone, he said. It is calling. Said come down. It said betrayer. Silence. Alec's jaw clenched. That is not possible. Jace cut in sharp. It is happening. Isabel stood, eyes bright with fear she was trying to hide. Harry, are you sure? Harry's throat tightened. Yes. Maurice's voice stayed calm, but Harry heard the tension under it. Where did you hear it? Harry swallowed. Outside the office corridor, he said. Near the West Hall. It came through the stone. Maurice nodded once. We move, she said immediately. Now. Alec's voice snapped. Into the walls. Maurice's eyes cut to him. Into the source. We do not wait for another student to fall. Isabel grabbed her gear, whip hand steady now. Jace slid a blade into his sleeve. Alec checked his bowstring once, sharp movement. Harry's stomach twisted because part of him was relieved they were coming, and part of him hated that he needed them. Maurice moved first. Stay tight, she ordered. No one breaks formation. They moved through corridors with purpose, not wandering, not hesitating. Harry could feel the castle watching, portraits turning their eyes as they passed, whispers trailing behind them like smoke. The demon tongue did not speak again at first, like it was waiting. Harry stayed near the center of the group. Maurice ahead, Isabel at his right, Jace at his left, Alec behind, covering. Harry kept counting breaths because it gave him something to control. His shoulder still ached. His wrist rune still burned faintly where he had drawn it earlier. They reached the West Hall. The air changed. It smelled damp, like wet pipes, like stone that never saw sunlight. The torches here flickered lower. The corridor was narrower. Harry's scar pulsed once, slow. Then the whisper slid through the wall, clear enough that Harry flinched. Down. Isabel's eyes snapped to Harry. There. Harry nodded, throat tight. Maurice's gaze sharpened. Where? Harry pressed his palm to the stone. The whisper came again, harsh, layered. Down. Down. Betrayer. Harry's stomach lurched. Jace's voice went low. It is coming from below. Alec's voice was tight. There are no stairs here. Harry looked down the corridor. There are pipes, he said. Isabel's brows pulled together. Pipes. Harry nodded. The voice is in the plumbing. In the walls. It is moving through the castle like a throat. Maurice's jaw clenched. Then we find access. Alec stepped toward a tapestry, pulling it aside with a quick motion. Behind it, a small door, half-hidden, old hinges. Alec tested it. Locked. Maurice lifted her steel. No, she said. Too loud. Too obvious. Harry swallowed. I can open it. Alec's eyes snapped to him. With what? Wand magic. Harry's jaw clenched. With runes. Maurice's gaze held Harry's. Can you? Harry's throat tightened. Yes. Jace's voice came low. Harry, careful. Harry nodded once. He pulled out his steel, pressed it to the doorframe, and drew a small rune for release, careful, controlled. Heat spread under his skin, clean and steady. The lock clicked. Alec's eyes flicked to the rune, then to Harry's face, like he was trying to understand him and failing. The door creaked open. Cold air rolled out, damp and foul. A narrow stone stairwell descended into darkness. The smell hit Harry hard. Reptile musk, stronger, thick enough to taste. And under it something older, something like ashen blood. Isabel's voice was tight. That is it. Maurice lifted a torch and moved down first. They followed. The stairs spiraled. The air grew colder. Water dripped somewhere, slow, steady. Harry's scar burned with every step, like it recognized the path. He heard whispers now, not just one voice. Many. Some laughed. Some hissed. Some spoke words he almost understood. Down. Come down. He belongs. Betrayer. Harry's stomach twisted. He swallowed bile. Jace's hand brushed Harry's elbow once, steadying him without turning it into comfort. Just a reminder. You are not alone. They reached a landing. A tunnel opened into a low space where pipes ran along the ceiling like ribs. Water dripped down stone. The floor was slick. The torchlight painted shadows that looked like moving bodies. Harry could hear the whispering clearer here, like the walls were thin. Alec's voice came tight. This is a trap. Maurice's voice stayed controlled. Everything is a trap. Isabel moved closer to Harry, voice low. Do you see anything? Harry's sight flickered on. The air was full of residue. Thin streaks of ectoplasm along the pipes, smeared like something had slid through recently. There were scratches in the stone, deep grooves like claws. And there were footprints, small ones, barely visible in the damp. Harry's stomach dropped. Someone has been here, he said. Maurice's gaze sharpened. Student. Harry nodded, throat tight. Small. Light. Isabel's voice went sharp. Ginny. Harry's chest tightened at the name, because he had noticed her earlier. The shy red-haired girl who watched too hard and looked away too fast. Alec's jaw clenched. If she is down here, she is dead. Harry snapped. Do not say that. Alec's eyes flicked to him, hard. Do not pretend it is not possible. Harry's breath came fast. His scar burned. The whispering rose, like the walls enjoyed the argument. Jace's voice cut in sharp. Shut up. Both of you. Alec went still. Harry swallowed, forcing his breath down. Maurice moved forward. Slow, controlled, torch lifted. We follow the trail, she said. Quietly, they moved through the tunnel. Harry kept noting positions. Maurice ahead. Isabel close to Harry's right. Jace to his left, blade ready. Alec behind, eyes scanning corners, bow lifted. The whispering slid along the walls like a living thing. Harry heard a new phrase clearer, cold. He is mine. Harry's stomach lurched. He whispered, It is talking about me. Isabel's hand tightened on Harry's sleeve. Do not listen. Harry's throat tightened. I cannot not listen. Maurice's voice stayed firm. Then you filter. You are a weapon. You aim. You do not let it aim you. Harry flinched at the word weapon, but he did not argue. The tunnel bent. The smell hit harder. Then they heard it. A soft sound ahead, like someone crying with their mouth covered. Isabel froze. That is a kid. Maurice lifted a hand, signaling stop. They went still. Harry's heart hammered. His scar burned hot. The crying sound came again, muffled, desperate. Harry took a half-step forward before he could stop himself. Jace's hand grabbed his wrist, firm. Harry looked at him, breath shaking. Jace's eyes narrowed. We do this smart, he mouthed. Harry swallowed and nodded once. Maurice moved forward, slow, torch lifted. The tunnel opened into a small chamber where a pipe broke open into a wider culvert. Water pooled ankle deep. The stone walls were slimy with age, and there, crouched near the wall, was a girl. Red hair, messy, sticking to her face with sweat. Small shoulders shaking. Her hands pressed over her mouth like she was trying to keep the sound inside. Ginny Weasley. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. Isabel breathed. Ginny. Ginny's head snapped up. Her eyes were wide, not just scared, empty, like someone else was looking out through them. Harry felt cold spread through his stomach. Ginny's mouth moved, and the voice that came out was not hers. It was older, lower, smooth in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. You came, the voice said, and it was English, but it carried a hiss under it, like demon tongue bleeding through. Alec lifted his bow instantly, arrow aimed. Isabel's whip hand flexed. Jace's blade slid free. Maurice's steel rose. Harry went still because he understood in a way the others did not. This was the betrayer. This was the mouth the whispers belonged to. Ginny smiled, and it looked wrong on her face. Good boy, the voice said. Harry's scar flared so hard he gasped. The whispering in the walls surged. Excited. Down, down, down. Maurice's voice was cold. Who are you? Ginny's head tilted like the question amused her. You know who I am, the voice said. Harry's throat tightened. Riddle. Ginny's smile widened. Closer, the voice purred. And yet not. Harry's stomach twisted. He could feel the presence behind the voice, like a hand at the back of his neck. Alec's voice was tight. Harry, move back. Harry did not move. Ginny's eyes locked on Harry. You can hear us, the voice said. You can speak. You can obey. Harry's breath came shallow. I do not obey. Ginny laughed, and the laugh echoed off the wet stone like it did not belong in a child's throat. You already did, the voice said. You told the serpent to stop. You used the language. You showed them. Harry's stomach dropped. Isabel's voice went sharp. Harry, do not answer it. Ginny's gaze flicked to Isabel, amused. Pretty, the voice said. Protective. She will scream when you break. Isabel went pale, furious. Shut up. Ginny's eyes flicked to Jace. And you, the voice said, almost playful. Blade boy, you pulled steel on him. You felt it. You knew. Jace's face went hard. Keep talking, he said, voice flat. I like knowing where to stab. Ginny's smile widened. You would stab a child, the voice purred. Jace's eyes did not flicker. I would stab a demon wearing a child. Maurice's voice cut in sharp. Enough. Release her. Ginny blinked slowly. Then her head snapped toward the tunnel behind them. A soft scraping sound came from the darkness beyond. Alec's breath went sharp. Something is coming. Harry's scar burned. The smell of reptile musk surged. Ginny's voice went sweet. It is hungry, she said. It likes the eyes. Harry's stomach turned. Isabel's voice came tight. Basilisk. Ginny smiled, and her voice dropped into demon tongue. Harsh, fast. Feet. The scraping turned into a slide, heavy and wet, like something massive moving through water. Maurice snapped. Back. They moved as one, pulling back toward the tunnel entrance, trying to gain space, trying to avoid being trapped in a dead-end chamber with water at their feet. Harry backed up with them, but his eyes stayed on Ginny. Ginny did not move. She stayed crouched, still smiling. Harry's throat tightened. Ginny, fight it, he said, and his voice came out rough, too human, because he could not stand watching a kid used like a puppet. Ginny's face twitched. For a fraction of a second, Her eyes looked like hers, terrified and pleading. Then the other presence slammed back in, and her mouth twisted into a grin again. "She cannot hear you," the voice said. "But you can hear me." The scrape became a rush. Something huge slid into the edge of torchlight, only a glimpse, a curve of thick scales, pale and slick, too big to fit the idea of an animal. Harry's sight flared, and he saw demon script carved into the scales, deep and deliberate. His stomach dropped. The basilisk was not just a monster. It was branded. It belonged to something. Maurice's voice went sharp. "Eyes down. Do not look at it." Alec raised his bow, aiming by sound. Isabel's whip snapped out, hooking around a pipe to pull herself into a better angle. Feet planted. Ready. Jace's blade flashed. Harry forced his eyes down, focusing on the water, on boots, on shadow. The basilisk hissed, a sound like stone grinding. The walls whispered back, excited. Harry's scar burned so hard he felt dizzy. Ginny's voice slid through the chamber, smooth. "Come closer," she said. "Come down to the pit." Harry's breath hitched. The whisper in the walls echoed, insistent. "Down." Harry's body tensed like something inside him leaned forward. Jace's hand grabbed Harry's arm again, hard. "Harry," he snapped. "Stay." Harry swallowed, shaking. "I am staying." Ginny laughed, and the sound was wrong. "You are lying," the voice said. Then Ginny moved, fast, too fast for a child. She lunged toward Harry, hands grabbing for his coat like she knew exactly where to pull. Harry reacted on instinct, catching her wrists. Her skin was cold, too cold. Ginny's eyes locked on his, and for a second the basilisk hissed louder, like it was reacting. Harry's scar flared. Ginny's mouth opened, and demon tongue poured out, harsh and command sharp. "Down with him." Harry's stomach dropped, because his body responded. Not fully, not like obedience, but like a tug, like gravity shifted. Harry stumbled. Jace cursed and grabbed Harry's shoulder, hauling him back. Isabel snapped her whip, looping it around Ginny's waist to yank her away from Harry. Ginny hit the wet stone hard, a small body sliding, and for a second her face contorted, pain real. Then the other presence laughed through her mouth. "Good," the voice said. "You brought him." The basilisk surged forward. Harry heard the rush of scales through water, the heavy slide, the hiss that made his teeth ache. Maurice shouted, "Move, now." They ran back into the tunnel, eyes down, staying tight, fighting for space. Harry's boots slipped in the water. He caught himself on the wall, breath ragged. The whispering rose behind them, layered and eager. "Down, down." Harry's scar burned like it was on fire. And then, from behind, Ginny's voice screamed. Not the demon voice. Ginny. It was raw, terrified, ripping through the stone. Harry turned his head on instinct. Jace slammed a hand into Harry's chest, hard, forcing him to face forward. "Do not look back," Jace snapped. Harry's breath hitched. "Ginny." Isabel's voice was tight, shaking with anger. "We cannot see. We cannot fight it like this." Alec's voice was clipped, strained. "We need a mirror, a reflection, something." Maurice's voice stayed hard. "Keep moving. Now." They burst out of the stairwell and back into the corridor above, gasping, soaked to the ankles, adrenaline tearing through them. Harry slammed his shoulder against the wall, chest heaving. His skin was cold with sweat. His scar still burned. Isabel pressed her palm to Harry's chest for a second, grounding him. "Breathe," she said, voice tight. Harry tried. He heard the whispering still, fainter now, trailing through stone like a promise. "Come down." Maurice turned on them, eyes sharp. "We confirmed the entry," she said. "We confirmed possession. And we confirmed the basilisk is branded with demon script." Alec's voice was tight. "So it is controlled." Maurice nodded once. "Yes." Jace's face was hard. "And it wants Harry." Harry flinched at hearing his name spoken like a target. Maurice's gaze landed on Harry. "You did well not looking," she said. Harry's laugh came out broken. "I almost did." Maurice did not soften. "Almost is not enough." Harry's throat tightened. "I know." Isabel's hand stayed on Harry's sleeve. "We have to save Ginny." Alec's jaw clenched. If she is alive. Isabel's eyes flashed. Do not. Alec held her gaze. We cannot pretend. Harry's stomach turned again. He swallowed bile. Jace's voice cut in rough. We are not leaving her. Alec's eyes flicked to him, surprised. Jace's jaw clenched. We are not leaving a kid to be eaten because we are scared. Alec's face tightened, guilt flickering. Maurice's voice stayed controlled. We will plan, she said. We will not charge blind into a tunnel with a basilisk we cannot look at. We will build an approach. Harry's hands shook. He pressed them into his thighs, trying to stop it. The whispering slid again through the wall. Close. Betrayer. Harry's breath caught. Isabel noticed instantly. Harry. Harry swallowed. It is still talking. Maurice's gaze sharpened. What did it say? Harry's voice came low. Betrayer. Alec's eyes narrowed. It is calling you that. Harry's stomach twisted. It is calling someone that. I do not know who. Jace's jaw clenched. Ginny. Harry's throat tightened. Because the voice in Ginny had sounded pleased when it said the word. Maurice's eyes flicked over them, assessing, calculating. We return to quarters, she said. Now. We lock down. We prepare mirrors and light. We speak with Dumbledore about supervision and about the Weasley girl. Isabel's voice was sharp. And we tell Ron and Hermione. Alec snapped. No. Isabel turned on him. They are already involved. Alec's voice stayed tight. They are children. Isabel's eyes flashed. So is Ginny. Harry's throat tightened. He heard Ron's voice from earlier, confused, shocked. Mate, you just talked to it. Harry swallowed hard. They deserve to know, he said. Alec's eyes snapped to him. No. Harry's voice got shorter. Yes. Alec's jaw clenched. They will panic. Harry snapped. Everyone is panicking. Maurice cut in sharp. Enough. We decide later. They moved back through corridors, faster now, staying close, scanning corners, because the castle no longer felt like a school. Felt like a mouth. As they walked, Harry kept noticing where everyone was, because it kept him from thinking too hard about Ginny's scream. Maurice ahead. Isabel close. Jace at his shoulder. Alec behind. The whispering stayed faint, like a thread through the stone. Come down. By the time they reached the quarters, Harry's head felt too full. Maurice shut the door and immediately started laying out gear. Mirrors, any reflective surface they could find. A polished metal plate from a serving tray. A small hand mirror Isabel dug out from her things with a look of disgust, like she hated that it might save their lives. Alec checked arrows and tied a small mirror shard to the bow, improvising a sightline. Jace tested blade grips, restless. Isabel stayed near Harry, eyes sharp, watching him like she was counting the seconds between his breaths. Harry tried to help. His hands shook too much to tie knots properly. He sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on knees, staring at his boots, trying not to hear the whispering under the stone. Then the door to the quarters rattled. One sharp knock. Harry's spine tightened. Maurice froze, eyes narrowing. Another knock. Faster. A voice came through the door, muffled. Harry. Harry's stomach dropped. Ron Weasley. Isabel's eyes widened. How did he find us? Alec's jaw clenched. Wizards have maps and gossip. Jace's mouth tightened. Do not open it. Harry's chest heaved. Another knock. Harry, mate, Ron said, voice strained. Open up, please. Harry swallowed hard. Isabel's hand touched his wrist. Do not. Harry looked at her, eyes hot. It is Ron. Isabel's face tightened. He is a kid. Harry's voice came rough. So am I. The words hung in the room. Maurice's gaze stayed sharp. We do not involve them, she said. Ron's voice rose outside, panicked. Hermione says you might be in trouble. She says you can hear things. She says you were in the restricted section and now my sister is missing. Harry went cold. His breath hitched. Ginny, he whispered. Alec went still. Isabel's face tightened. They already know. Jace's jaw clenched. That was fast. Ron's voice cracked through the door again. Harry, I swear. If this is some weird thing and you know where she is, I am not leaving. Harry stood up so fast his chair scraped. Isabel grabbed his sleeve. Harry. Harry's voice came short. We cannot keep this from them. Alec snapped. We can and we should. Harry turned on Alec, anger flaring. She is his sister. Alec's face went hard. And if you tell him demon language is in the walls, he will run into the tunnels and die. Harry's throat tightened. Ron knocked again, hard. Harry, please. I am serious. Harry stared at the door. The whisper in the wall slid again, soft and amused. Betrayer. Harry's scar pulsed. He swallowed hard and stepped toward the door anyway. Jace moved with him instantly, grabbing Harry's arm. Do not do this alone, Jace said. Harry looked at him, breath shaking. Then come with me. Jace's jaw clenched. Then he nodded once, sharp. Maurice's voice cut in. No names. No demon talk. Keep it simple. Harry did not answer. He reached for the latch. Isabel's grip tightened on his sleeve, then loosened like she was letting him choose. Harry opened the door. Ron stood there, face pale, hair messy, eyes red like he had been rubbing them too hard. Hermione stood just behind his shoulder, lips tight, eyes sharp, holding herself together by force. The corridor torchlight made them both look younger. Ron stared at Harry like Harry might be the answer to everything. Where is Ginny? He blurted. Harry's throat tightened. He forced his voice steady. We found a lead. Hermione's eyes narrowed. A lead where? Jace stepped into view beside Harry, and Hermione's gaze flicked to him, wary. Isabel appeared behind them, and Hermione's eyes flicked to her too, calculating. Hermione's voice went controlled. Tell us what you know. Harry swallowed hard. He felt Maurice behind him, silent, watching, ready to cut this off. Harry's voice came rough. Ginny is in danger, he said. Real danger. If you go looking on your own, you will die. Ron's face went white. Do not say that. Harry's jaw clenched. I am not saying it to be cruel. I am saying it because it is true. Hermione's eyes flashed. What attacked the students? Harry hesitated. Jace's hand tightened on Harry's arm. Warning. Harry heard Ginny scream again in his head and felt sick. He forced the words out anyway, low. A basilisk, he said. Ron blinked. A what? Hermione's breath hitched. That is impossible. Harry's mouth twisted. It is not. Hermione stared at him, mind racing. That would explain the petrifications, the mirrors, the reflections. Alec's voice came flat from behind. You are smart. Good. Stay that way and do not go down there. Ron's eyes snapped to Alec. Down where? Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione's eyes narrowed further. You found access. Harry's throat tightened. We did. Ron's voice cracked. And Ginny is there. Harry swallowed. Yes. Ron's hands shook. Then we go. Jace's voice snapped, sharp. No. Ron flinched. Who the hell are you? Jace's smile was thin. Someone who is not letting you get yourself killed. Ron's face went red with anger. That is my sister. Jace's eyes did not soften. And if you charge into a tunnel and look a basilisk in the eyes, you will join her. Ron's breath hitched. Hermione's face was pale now, but her voice stayed controlled. What are you planning? Harry looked at Hermione, because she was the one who could hold information without turning it into noise. We are building a way to fight without looking, he said. Mirrors, reflections, arrows. Hermione nodded. Quick. Good. That is good. Ron stared at Harry, eyes wet, furious and scared. Why did you not tell us sooner? Harry's throat tightened. Because everyone thinks I am the heir. Ron flinched, and Hermione's eyes sharpened. Ron's voice went rough. I did not know what to think. Harry's mouth twisted. Neither do I. Hermione stepped forward, eyes intense. You spoke to the snake. Harry swallowed. Yes. Hermione's voice went lower. How? Harry hesitated. The whisper in the wall slid again. Faint. Amused. Harry felt his scar pulse. He forced his voice steady. It happened, he said. That is all you need. Hermione stared at him like she wanted to argue. But then Ron made a broken sound and she turned to him, touching his arm. Ron's voice cracked. Please, he said, and his pride was gone now. Please bring her back. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. He nodded once, sharp. We will try. Ron swallowed hard. Try is not enough. Harry's voice went rough. I know. Hermione's eyes flicked over Harry's face, and her voice softened just a fraction. If you need help, she said quietly, we can research, we can find information about the chamber, about how to kill a basilisk. Alec's voice cut in hard. You do not help by running into danger. Hermione's eyes flashed. I did not say we would run. Alec's jaw clenched. You will, because you cannot stop yourselves. Ron snapped. Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve tight. Ron, stop. Ron did not stop. He leaned toward Alec, angry and desperate. You do not get to talk to us like we are idiots, he said. You do not get to show up and act like you own the place. Jace's mouth twitched, amused despite everything. We do own the place, actually. Temporarily. Harry shot him a look. Not now. Jace held up a hand. Fine. Hermione took a breath, forcing control back. Tell us one thing, she said, eyes on Harry. Is Ginny alive? Harry's throat tightened. He saw her eyes for a second in the tunnel, terrified and pleading, before the other thing had slammed back in. Harry swallowed hard. Yes, he said, and he made it a promise even if he did not know if he could keep it. Ron's breath hitched. He nodded once, hard, and wiped his face with his sleeve like he hated himself for it. Hermione's voice went quiet. Then do not waste time. Maurice stepped into view behind Harry then, and her presence shifted the corridor immediately. Hermione straightened. Ron went still, wary. Maurice's voice was calm, firm. You will return to your dormitory, she said. You will stay with staff and prefects. If you leave, you die. Do you understand? Ron swallowed. Hermione nodded once. Tight. Ron's gaze flicked to Harry, and his voice came rough. Bring her back. Harry nodded again. Ron and Hermione backed away down the corridor, leaving like the world had just narrowed to a single point. Harry shut the door. The moment it clicked, Harry's breath left him in a shaky exhale. He leaned his forehead against the wood for a second. Isabel's hand touched his shoulder, gentle. You did good, she said. Harry's laugh came out broken. I just told a boy his sister might die. Isabel's voice went tight. You told him the truth. Alec's voice was clipped. And now they are involved. Harry turned toward Alec, anger flaring. They were already involved. Your opinion did not change that. Alec's jaw clenched, but he did not answer. Maurice's voice cut in sharp. We move tonight. Jace's eyes narrowed. We should wait until morning. Staff will be awake. We can coordinate. Maurice's gaze held his. The voice is calling him now. The basilisk is moving now. We do not give it a full night to hunt. Harry's scar pulsed hot, like it agreed. Isabel's voice was tight. We will need a way to carry light without direct sight. Alec nodded once, practical taking over. Mirrored arrows. A shield with polished face. Anything. Maurice's gaze shifted to Harry. Can you track it? She asked. Harry swallowed. The whispering in the walls was still there, faint now like it was waiting. He nodded once. Yes. Jace's jaw clenched. And that is the problem. It is using you like a compass. Harry's throat tightened. Then I aim the compass, he said, voice rough. Maurice's eyes narrowed, then nodded once. Good. They prepared fast. No speeches. No dramatic pauses. Alec tied mirror shards to arrows and practiced aiming without looking directly. Isabel tested her whip, attaching a small polished plate to the end like a crude reflective lure. Jace checked blades and strapped an extra steel to his wrist. Maurice drew runes on the inside of her coat. Calm. Controlled. Ready. Harry stood near the center, drawing a stabilizing rune on his wrist again, feeling the heat spread under his skin, trying to keep his breathing steady. The castle hummed around them, and under the hum, the whispering started again. Stronger. Down. Down. Betrayer. Harry flinched, swallowing bile. Isabel's eyes snapped to him. Now. Harry nodded, voice rough. Now. They slipped out. The corridors were quieter at night, but not empty. Portraits still watched. Ghosts drifted. The air felt colder, heavier. Harry kept his eyes forward, scanning, counting exits, noting where everyone was. Maurice ahead, leading. Isabel close to Harry's right. Jace close to Harry's left. Alec behind, bow ready. The whispering guided Harry through turns without him thinking. Pulled like a thread in his skull. They reached the West Hall again. The hidden door was still there. Harry opened it without hesitation. They descended. The stairwell felt colder this time, like the castle knew what they were doing and disapproved. The whispers grew louder with every step. Harry's scar burned. The tunnel opened into the damp pipe space again. Harry's sight flared. The ectoplasm was heavier now. Fresh streaks, smeared like something had passed recently. The smell of reptile musk was stronger. Isabel whispered, "It has moved." Maurice nodded once. "Follow." They moved, careful, eyes down, using mirrors and reflections. Harry kept his gaze on the water, on Boots, on the mirrored plate Isabel held angled. He saw flickers of tunnel behind them, distorted, but enough to keep orientation. Then the whisper changed. Not down. This time it hissed a direction like a finger pointing. Alone. Harry's stomach dropped. Jace's hand grabbed Harry's elbow instantly. What did it say? Harry swallowed, voice rough. Alone. Jace's jaw clenched. It wants you separated. Harry nodded, throat tight. The tunnel bent. Ahead, the chamber where Ginny had been was empty now. No girl, no crouched body. Only wet stone and a smear of ectoplasm like something had dragged her away. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. Isabel breathed. Ginny. Maurice's voice stayed cold, controlled. She was moved. Alec's voice was tight. Further down. Harry pressed his palm to the stone wall. The whisper slid under his skin, amused. Betrayer. Then clearer, crueler. Come, Harry. Harry's breath caught, because it used his name. Not his name the way Dumbledore said it. Not the way Ron said it. Not the way Jace said it. Said it like it owned it. Harry's scar flared, and his knees went weak for a second. Jace grabbed him, steadying. Stay. Harry swallowed bile. It knows. Maurice's eyes narrowed. It has always known, she said. The scar is a door. It has been knocking for years. Harry's throat tightened. Then I close it. Maurice's gaze held his. Then you do not go alone. Harry nodded once. Stiff. They moved deeper. The tunnel narrowed. The water grew deeper, cold around ankles. The pipes overhead grew thicker, older. The smell of reptile musk was so strong Harry could taste it. Then they heard a new sound. A soft scraping. A slide. Heavy. Maurice froze, hand up. They all stopped. Harry's heart hammered. The scraping came again, closer. Isabel angled the mirror plate, and Harry saw a flicker of pale scales in reflection, moving through darkness. His stomach dropped. The basilisk was close. Alec raised his bow, aiming by reflection, breath controlled. Jace's blade slid free, but he kept his eyes down. Maurice's voice was a whisper. On my mark. Harry's scar burned, and the whispering surged. Excited. Betrayer. Harry's breath hitched. Then, from deeper in the tunnel, a soft voice echoed. A girl's voice. Ginny. Harry. She called. Small, scared. Please. Harry went still. His stomach twisted, because it sounded like her, and he remembered her eyes, terrified for that fraction of a second. Isabel's hand tightened on Harry's sleeve. Do not, she whispered. Jace's grip tightened on Harry's arm. It is bait. Harry's throat tightened. It is her. Maurice's voice was iron. It is a mouth. Ginny's voice called again, closer. Harry, it hurts. Harry's breath hitched hard. His scar flared, and the whispering in the walls surged like laughter. Come. Harry's body tensed, pulled forward by something deep and ugly. Jace cursed under his breath. Harry, do not move. Harry swallowed, shaking. If she is alive, he whispered. If she is there. Alec's voice came tight, strained. You cannot save her by dying. Ginny's voice came again, softer, pleading. Please. I am scared. Harry's chest cracked open. He took a step. Jace yanked him back, hard. No. Harry snapped, voice raw. Let me go. Jace's eyes flashed. No. Harry's scar burned like fire. The whispering roared, layered, harsh. Down. Come down. Alone. Betrayer. Harry's breath broke into a gasp. And then, from the darkness ahead, Ginny's voice changed. It dropped. It hardened. It became the other voice again, smooth and cruel. Good, it said. Come to me. The basilisk hissed, massive and close, the sound vibrating in the water. Maurice snapped. Move. Now. They ran. Not away. Forward, because the tunnel behind was too narrow, too dangerous, and the voice ahead was pulling them like a hook. Harry's boots slipped. Water splashed. His breath came in harsh bursts. He kept his eyes down, but the reflection in Isabel's plate flickered with pale scales moving parallel, just out of direct sight. Alec loosed an arrow. The snap of the bowstring cut through the damp air. A wet impact echoed, and the basilisk hissed, louder, furious. Harry's scar flared, and he heard laughter, delighted. The tunnel opened. A wider shaft like a vertical drain, stone slick and stained. A metal ladder bolted into the wall leading down into black. The whispering poured up from it like breath. Down. Maurice stopped at the edge, torch angled, but the darkness swallowed the light too fast. Isabel's voice went tight. This is it. Harry's chest heaved. His stomach turned. Jace's voice was sharp. We do not go down blind. Harry pressed his palm to the stone beside the shaft, and the whisper slid into his bones. Clear. Come down alone. Harry's breath hitched. Maurice's voice was controlled. We anchor, she said. Rope. Whip. We go together. Isabel snapped her whip, hooking it around a pipe, testing tension. Ready. Alec tied a rope fast, hands steady. Jace grabbed Harry's wrist hard. If you feel it pull, you tell me. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. Maurice started down first, controlled, torch in one hand, steel in the other. Isabel followed, whip tight like a lifeline. Harry moved to the ladder next, breath shaking. Jace kept a hand on Harry's shoulder as Harry started down. Alec stayed above, covering the top with bow ready, mirror shard angled. Harry descended into cold, damp dark. The whispering grew louder with every rung. Down, down. Betrayer. Harry's scar burned. Halfway down, the air shifted. It got warmer, like breath from something living. The smell of reptile musk was overwhelming now. Harry heard a soft voice close to his ear. Not from the wall, not from the air. Inside his head. You came back to me. Harry's breath hitched. His fingers slipped on the ladder rung. Jace's hand tightened on his shoulder, holding him steady. Harry. Harry swallowed, shaking. It is inside my head, he whispered. Jace's voice went tight. Do not answer. Harry clenched his jaw. The voice inside his head laughed. Soft. Then something grabbed Harry's ankle. A hand. Small. Cold. Harry gasped and kicked, but the grip tightened, yanking. He looked down by instinct and caught a flash of red hair in the dim light. Ginny. Her face was turned up toward him, eyes wide, but not hers. Her mouth opened, and the demon voice poured out, right up into Harry's face. Betrayer. Then it yanked. Harry's grip broke. His stomach dropped. The ladder ripped away. The torchlight above flared and vanished. Harry fell into black, the whispering roaring like a crowd, and the last thing he heard before the dark swallowed him was Jace's shout, raw and furious, and Ginny's laugh turning into a hiss as the pit closed around them. Harry hit the stone hard enough that his teeth clacked. The fall stole the air from him. 1 second he had been yanked backward by Ginny's grip. The next the floor had opened and he was dropping through cold space with nothing to grab. He landed on a slope that wasn't smooth stone. Felt like wet rock, slick as a throat. He slid on his side, shoulder scraping, ribs catching on ridges. His stomach lurched. He tried to dig his fingers in and his nails skated. The darkness swallowed everything. He heard a shout above him. Jace's voice stretched thin by distance. He could not make out the words, only the panic. Harry's back slammed again. Something snapped in his head. Not bone, just a white flash of pain. He tried to roll, tried to stop, but his body did not cooperate. His vision went blurry, then black. Then he was still. For a few seconds he did not know if he was dead. The stone under him was cold and damp. A thin film of water soaked his hair. His cheek pressed to grit. He could smell rot and metal. The stink crawled into his nose and made him gag. He forced himself to breathe. Each inhale stabbed his ribs. He tried to push up and his right arm shook like it belonged to someone else. He lay there and counted breaths until the room stopped spinning. Okay. Not dead. He rolled onto his back in slow pieces, every move honest about what it cost. His lungs burned. His shoulder screamed. His fingertips tingled from the slide. He reached for his steel with his good hand, then froze. It was gone. No, could not be gone. He patted his belt. Empty. He patted again, faster, and the panic came sharp and ugly. The fall must have torn it away. Harry swallowed hard. His mouth tasted like blood. He lifted his hand to his face and felt a cut on his lip. Calm down. Solve it. His skin felt wrong. The mark on his forehead, the scar, pulsed like a second heartbeat. A low heat spread beneath it, then faded. The familiar sick part of him, the thing that had always made demons look twice, stirred. Felt like it had been waiting for this. He sat up and immediately regretted it. Nausea rose and he clenched his jaw until it passed. There was a faint glow ahead, not light exactly, more like the air was bruised. The stone corridor slanted downward. Water dripped somewhere in the distance. The sound echoed and made the space feel too big. Harry got to his feet. His knees wobbled. He braced his left hand against the wall and forced his legs to accept weight. The wall was not normal stone. It was slick, as if coated in old slime. Under his palm, the surface had shallow grooves, lines carved into it. Runes. Not Shadowhunter runes. Something older. Something wrong. He followed the grooves and felt the shapes with his fingers. They did not match any rune he knew. They felt like a language that wanted to bite. Parseltongue. The thought dropped into his mind like a stone into a pond. Not a guess. A fact. He did not even know how he knew. Harry's throat tightened. The scar pulsed again, and with it came a faint whisper in his ear, like a snake sliding over gravel. He shuddered, then forced his feet forward. Above him, far away, another sound carried down the shaft. Footsteps. Multiple. Then Maurice's voice, crisp and controlled, cutting through panic. He's alive. I can feel it. Focus. Jace's reply came a beat later. I saw him go. I heard him hit. If that thing touches him again, I'm going to gut it. Alex said something low, too far to catch. Isabel's voice followed, tight and sharp. Stop yelling down the hole. You're not helping. We need a line. Harry pressed his forehead to the wall for a second. Relief hit him so hard it felt like another blow. They were here. They had not left. He opened his mouth, tried to shout, and only a dry rasp came out. He swallowed and tried again. I'm here. His voice echoed and came back at him thin. He did not know if they heard. He took a breath and shouted again, louder, forcing air through pain. I'm here. I'm alive. Above, silence. Then Jace, closer this time, his voice breaking on the edge of control. Harry. Harry winced at the sound of his name, not because it was wrong, because it meant Jace had heard him. It meant he was not alone in the dark. I'm fine, Harry lied, because that was what he always did. I fell. I'm moving. Maurice's voice snapped into place like a command. Stay where you are. Do not go deeper unless you have to. We are coming down. Harry stared into the corridor. The faint bruised glow pulsed, like a slow breathing thing. He could wait. He could also hear something else beneath the dripping water. A long, wet exhale. Something huge moved far below. Stone shifted. The sound of scales scraping rock rolled up the tunnel. Harry's mouth went dry. Maurice, he called, keeping his voice steady because he refused to let fear own the room. Something's down here. Big. Jace did not wait. We're dropping in now. No, Maurice snapped. Line first. Alec, anchor. Izzy, light. Jace. If you jump without a tether, I will personally drag you back by your hair. Isabel muttered something that sounded like a laugh and a curse tangled together. Harry pressed his back to the wall, eyes on the dark. He did not have his seraph blade either. It must have stayed on his belt, but his belt had been twisted, and now it felt light. He reached down and found only a torn strap. So he had no steel, no blade, and a monster in the dark. Perfect. He reached for the only thing he had left. the runes already on his skin. The ones Jace had insisted he carry into Hogwarts even when Dumbledore had looked like he wanted to confiscate the steel on principle. The Voyance rune on his wrist tingled, then steadied. It gave him a faint sense of shape in the darkness. Not sight, awareness, as if the air had edges. He moved forward anyway. Not deep, just enough to find a defensible spot. The slope widened into a rough landing, a shelf of stone that looked like a break in the shaft. If the thing came up, he wanted ground under him that was not slick. He crouched, breathing through pain, and listened. The air down here was warmer. It smelled like old blood and something sour. The sound of scales grew louder, then paused. Then came a hiss, soft but close. Harry's skin prickled. The scar flared. He did not understand the language, yet it slid into meaning in his head. Come closer. Harry's lips parted before he could stop them. A whisper left his mouth, not in English, not in Latin, but in that same rough tongue. No, the word echoed. The hiss stopped. Silence held for 2 beats. Then the corridor ahead brightened in a sick way, as if the stone itself was sweating light. The glow seeped around a curve and revealed the outline of something massive moving toward him. Harry forced himself to stand. The basilisk's head emerged first, taller than he was, eyes like pits of yellow fire. Its mouth opened, and the stink rolled out. It had teeth like knives. Each breath made a wet, clicking sound in its throat. Harry did not look at its eyes. He stared at the line of its jaw, the scales, the way its body shifted with weight. His hands were empty, so he used the wall. He grabbed a broken stone from the floor, heavy and sharp, and held it like it mattered. The basilisk tasted the air. His tongue flicked. Its voice slid into Harry's head again. Child of the mark. Harry's stomach turned. Back off, he said, then realized that did not matter. It understood his fear, not his language. The basilisk moved. Not slow, fast. It lunged. Harry threw himself sideways. The head slammed into the wall where he had been, stone cracking. Dust rained down. The impact shook the corridor. Harry scrambled up, breath ragged. His ribs screamed. He could not outfight this thing like this. Above, a bright light flashed down the shaft. Isabel calling a witch light into being. The glow poured down and painted the walls a pale gold. For a second, the basilisk recoiled, hissing at the sudden brightness. Harry looked away from its eyes and shouted up. Light helps. Keep it coming. Alec's voice came down, clipped. We have line. Hold. He heard rope moving, the scrape of it against stone. Then Jace again, lower, as if he was already on the edge. Harry, tie it. Now. The rope dropped into view, swinging, its end weighted. Harry grabbed it with shaking hands and wrapped it around his forearm, then made a knot the way Maurice had drilled into him. His fingers were clumsy from pain, but he forced them to work. The basilisk lunged again. Harry yanked the rope, signaling. Pull! He shouted. Pull me up. Jace's answer was immediate. No, we're coming down. Hold the line. Harry's jaw clenched. You can't fight it in a shaft. It'll kill you. Pull. Maurice cut in, voice hard. We are not leaving you. Stay. The basilisk struck. His head swept low, trying to crush him. Harry jumped back, but the shelf ended. His heel slipped on slime and he went down on one knee, the world jolting. The basilisk's mouth opened over him. Harry did the only thing he could. He drove the stone shard up into the soft part under its jaw. The shard snapped. The basilisk shrieked. Hot, foul saliva sprayed his face. Harry gagged but held on to the rope with the other hand. The basilisk jerked its head back, stunned for a moment. Harry used that moment. He rolled and got his feet under him, then hauled himself along the rope, climbing, dragging, using brute anger to ignore pain. The basilisk recovered fast. His body surged forward. Scales scraped rock, loud and relentless. Up! Harry rasped. Now! The rope tightened. Above, bodies leaned back and pulled. Harry rose a few feet. Then the basilisk's head snapped up and struck him in the side. The hit stole his breath. His grip slipped. For a terrifying second he dangled, fingers burning. Then Isabel's whip cracked in the air above, and a coil of it snapped down, catching the basilisk across the snout. Hey! Isabel shouted, voice bright with fury. Eyes up here, you oversized worm, the basilisk hissed, thrashing. Isabel yanked her whip, dragging its head sideways. The movement bought Harry half a second. Alec's bowstring twanged. Something whistled down the shaft and hit the basilisk in the eye. The creature screamed. The sound shook the stone. It reared back, blinded on one side, and its head thrashed wildly. Harry clung to the rope, panting. Tears sprang to his eyes from pain and relief and sheer shock. Maurice's voice came down, controlled and furious. Do not look at it. Harry, keep your head down. Harry nodded even though she could not see. He kept his gaze on the rock and climbed. Hands grabbed him at the top. Jace hauled him over the edge with a strength that felt like anger. Alec steadied him. Isabel's witchlight floated near, bathing them in pale glow. Harry coughed, then bent forward as nausea hit. He spat blood and saliva onto the stone. Jace grabbed his shoulders. You said you were fine. Harry met his eyes. His own voice came out flat. I was alive. That's what you needed. Jace's face twitched. He looked like he wanted to punch something and hug something and he could not decide. Don't do that. Don't lie like that. Maurice pressed in, hand already at Harry's wrist, checking pulse. Can you walk? Harry tried to straighten. His ribs screamed. He nodded anyway. Isabel's gaze flicked to the open pit. Ginny went down with him. We saw her hand. That wasn't her. Not fully. Alec's jaw tightened. And the basilisk is still alive. A wet hiss rose from the shaft below, followed by the scrape of scales climbing. Jace's seraph blade flared to life. The light it cast was cleaner than the witchlight, like sunlight sharpened into a weapon. Then we finish it, he said. Harry's skin crawled. He stared into the pit. The air coming up from below was hot now, like breath from a furnace. Maurice made a quick decision. We go down but not blind. Alec, line stays. Izzy, light stays high. Jace, your point. Harry, you stay behind me. Understood. Jace opened his mouth to argue. Maurice cut him off with a look. Harry swallowed. His pride wanted to reject being protected. His body did not have the luxury. Understood, he said. They did not waste time. Alec anchored the rope to a metal spike and checked it twice. Isabel sent her witchlight down first, letting it drift and illuminate the shaft. The glow revealed the slick tunnel walls, the grooves of carved serpent script, and far below, a wide opening into something larger. Harry's stomach tightened. The chamber. Jace went first, blade in one hand, the other on the rope. Alec followed, bow across his back. Maurice went next, controlled, steady. Isabel last, her whip coiled at her hip, witchlight guiding. Harry followed Maurice down, hands burning as he slid. The air changed halfway down. The smell got worse. Rot, blood, and something else like burnt copper. He saw bones fused into the stone. Not arranged. Melted. As if the chamber had been built out of remains and then sealed by heat. He swallowed bile and kept moving. They reached the opening. Their boots touched a floor that was not level, as if the stone had buckled. The chamber stretched out, huge, too huge to fit under Hogwarts. The ceiling was lost in darkness. Pillars rose like thick ribs. The walls were carved with serpents and circles, but the lines were broken by jagged shapes that looked like claw marks. Harry's scar pulsed so hard his vision blurred. Maurice raised a hand. They froze. On the far side of the chamber, something moved. A shadow glided over the stone, long and low. The basilisk. It was bigger than Harry had guessed. Its body looped around broken pillars, scales catching the witchlight. One eye was ruined by Alec's arrow. The other burned bright. Harry kept his gaze down, letting voyance give him shapes instead. Phase 1, Isabel whispered, voice steady but low. Big snake. No staring contest. Alec's breathing was controlled. Sunlight arrow ready. Jace's mouth curled. I hate that we have to call it that. Maurice ignored him. Alec, on my mark. Izzy, whip the jaw when it lunges. Jace cut. Harry, if you can speak to it, do it. Distract it. Harry's throat tightened. It listens to the mark. It knows me. That is why you distract it, Maurice said. If it wants you, use that. Harry hated how much sense it made. The basilisk lifted its head, sensing them. The air shifted with the weight of it. It hissed. The sound crawled into Harry's skull. You brought hunters. Harry's mouth moved before he chose it. The words came out in that rough tongue. You don't want them. You want me. The basilisk's head angled. Its remaining eye fixed on him, and even without looking at it, Harry felt the pressure of its gaze. Yes, it began to move, sliding toward him, its body flowing over stone like water. Maurice raised 2 fingers. Alec knocked a special arrow, the shaft etched with runes that shimmered faintly. The head of it looked like crystal. The basilisk lunged. Isabel snapped her whip out. The leather cracked across the air and wrapped around the basilisk's jaw. She yanked hard, pulling the mouth to the side. The basilisk roared and thrashed. Alec released. The arrow streaked through the air, and when it hit the basilisk's open eye, it exploded into a burst of harsh light. The basilisk screamed. The light was not gentle. It was like a slice of day shoved into darkness. The creature reared back, blinded. Jace moved like a knife. He sprinted in, blade raised, and drove it into the basilisk's neck. The seraph blade hissed as it cut. Light spilled into scales and burned through. The basilisk writhed, tail smashing stone, cracking pillars. Harry ran in with them because he could not stand back. His ribs protested, but he ignored them. He grabbed a fallen piece of pillar, heavy as a club, and swung it at the basilisk's jaw when it snapped toward Isabel. The hit made his arms jolt. Pain shot up to his shoulder, but the jaw shifted just enough that Isabel yanked her whip free. Maurice carved a rune into the air with her steel, fast and precise. The mark of the angel flared on her palm, and then she drove her blade down into the basilisk's spine. The creature convulsed. Its body slammed to the floor, shaking the chamber. Dust and fragments of bone rained down. It did not die. Not yet. It coiled, flailing blind, smashing anything near it. Alec drew another arrow, this one barbed. He fired into the basilisk's mouth when it opened to scream. The arrow lodged deep. Jace grabbed the shaft and yanked, pulling the head down. Now, he snarled. Harry did not hesitate. He jumped onto the basilisk's neck, ignoring the slickness, and drove the broken pillar shard down into the wound Jace had opened. He pushed until his arms trembled. Hot blood sprayed. The smell was thick. Harry gagged but kept pushing. The basilisk's body shuddered. Then it went slack, long and heavy, its tail sliding across the floor with one last scrape. Silence followed, broken only by their breathing. Harry slid off the corpse and landed hard on his feet. His legs shook. He tasted bile. Isabel wiped slime off her cheek with the back of her hand. That was disgusting. Jace let out a short laugh that had no humor. You were smiling. I smile when I'm stressed, Isabel said, then pointed with her chin. We're not done. Look. Harry followed her gesture, careful where his eyes went. At the center of the chamber was a circle carved into the stone. It was huge, wider than the Great Hall. The grooves were filled with dark residue that looked like old ash mixed with blood. Symbols twisted through it. Not Shadowhunter runes, not wizard spells, but something that made Harry's scar throb. At the edge of the circle lay Ginny Weasley. She was on her side, hair stuck to her face, breathing shallow. Her eyes were half open but unfocused. Harry's chest tightened. He took a step toward her, then stopped as a shadow peeled itself out of the circle. A boy stepped forward. He looked like Tom Riddle from the diary, the version Harry had seen in memories. Handsome, calm, dressed in old Hogwarts robes. But his eyes were wrong. Too dark, too empty. He smiled at Harry as if they were old friends. Well, Riddle said softly, you finally came. Harry's mouth went dry. Let her go. Riddle glanced at Ginny like she was an object. She was useful. She opened the door. That is all. Jace lifted his blade. You talk too much for a ghost. Riddle's gaze flicked to Jace, then to the seraph blade, and a flicker of interest crossed his face. You are not of this world. How charming. Maurice stepped forward, putting herself between Harry and Riddle. State your name. Riddle's smile widened. You know my name, Lady of the Clave. Maurice's expression did not change. I asked anyway. Riddle's eyes slid to Harry again, and the scar on Harry's forehead burned like a brand. I am the heir, Riddle whispered. I am the bridge. And you, Harry Potter, are the anchor. Harry's hands curled. His palms were slick with basilisk blood. A sound rose from the circle, low and hungry, like a door opening in a room that should have been sealed. The air shifted. The witchlight flickered. Then something pressed through. It did not come as smoke. Came as shape. A tall figure rose behind Riddle, pushing out of the circle as if the stone itself was soft. It had a body made of darkness and heat, skin like scorched leather, eyes like coals. Horns curved back from its skull. Its mouth was too wide, filled with teeth that did not look human. Harry's scar screamed. Riddle stepped aside, almost reverent. My lord, Prince of Edom. The demon turned its head and looked straight at Harry. Even without meeting its eyes, Harry felt the weight of it. It was like being stared at by a storm. The demon spoke, and the sound did not travel through air. It traveled through Harry's bones. There you are. Harry's stomach dropped. He could not move for a second. His limbs went heavy, like the air had thickened. Jace cursed under his breath. Alec's bow came up. Isabel's whip snapped free. Ready. Maurice's voice stayed steady, but her fingers tightened on her steel. That is not a wizard. That is a demon king. Riddle laughed softly. Wizard. Demon. It stops mattering once the circle completes. The circle pulsed, and dark light crawled along the grooves. Harry took a step forward despite Maurice's presence. You can't have me. The demon's mouth curved, almost amused. You are already marked. Heat flared in Harry's scar. Pain shot behind his eyes. He stumbled, catching himself on a pillar. Riddle watched with hungry interest. Do you feel it? It has been feeding on you since you were a baby. The Horcrux, the shard, the demonic hook in your soul. Harry's breath came in short bursts. He hated that Riddle had words for what Harry had only felt as sickness and anger. Jace snapped. Stop talking and fight. The demon moved. It did not lunge like the basilisk. It stepped forward and the space between it and them shrank, warped. One moment it was across the circle, the next it was close enough that Harry could smell sulfur on it. Alec fired. The arrow hit the demon's chest and burned, but the demon did not stop. It reached up, grabbed the arrow, and snapped it like it was a twig. Isabel whipped the demon's wrist, trying to bind it. The whip wrapped around, but the demon flexed, and the leather smoked. Isabel jerked it back, jaw tight. Maurice drew a rune on the air, fast, and slammed it into the demon's shoulder. The rune flared, holy light biting into dark flesh. The demon hissed and swung its arm. Maurice jumped back, but the force of the swing cracked the stone where she had been. Shards flew. One cut Harry's cheek. Jace went in, blade flashing. He aimed for the demon's throat. The demon caught the blade with its bare hand. The seraph blade burned into its palm. Smoke rose. The demon did not flinch. Jace's eyes went wide for half a second. Then his mouth twisted. That's new. He yanked, trying to pull the blade free. The demon tightened its grip, and the blade's light dimmed. Harry's scar pulsed in answer, like it recognized the same source. Riddle's voice drifted from behind. Your angel toys will not cut him. Not unless you cut the anchor first. Harry's eyes snapped to Riddle. Shut up. Riddle smiled. Make me. Harry moved toward Ginny. He kept his gaze on the floor, using voyance to sense shapes. Ginny's body was still. He reached her and knelt, hands gentle despite shaking. Her skin was cold. Her lips were pale. He pressed his fingers to her neck, found a weak pulse. Alive. Relief hit him, then rage. The demon's voice rolled over him. Give her to me and I will make it quick. Harry's throat worked. No, Riddle sighed. You are stubborn. It is why you were chosen. Harry lifted Ginny's head slightly. Her eyelids fluttered. For a second, her eyes focused and she looked at him, confused and terrified. Harry, she whispered. He swallowed. It's me. You're okay. Stay with me. Her lips moved again, and the voice that came out was not hers. Kill him. Harry froze. Ginny's eyes rolled back. Her body arched, then went limp again. Harry's hands clenched. He's still in her. Maurice's voice came sharp. Then separate them, Jace shouted, strained. Maurice, he's got me. Harry looked up in time to see the demon fling Jace across the chamber. Jace hit a pillar and slid down, coughing, blade still in hand but dim. Alex sprinted toward him, arrow already knocked, but the demon turned and lifted its hand. The air around Alec thickened. Alec stumbled mid-stride like he had hit a wall. Isabel swore and snapped her whip at the demon's face. The demon slapped the whip aside and the force ripped the handle from Isabel's grip. It flew and clattered across stone. Isabel's eyes widened. Oh, that's not fair. Harry stood, pain flaring through his ribs. He had no blade, no steel, but he had the mark and he had the scar. The demon's gaze pinned him. Yes, use it. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not want to use whatever the scar offered. But people were bleeding now. Jace was struggling to breathe. Alec was trapped. Isabel was unarmed. Maurice was holding the line alone. Harry walked toward the demon, forcing his legs to move. Maurice shouted, Harry, stay back. Harry did not stop. It wants me. Let it focus on me. The demon's smile sharpened. Good. Harry's scar burned. Pain shot through his skull. His vision flickered. For a heartbeat, the chamber looked different. The stone was layered with something else, a shadow skin of the world beneath. He could see the circle as a wound, bleeding into another place. Eat him. Harry took a breath and did something he had never done on purpose. He leaned into the scar. Heat rushed through him, wild and sick. Power. Not wizard magic, not angel light. Something in between, something polluted. He raised his hand and spoke in demon tongue, voice rough. Let them go. The demon paused. His eyes narrowed. It heard him, not as a plea, but as a command shaped by the anchor inside him. For a second, Alec's body loosened. He stumbled free. Maurice's eyes flicked to Harry, shock hidden under discipline. Harry kept his hand raised, sweat running down his spine. The demon's expression shifted, interested. You can speak. Harry's jaw clenched. I can. And I'm telling you to stop. Riddle laughed, soft. He thinks he can order a prince. Harry's eyes snapped to Riddle. Get away from her. Riddle's smile did not fade. I can't. Not yet. She is the last key, and you are the last lock. The demon moved again, faster. It closed the distance and grabbed Harry by the throat. Harry's feet left the ground. His fingers clawed at the demon's wrist. The grip was iron. The demon leaned close, breath hot against Harry's face. Give in. Let the mark open. Let me in fully. Harry's vision sparked. He could not breathe. Panic hammered his chest. Alec's arrow whistled past and hit the demon in the side. Light flared. The demon turned its head and snarled. Maurice slammed her blade into the demon's arm, carving a rune into flesh. Holy light bit. The grip loosened. Harry dropped to the floor, coughing hard. He sucked in air like he had been drowning. Jace staggered up, blade reigniting as he pushed his pain aside. He spat blood and grinned. Feral. Hands off my brother. He charged, blade aimed for the demon's ribs. This time the demon moved to block, but Isabel tackled its legs from the side, using momentum and stubborn rage. Isabel did not have her whip, so she used her daggers. She drove one into the demon's calf. The blade sank and burned. The demon roared and kicked, throwing Isabel off. She hit the floor and slid, groaning, but she rolled to her knees anyway, teeth bared. Harry forced himself up, breath shaky. Ginny lay behind the demon, still as a discarded doll. Riddle watched the fight with calm delight, as if it was entertainment. He stepped closer to the circle and lifted his hand. The grooves in the stone flared. The circle pulsed. The air tore open wider. Harry felt it like nausea, the pull of it like gravity toward a wrong direction. Maurice shouted, He's strengthening the breach. Stop him. Jace glanced at Riddle, then at Harry, a split second of communication without words. Harry nodded. He sprinted for Riddle, pain ignored, focus narrowed. Riddle turned, eyes bright. You can't kill me, he said lightly. Not like this. Harry slammed into him. Riddle was not solid like a human. He felt like cold fog packed into shape. But Harry's hands still found purchase. He drove Riddle back, forcing him away from Ginny and the circle. Riddle's fingers snapped out and grabbed Harry's wrist. Cold shot through Harry's arm. "You are mine," Riddle hissed. Harry shoved his face close, voice low. "Not today." Then Harry did something he had never tried. He spoke in Parseltongue, not as a whisper, but as a force. "Leave." The word hit the air like a crack. Riddle's eyes widened, just slightly. For the first time he looked uncertain. Harry pushed again, the sound rough and sharp in his throat. "Leave her. Leave me. Get out." The scar flared. Pain tore through Harry's head. He stumbled, but kept pushing, kept speaking, each word tasting like metal. Riddle's grip faltered. He snarled, losing calm. "Stop. You don't understand what you are doing." "Good," Harry rasped. "Because if I understood, I'd hesitate." Riddle shoved him back with a burst of cold. Harry hit the floor, sliding, palms burning on grit. Above him, the demon screamed again. Jace and Maurice were pressing it, blades flashing. Alec fired and fired, arrows flaring with light. Isabel darted in and out, stabbing, moving fast. But the demon did not fall. The circle brightened. The breach widened. Harry sat up, wiping blood from his mouth, and looked at Ginny. She was the key. The diary had used her. And the thing inside Harry was the anchor. Riddle wanted Harry to open fully, to let the demon use him like a door. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not want to be a door. He wanted to be a wall. He crawled toward Ginny, keeping low. Riddle watched, smiling again, sure of himself. "You can't save her," Riddle murmured. "Not without giving him what he wants." Harry reached Ginny and pressed his hand to her cheek. Her skin was cold, but there was life in her. A faint rise and fall of chest. Harry's voice came out shaky. "Ginny, listen to me." Her eyelids fluttered. For a second, her eyes focused. She looked terrified and small. "I'm sorry," she whispered. And it was her voice. Harry swallowed hard. "Not your fault. Stay with me. Fight it." Ginny's lips trembled. "It's inside my head. It won't stop." Harry leaned close, forehead almost touching hers. "Look at me. Just look at me. You're not alone." Behind him, the demon's voice rolled through the chamber. "Give her. Give yourself." Harry closed his eyes for half a second, then opened them. He made a choice. He pressed 2 fingers to the scar on his forehead and dragged them down over his skin, tracing a shape he knew by memory. Not a Shadowhunter rune, not exactly. Something he had felt in his bones since he was a baby. A mark of binding. The skin under his fingers burned. The scar flared, hot enough to make his eyes water. Maurice shouted his name, alarm sharp. Harry ignored it. He finished the mark over his chest, just above his heart. The line felt like fire. The air around him changed. The circle pulsed in answer. The demon turned its head, attention snapping to Harry like a predator scenting blood. "Yes." Harry looked up, meeting the demon's gaze without meeting its eyes, feeling it instead through the scar. "You want an anchor," Harry rasped. "You want a door. Fine." Riddle's smile widened. "At last." Harry's voice went cold. "But you don't get to choose where it opens." He slammed his palm to the stone beside the circle and spoke in demon tongue, voice cracking with effort. "Bind." The word hit like a hammer. The circle flared. The grooves burned with dark light, then twisted, as if the pattern was being forced into a different shape. Riddle's smile faltered. "What did you do?" Harry's scar felt like it was splitting. Pain ripped through him. He tasted iron. His knees shook. He kept speaking, forcing the words through agony. "Bind to me, not to her, not to Hogwarts. Me." The demon roared, realizing too late. It lunged for him. Jace screamed, "Harry, move!" Alec fired a sunlight arrow at the demon's face. Light exploded. The demon flinched, but still reached. Maurice slammed into it, blade carving, buying time. Isabel sprinted, grabbing her whip from the floor and snapping it around the demon's wrist, yanking back with all her strength. Harry stayed where he was. He could not move. He had anchored himself. The demon's hand closed around his shoulder anyway, burning through cloth, heat searing skin. Harry cried out, the sound ripping from him. Tears blurred his vision. The demon leaned close, breath like fire. You dare? Harry's teeth clenched. Yes. He looked at Ginny, still lying beside him, eyes half open, watching with fear. Ginny, Harry whispered, voice shaking. When I tell you, crawl away. Don't stop. Ginny's lips parted. She nodded, tiny and desperate. Riddle stepped forward, anger finally breaking his calm. You can't. You'll tear yourself apart. Harry forced a smile that felt like broken glass. Good. He spoke again, louder, voice rough with pain. Release her. The scar flared. The cold hook inside Ginny's body, the piece of Riddle lodged in her, shook. Ginny gasped. Her body jerked. Then a shadow poured out of her mouth like smoke, twisting into a thin shape that looked like Riddle's face for half a second. Screamed. Harry felt it yank toward him, pulled by the binding he had set. The shadow slammed into Harry's chest. Pain exploded. Harry arched, choking on it. It felt like ice and fire at once, like something tearing his ribs open from the inside. The demon roared, furious and hungry, sensing the anchor strengthen. Riddle stumbled, eyes wide. No, that's mine. Harry panted, shaking. He could feel the extra weight inside him now. Another shard. Another piece. He looked at Ginny. She was free. She was coughing, eyes wide, tears streaking her cheeks. Go, Harry rasped. Now. Ginny crawled, dragging herself away from the circle, hands slipping on blood and slime. She did not stop. Maurice shouted, Alec, get her out. Now. Alec sprinted, grabbed Ginny under the arms, and hauled her toward the rope line. He did not look at the demon. He kept his gaze down, moving fast. Isabel's eyes flicked to Harry, and for a second something soft broke through her tough mask. Fear. Real fear. Harry, she whispered. Harry shook his head once, small. Keep fighting. The demon's grip tightened on Harry's shoulder. His claws dug in. Heat seared. Harry cried out, breath shaking. His scar felt like it was splitting. His chest burned where the binding mark sat. Riddle's face twisted with rage. He raised both hands and the circle pulsed, trying to pull the chamber apart. Harry felt the pull in his bones. The breach was still open. The demon was still here. Hogwarts above them was still vulnerable. So Harry made the second part of his choice. He stared at Jace. Jace met his gaze, understanding flickering, then horror. No, Jace mouthed. Harry's voice came out ragged. If I tell you to run, you run. Jace shook his head hard. No, Maurice cut in, voice fierce. Harry, you do not get to decide alone. Harry laughed. A short, broken sound. I don't have time for committee. The demon leaned closer, eyes burning. Open. Harry forced himself to breathe, then spoke in demon tongue, voice cracking. Close. The word was a command, not to the demon but to the circle. The grooves flared. The dark light surged inward, collapsing like a wound being stitched. The demon screamed, realizing it was being dragged back. His claws tightened. He tried to hold on to Harry, to pull him with it. Harry's body shook. His scar felt like it was on fire. His chest felt like it was being ripped open. Jace lunged, grabbing Harry's wrist, trying to pull him free. Harry's fingers closed around Jace's forearm. Tight. Jace's eyes were wild. Don't you dare. Harry's voice went quiet. Honest. You're my family. Don't make this worse. Jace's grip shook. Stop talking like you're leaving. Harry tried to smile. Came out crooked. I might not, but I might. Either way, you don't get to follow. Maurice grabbed Jace's other arm, hauling him back. Her face was set, but her eyes were wet. Alec returned. Rope secured. Ginny now above the line. Safe. Alec's voice was tight. We have exit. Now. Isabel stepped toward Harry, then stopped, torn. Her hand hovered, as if she wanted to touch his shoulder and was afraid she would burn. Harry looked at her, and in that moment he let himself want something. A life, a future, a kiss that did not taste like blood. He swallowed. Izzy, go. Isabel's mouth trembled, then hardened. Don't call me that if you're trying to make it easier. Harry let out a breath. Okay, Isabel. Go. For a second it looked like she would refuse. Then she leaned in, fast, and pressed her mouth to his. It was brief. It was messy, tasted like fear and salt and blood. Then she pulled back, eyes shining. You better be here when I come back up, she whispered. Harry's throat worked. He nodded once. The demon roared and the circle collapsed further, dragging the air with it. The chamber shook. Pillars cracked. Dust rained. Riddle screamed, voice no longer calm. You can't close it. You belong to me. You belong to me. Harry stared at him, shaking, and spoke one last time in Parseltongue. D. The word hit Riddle like a blow. Riddle's shape flickered, face twisting. And then the dark hook that had been tethering him to the circle snapped as the breach closed. Riddle's scream cut off. His form shattered into smoke and vanished. The demon screamed too, dragged back toward the circle like a chain was on its spine. It clawed at Harry, trying to keep him as an anchor. Harry's body lifted off the ground. Pain tore through him. He screamed, the sound raw. Jace grabbed his wrist again, and this time Alec grabbed Jace and Maurice grabbed Alec, forming a human chain. Pull! Maurice shouted. They hauled. Harry's fingers burned. His shoulder felt like it was tearing. The demon's claws ripped fabric and skin. Harry screamed again, vision blacking at the edges. Then Isabel's whip snapped around Harry's waist, tightening. She yanked with all her strength. The combined pull ripped Harry out of the demon's grip. Harry slammed to the floor, gasping, shaking. The demon roared, furious. And then the circle collapsed into itself with a final pulse of dark light. The demon vanished. The chamber fell silent. For 3 seconds nobody moved. Harry lay on his back, staring at nothing, chest heaving. Every part of him hurt. His scar burned. His chest burned. His shoulder was numb. Jace dropped to his knees beside him, hands shaking, then grabbed Harry's face and forced him to look. You idiot! Jace whispered, voice breaking. You absolute idiot! Harry tried to speak. His throat was raw. He managed, still alive. Jace's laugh came out like a sob. Maurice pressed her hand to Harry's chest and looked at the mark Harry had drawn. Her face went pale. That was not a Shadowhunter rune, she said. Harry swallowed. No, Alec's voice was tight. What did it do? Harry's eyes fluttered. It pulled the diary piece into me. It made me the anchor so it couldn't use Ginny. Closed the breach. Isabel's fingers brushed his hair back, gentle in a way she rarely allowed. And what did it do to you? Harry tried to breathe. His ribs protested. It made the scar worse. Maurice's jaw clenched. We get out. Now. Before this place collapses. They moved fast. Alec hooked the rope and started the ascent. Maurice went first, then Isabel. Jace insisted Harry go next. Harry wanted to argue, but his body would not let him. Jace wrapped the rope around Harry's waist and checked the knot twice. His hands were shaking. I've got you, Jace said, voice low like a promise. Harry nodded, then started the climb. The chamber below groaned. Stone cracked. Dust rose. Harry climbed with slow determination, hands slipping with sweat. Pain flared with each pull. Halfway up, his vision blurred. Spots danced. Jace called from below. Keep going. Don't you dare stop. Harry tried to answer, but only a rasp came out. He kept moving. They reached the top. Hands hauled him over the edge. The corridor above the pit felt too bright after the chamber. Isabel's witchlight floated beside them, steady. Harry stumbled, then collapsed to his knees. A cold rush hit him. His scar pulsed again, and this time the pain was different. It spread into his chest, deep and heavy, as if something inside him had settled into place. He pressed his palm to his forehead. His fingers came away wet. Blood. Maurice knelt beside him, steel in hand. She drew an iritsa on his ribs with careful speed. The rune flared, easing pain slightly. Harry breathed out, shaky. Footsteps sounded from the corridor ahead. Quick. Multiple. Ron's voice burst into the tunnel, loud and frantic. Harry, where are you? Hermione's voice followed, sharp with panic. Don't shout. He can hear you. Ron appeared first, wand raised, hair a mess, face pale. Hermione behind him, eyes wide. Behind them, Professor McGonagall, expression tight, and Dumbledore, face grave. Ron stopped dead when he saw Harry on his knees, covered in blood and slime. "Mate," Ron said, voice cracking. "You look like you fought a train." Harry tried to stand. His legs wobbled. Jace grabbed his arm and held him up. Hermione rushed in, then stopped short when she saw the Shadowhunters, the blades, the runes. Her eyes flicked over Harry's injuries with sharp horror. "What happened?" Hermione demanded. Harry opened his mouth. Then his vision swam. The tunnel tilted. The last thing he saw was Isabel's hand reaching for him and Jace's face going pale. Then the world went black. Harry came back in flashes. Cold stone under his cheek. Jace swearing somewhere close. Isabel's voice, sharp and scared at the same time. Ron yelling his name like he could drag Harry awake by volume alone. Then warmth. A soft weight on his forehead. A wet drip. It hit the scar and the pain jumped, hot and bright, then steadied into a heavy throb. Harry's eyes fluttered open just enough to see red and gold feathers blurred above him. "Fox." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but there was a hard edge under it. "Again, please." Another tear slid down. It landed on Harry's chest, right over the mark he had carved into himself. The burn there eased, like someone had finally taken a fist off his ribs. Harry tried to inhale. His lungs hurt, but the air went in. He tried to speak. His throat scratched. "Ginny, safe," someone said instantly. Not Dumbledore. Not McGonagall. Maurice. Harry forced his eyes open wider. Maurice was crouched near him. One hand braced on the stone like she was ready to move again. The second the floor shifted. Alex stood behind her, bow lowered but still in his grip. Isabel was on the other side, hair messy, cheeks smeared with something dark. Jace was half kneeling near Harry's shoulder, blade out, eyes locked on the corridor as if he expected the demon to crawl back up anyway. Dumbledore stood a step behind them, wand down but ready. McGonagall was beside him, posture rigid, eyes cutting across the Shadowhunters like she was trying to decide whether to duel them or thank them. Ron and Hermione hovered behind McGonagall, pale and shaken. Ginny was supported between them, still weak, still blinking like the world kept tilting on her. Harry tried to sit up. His ribs protested so loudly he almost laughed. "Do not," Maurice said like an order. Harry ignored her anyway, but he did it slowly. Jace's hand went to Harry's shoulder, steadying him with a grip that was too careful to be casual. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. "You got her out." Ginny's eyes met his. Her voice was a rasp. You pulled it out of me." Harry nodded once. Ginny's lip trembled. "Thank you." Ron made a strangled sound, like he wanted to say 10 things and could not pick one. Hermione stepped forward, then stopped when she saw Harry's forehead properly. The scar was not a thin lightning cut anymore. It was wider, the edges sharper, and the color was wrong. Not red, not healed pink, gold. It looked like something that had been pressed into him while he was still on fire. Hermione's eyes flicked from the scar to Maurice's runes to Jace's glowing blade and back again. "Harry," she said, voice tight. "What are they?" Jace answered without even looking at her. "The people who kept him breathing." McGonagall's nostrils flared. "That is not an answer." Maurice's gaze stayed on Dumbledore. "We are Shadowhunters. We handle demons." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. "Then you have been operating inside my school without my knowledge." Jace finally looked at him, chin lifting. "We were invited by the problem you have under your castle." "That problem," McGonagall snapped, "was handled years ago by Hogwarts staff." Isabel let out a short laugh that was not kind. "Sure. That is why a basilisk was living under your feet, and a breach to a demon realm was opening in your plumbing." Hermione flinched at the word breach. Ron looked like he was about to throw up again. Dumbledore raised a hand, a small gesture, but it made the air calm down a fraction. "Enough. There will be time for blame later." His gaze dropped to Harry. It softened, and that almost made Harry angrier because Harry did not want soft. He wanted clear. "How do you feel?" Dumbledore asked. Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted like old blood and bile. Like I got hit by a moving staircase. Ron barked a shaky laugh. That is the most thing you could have said. Hermione did not laugh. She stepped closer and stared at Harry's chest. The collar of his shirt was torn, and the edge of the mark showed under it. What did you do? She whispered. Harry hesitated. Not because he wanted to hide it from Hermione, but because saying it out loud made it real. I tied the breech to me, he said finally, so it couldn't use Ginny. Then I forced it shut. McGonagall's face drained. You did what? Jace's voice went cold. He did what your school was failing to do. Maurice's eyes cut to Jace. Not now. Dumbledore's attention stayed on Harry, and for the first time there was something like regret in his face that did not feel performative. That should never have been asked of you. Harry let out a rough breath. Yeah, he expected Dumbledore to keep going, to explain, to apologize, to wrap it in gentle words. Instead, Dumbledore nodded once, as if he had accepted a verdict. We will talk when you are stable enough to stand without shaking. Harry's hands were shaking anyway. He curled them into fists so no one would notice. Maurice stood up. We move him. This corridor is not secure. McGonagall stiffened. You will not be moving a student through my castle like a prisoner. Maurice's expression was flat. He is not your prisoner. He is not even your soldier. But he is ours. Ron's eyes widened. Ours? What do you mean ours? He's our mate. Jace's gaze flicked to Ron, quick and assessing. Good. Then act like it. Help us get him to a bed before he blacks out again. Harry tried to argue. His vision swam, the edges dimming. Then Hermione's hand grabbed his sleeve. Firm. Harry, stop being stubborn for 5 seconds. Please. Harry hated the word please coming out of Hermione's mouth like that. It meant she was scared. He nodded once. They moved him carefully. Alec and Jace took most of his weight. Maurice walked on Harry's other side, steel in hand, carving quick healing runes into the air when Harry's breathing turned too sharp. They did not do the slow walk through corridors. There was no time for that. There was only the rush of feet, the echo of urgency, the smell of stone and torches and something burnt that still clung to Harry's hair. Hospital wing was bright. Too bright. Madame Pomfrey made a noise that started as outrage and ended as panic when she saw Harry's face. What have you done to him? She demanded. Then shoved her way in and started pulling back torn fabric, checking burns, checking bruises, muttering spells under her breath. Jace bristled. We saved him. Pomfrey glared. You can save him and still ruin him. Those are not opposites. Harry tried to speak. His tongue felt too big in his mouth. Pomfrey, she froze for half a second, eyes flicking to his. You are going to lie still. Do you understand me? Harry blinked slowly. Yes, good. First sensible thing you have done tonight. Pomfrey moved fast. Potions, cooling salve, bandages. The smell of antiseptic filled Harry's nose and made his stomach twist. Fawkes landed on the bed frame like he owned the place. Harry's eyes flicked up, and the phoenix tilted its head at him, bright gaze calm. Another tear fell, this time right onto Harry's scar. The pain eased again, not gone but manageable. Harry's eyelids drooped. Ron's voice sounded far away. He's going to be all right, yeah. Hermione's reply was even farther. He has to be. He just has to. Harry tried to hold on to that. Sleep took him anyway. When he woke again, the first thing he felt was heaviness. Not just bruises. Not just exhaustion. Something inside him. Like there was an extra heartbeat in his chest that did not match his own rhythm. He opened his eyes. Hospital wing. Night. Quiet except for soft breathing from other beds and the faint clink of a bottle somewhere. His mouth was dry. His skin was hot, then cold, then hot again. Fever. He tried to sit up. His ribs screamed. He sucked in a breath, shallow, and forced himself to move in small steps until he was half upright against pillows. His hands were covered in faint rune scars. Some old, some new. The mark he had drawn on his chest was wrapped in bandages, but he could feel it under the fabric like it was still burning. He lifted a shaking hand to his forehead and felt the scar. The texture was different, raised, rougher. He stared at his palm, then at the ceiling, trying not to panic. He heard a chair creak. Finally, a voice said. Harry turned his head. Jace sat near the foot of the bed, legs stretched out, blade gone, hair messy, face shadowed. He looked like he had not moved for hours, like he had been holding still by sheer spite. Harry swallowed. How long was I out? Jace shrugged. Long enough for Pomfrey to threaten to stab me. Harry breathed out a short laugh that turned into a wince. That tracks. Jace's eyes stayed on Harry's face. They were too sharp, too honest. You scared them. Harry's throat worked. I scared you. Jace's jaw flexed. Yeah. Silence sat between them for a moment. Harry looked at his own hands. Did Ginny wake? She did, Jace said. She cried. She yelled. She punched Ron in the chest. Then she passed out again. Harry blinked. She punched Ron. Jace nodded, dead serious. Hard. Harry almost smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Jace shifted in his chair. He leaned forward, elbows on knees. You were going to let it take you. Harry did not answer immediately. He did not want to lie to Jace. It was pointless anyway. I was going to do what worked, Harry said quietly. That is not an answer either, Jace snapped. But the anger under it was tired, not cruel. You are not allowed to do that alone. Harry's voice came out flat. I did not have time to send a meeting invite. Jace's mouth twitched, almost a smile, then fell. You think this is funny? No, Harry said. I think if I stop making jokes I am going to lose it. Jace stared at him for a long moment, then stood up. He crossed the space fast, like if he went slow he would hesitate. He stopped beside the bed. Harry's breath caught. He did not know if Jace was going to yell, or hug him, or do something worse. Jace's voice dropped. When I pulled you back at the pit, I thought I was saving you. I thought I could drag you out of it. Like you were just a stupid kid who fell into a bad fight. Harry's chest tightened. Jace cut him off. Shut up. Let me finish. Harry did. Jace swallowed hard. The arrogance that usually sat on him like armor was cracked tonight. You were already making a decision. I tried to rip it away from you and you still did it anyway. You still took the hit. You still closed it. Harry's hands curled into the blanket. It worked. Jace's eyes flashed. That is not the point. Harry's voice went softer. Then what is the point? Jace's shoulders rose and fell once. Quick. That you did it because you thought nobody would stay with you if you stopped being useful. Harry froze. Jace's mouth tightened. Do not deny it. I have watched you. You act like a weapon that learned how to talk. Harry's throat burned. That is what I am. Jace leaned closer, just slightly. No. That is what they made you think you had to be. Harry stared at him. Who is they? Jace's expression twisted. Everyone. The Dursleys. De Clave. Me. Dumbledore. This entire mess. Harry's breath shook. You are not responsible for everything. Jace's laugh was sharp. I am responsible for my part. He reached out. His hand hovered near Harry's shoulder, then landed carefully, like he was afraid Harry would break. Jace's voice went quiet. You are my brother. If you fall, I fall too. Do you understand? Harry blinked hard. He hated how his eyes stung. He nodded once. Yeah. Jace's hand tightened, just briefly, then released. Good. He stepped back, cleared his throat, and the mask tried to come back into place. Also, Isabel will kill you if you die. It will be horrible and dramatic, and she will make it everyone's problem. Harry let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. That sounds accurate. Jace's mouth tilted. Try not to make her cry again. It was unsettling. Harry frowned. She cried. Jace looked away just for a second. No. Harry stared at him. Jace. Jace groaned. Fine. She did. But if you tell her I said that I will deny it, and then I will stab you. Harry's voice was hoarse. Noted. Jace nodded once, satisfied, then moved back to his chair like the conversation had not just ripped something open. Harry lay there, breathing shallowly. The heaviness inside his chest shifted, like it was listening. He hated that. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. What did Dumbledore say? Jace's tone sharpened. He said he wants to talk. He said he regrets things. He said a lot of calm headmaster rubbish. Harry's mouth went dry. He is not rubbish. Jace lifted a brow. That is generous. Harry's voice stayed steady. He is complicated. Jace snorted. That is also generous. Harry stared at the ceiling. He brought the phoenix. Jace's expression softened. Barely. Yeah, he did. Silence again. Not empty this time. Just quiet. Then the door creaked. Isabel walked in like she owned the hospital wing. Not loud, not sneaky either. Confident, like she had decided the rules were optional. Alec followed her, quieter, carrying a bundle of clean cloth and a small pouch that looked heavy. Maurice came last, expression tired, eyes sharp anyway. Pomfrey was not with them, which meant they had timed it. Isabel's gaze snapped to Harry. For half a second she looked relieved enough that it was almost painful to see. Then she smirked. Look at you. Sleeping Beauty. Except grimier. Harry swallowed. Hi. Isabel stepped closer. She did not touch him yet. She looked him over like she was counting injuries, like she was doing math she hated. How bad? She asked. Harry kept it simple. I hurt. Isabel's eyes narrowed. That is not a number. Maurice cut in. Fever. Bruised ribs. Burn on shoulder. Scar has changed. He absorbed the demonic anchor fully. Harry watched Hermione's face in his memory when she had seen the gold scar. The fear. He did not want that look again. Isabel pulled the chair closer and sat, leaning in. Her voice dropped, teasing gone for once. Do you remember what you said to me before you passed out? Harry's throat tightened. Which part? Isabel's mouth twitched. Smart. Harry looked at her face. Really looked. There was a faint bruise near her jaw. A cut on her knuckle. Her eyes were red at the edges, like she had rubbed them too hard. Harry's chest hurt for a different reason. I remember, he said quietly. Isabel nodded once like that was enough. Alec stepped forward, setting the pouch on the bedside table. He finally spoke, voice low. We found your steel. Harry blinked. You did. Alec nodded. It was caught on a ledge in the shaft. I almost fell trying to grab it. Jace was insufferable about it. Jace did not even pretend innocence. He was going to drop it. I was helping. Alec's eyes narrowed. You were yelling. Jace spread his hands. Supportively, Harry's mouth lifted for a second. It faded quickly when the heaviness in his chest pulsed again. Maurice watched him carefully. The thing inside you is awake. Harry's voice went flat. Yeah. Isabel reached over and took Harry's hand. Her grip was warm, steady. We are not letting it take you. Harry's throat worked. You do not know if you can stop it. Isabel's smile turned sharp. Then we learn. Maurice nodded once. We do. Alec looked like he wanted to add something, then chose his words carefully. You are not alone. That is the rule now. Harry stared at them. Family. Real, chosen, messy family. He had wanted it so badly it made him furious that he had it only after almost dying. The door opened again, slow this time. Dumbledore stepped in, alone. No Phoenix now. No crowd. He moved like he was trying not to spook anyone. McGonagall followed him in anyway because of course she did. Ron and Hermione hovered behind her like they had been arguing with her in the corridor and lost. Dumbledore's gaze went to Maurice first. May we speak? Maurice did not move. About what? About what we do next, Dumbledore said. Together, if possible. Jace muttered. That is optimistic. McGonagall's eyes flashed. If you cannot control your attitude, young man, you can wait outside. Jace straightened, offended on principle. I am not your student. McGonagall's voice was razor calm. Then you are a guest in my hospital wing. Act like it. Jace opened his mouth. Maurice's look shut him down. Jace shut it, jaw tight. Dumbledore stepped closer to Harry's bed. He did not touch him. He simply looked at him, and for a second Harry saw something like grief in his eyes. I am sorry, Dumbledore said. Harry's chest tightened. Not because he wanted the apology. Because he had wanted it for years and now it felt too late to fix what it should have fixed. Harry swallowed. His voice came out hoarse. Okay. Dumbledore's brows lifted slightly, like he had expected anger. Harry stared at him. I do not need you to apologize to make me feel better. Ron made a small sound, like he wanted to protest. Hermione stayed silent, eyes wet. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry, steady. Then why say it? Harry's fingers curled around Isabel's hand. Because you should know you were wrong. McGonagall's face tightened. Dumbledore did not flinch. He nodded once. Yes. Harry's voice stayed blunt. You left me with people who hated me. You watched it happen. You made choices for a child and called it necessary. Ron's face went pale. Hermione's mouth trembled. Dumbledore's voice was soft. I did. Harry breathed shallowly. And now I have people who do not call it necessary. He looked at Maurice, at Jace, at Isabel, at Alec. Then he looked back at Ron and Hermione. Because they mattered too. Because they had bled for him in their own way, even if they had not been trained for war. I have my own family, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes closed for a second. When he opened them again, he looked older. Then I am relieved you found them. Harry did not soften. Good. McGonagall's voice cut in, controlled but fierce. This can wait. He is injured. Harry shook his head. No, it cannot. Maurice's gaze sharpened, approving. He is right. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Maurice. The breach is closed. Maurice nodded. For now. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. But it opened at all. That means someone built a framework for it, hidden under Hogwarts for centuries. That means others can try again. Harry felt the heaviness inside him shift, like it liked that idea. He hated it. Hermione spoke suddenly, voice tight. And people were petrified. It was not just Ginny. That thing did it to others. Alec nodded. We saw the residue. It was modified. Demonic. Ron's hands clenched. So what, we all just go back to classes and pretend none of this happened? Jace's mouth twisted. That is usually how your world works, right? Ron glared. Oh, shut up. Isabel leaned back in her chair. Ron, right? Ron blinked, startled. Isabel shrugged. You have a point. Your school keeps getting attacked and your adults keep calling it educational. McGonagall's eyes flashed. That is enough. Isabel smiled, all teeth. Yes, Professor. McGonagall looked like she hated that it sounded respectful. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. There is another problem. Secrecy. Maurice's face went cold. Do not say memory charms like it is a casual solution. Dumbledore's gaze held. The Ministry will demand it. They will demand control. They will demand explanations. Harry's stomach rolled. Not from fever this time. Politics always felt worse than monsters because monsters were honest. Maurice's voice was hard. The Clave will demand the same. Hermione's eyes widened. The Clave is real too. Jace's voice was flat. Yes. Ron stared at Harry like he was trying to figure out which part of his best mate had been rewritten. Mate, how many secret worlds do you have? Harry managed a weak shrug. Too many. Maurice stepped forward. We already sent word. London Institute is coming. The Clave will send representatives. This is now a Shadow World incident tied to a Wizarding World location. That makes it everyone's problem. Dumbledore's tone stayed calm. Then we do not make it a war. Jace let out a short laugh. Good luck. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to him. I have negotiated with dragons, Minister Fudge, and teenage boys with larger egos than their common sense. I am prepared. Jace looked briefly offended, then almost amused. Harry felt Isabel's thumb rub against his knuckles, grounding him. McGonagall's voice was tight. If the Ministry arrives, they will attempt to seize control of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's expression hardened. They will fail. Harry watched him, and for the first time tonight he saw Dumbledore as something sharper than a kindly headmaster. A man who could be terrifying when he chose to be. Maurice nodded once like she recognized the same thing. Good. The fever surged. Harry's vision blurred. He gripped Isabel's hand harder without meaning to. Isabel leaned in, voice low. Hey, stay with me. Harry swallowed. Trying. Pomfrey's voice snapped from the doorway, angry. Why is he talking? He should be sleeping. Everyone looked toward her like children caught stealing biscuits. Pomfrey marched in, took one look at Harry's face, and shoved a potion at his lips. Drink. Harry drank. Tasted like bitter herbs and regret. Pomfrey glared at everyone. Out. He gets one person. One. Ron opened his mouth to argue. Pomfrey pointed a finger at him. Out. Ron shut it. Hermione tried to stay anyway. Pomfrey's look moved her like a spell. Jace stood, reluctant. I am staying. Pomfrey's stare was not impressed. You are not. Maurice stepped in, calm. Isabel stays. Isabel lifted a brow, surprised. Pomfrey considered, then nodded once. Fine. You. Everyone else out. Jace looked like he wanted to fight Pomfrey on principle. Alec touched his elbow and guided him toward the door before he could. Maurice paused beside Harry's bed. Her voice softened slightly. Rest. We handle the rest. Harry tried to nod. His eyelids were heavy already. Maurice left. The door clicked shut. The hospital wing quieted again. Isabel stayed, sitting close. She did not speak for a moment. She just watched Harry like she was making sure he stayed in the room. Harry swallowed, throat rough. You did not have to stay. Isabel's smile was small. Yes, I did. Harry stared at her. Are you scared? Isabel's eyes narrowed. Of what? Harry's voice came out flat. Of me. Isabel leaned closer. Her tone was gentle, but it carried steel. I am scared of losing you. That is different. Harry's chest tightened. He looked away because he did not trust his face. Isabel's fingers brushed his jaw, turning his head back toward her anyway. Look at me. Harry did. Isabel's teasing edge softened. You did something stupid. Harry breathed out. Yeah, you did it for a girl you barely know, Isabel continued. Harry blinked. I know Ginny. Isabel rolled her eyes. You know her like a name on a list. Still, you did it. You pulled it out of her and took it into yourself. Harry's throat worked. She did not deserve it. Isabel nodded. You never think you do either. Harry did not answer. Isabel shifted closer and carefully lifted the edge of his bandage on his shoulder, checking the burn like she had been taught. Her touch was light, but it still made Harry flinch. Sorry, she murmured. It's fine, Harry said automatically. Isabel's eyes flicked up. Do not do that. Harry frowned. Do what? Say it is fine when it is not, she said. You are allowed to say it hurts. You are allowed to be angry. Harry swallowed. The potion made his head float, but the feeling inside his chest stayed heavy and awake. It hurts, he admitted quietly. Isabel's mouth softened. Good. Honesty. She reached for the pouch Alec had left, pulled out a clean cloth, and dabbed gently at the dried blood near Harry's scar. The gold mark caught the light. Harry watched her face as she saw it up close. Isabel's eyes tightened. That is new. Harry's voice was low. It changed when the breach tried to take me. Isabel traced the air near it, not touching. It looks like a rune. Harry's stomach turned. It feels like a brand. Isabel nodded once, then made a decision. She leaned in, slow enough that Harry could stop her if he wanted. Harry did not. Her lips pressed to his, soft, careful. Nothing like the desperate kiss in the chamber. This one was steady. Promise, not a goodbye. Harry's chest eased for half a second. He let himself breathe. Isabel pulled back. Her forehead rested lightly against his for a moment. You are staying. Do you hear me? Harry's voice was a rasp. I do not know what I am now. Isabel's gaze held his. You are Harry, and you are ours. And you are not doing this alone again. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard. Okay, Isabel smiled, just barely. Good. Harry's eyelids drooped. The potion pulled him down. Isabel stayed with him until sleep took him again. The next time Harry woke, it was morning. Gray light filtered through tall windows. The smell of tea and potion fumes mixed in the air. His fever had eased. The heaviness in his chest was still there, but it felt quieter, like it was watching from behind glass. Ron was asleep in a chair with his mouth open. Hermione was curled on the floor near his chair, head on her arms, hair messy. Ginny was in the bed across, awake, staring at her hands like she was trying to convince herself they were still hers. Harry shifted, and every bruise complained. Ginny looked up fast. Her eyes filled immediately. Harry. Harry's throat was dry. Hey, Ginny's voice shook. I remember pieces. Not everything. but I remember being cold. And then I remember you. Harry swallowed. You are safe. Ginny nodded. Then her face tightened with anger. He used me. Harry's voice went quiet. Yeah. Ginny's hands clenched the blanket. I did not want to open it. I did not want any of it. Harry's gaze held hers. I know. Ginny stared at him for a long moment, then whispered, Does it still feel like him? In you. Harry froze. The heaviness in his chest pulsed once, like it heard its name. Harry forced his voice to stay steady. It feels like something. Not a voice. Not words. Just wait. Ginny swallowed hard. I felt like I could not breathe when it was in me. Harry nodded once. I know. Ginny's eyes brimmed again. Then she did something Harry did not expect. She sat up, slowly wincing, and reached a shaky hand toward him. Harry hesitated, then reached back. Their fingers touched. Ginny's grip tightened, weak but determined. Thank you. Harry's throat worked. You do not have to thank me. Ginny's voice went sharp. Yes, I do. Ron snorted awake. Do what? Thank him? Yeah, you do. Ginny flung her pillow at Ron's head. It was weak, but it still smacked him. Ron yelped. Ow! Bloody hell, you are terrifying. Hermione jolted awake, hair sticking up. What happened? Is he awake? Harry, are you awake? Harry blinked at her. I think so. Hermione scrambled up and then immediately started talking too fast. You cannot do that again. Do you understand? You cannot just decide to sacrifice yourself and not tell anyone. That is not noble. It is reckless and frankly it is selfish. Ron nodded hard. Yeah, what she said. But less. Hermione. Hermione glared at him. I meant every word. Harry's mouth lifted slightly. You corrected me with a lecture. I must be alive. Hermione's eyes filled, and that shut Harry up. Ron's face tightened too, and he looked away fast like he hated that he was about to cry. Harry swallowed. Sorry. Hermione's voice came out rough. That is not enough. Harry nodded. I know. The door opened, and the whole room shifted. Maurice walked in first, then Alec, then Jace and Isabel. Behind them came strangers, 3 shadow hunters in formal gear, runes visible, faces controlled like stone. One wore a badge on their chest that made Maurice straighten slightly. De clave. Harry's stomach tightened. Dumbledore entered with McGonagall, both calm. And behind them, as if summoned by the word politics, came Cornelius Fudge. Fudge looked like he had dressed himself in a panic. His bowler hat was slightly crooked. His eyes darted around and landed on Shadowhunters and he went pale. What is this? Fudge demanded, voice wobbling. What is this? I have been told there are armed strangers in Hogwarts and monsters and a boy bleeding on my hospital sheets. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Minister. Fudge's gaze snapped to Harry. Potter. Of course. It is always you. Ron muttered. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Hermione hissed. Ron. Fudge ignored them and pointed at Jace like he was accusing a fence post. Who are you? The Clave representative stepped forward. Their voice was flat. The authority you did not know existed. Fudge blinked rapidly. Excuse me. Maurice's tone was sharp. Minister, you are out of your depth. Fudge's face reddened. I beg your pardon. Dumbledore spoke calmly. Cornelius. Sit. Fudge flinched like the word sit had been a spell. He sat anyway, stiff in the nearest chair. The Clave representative looked at Dumbledore. Headmaster, your wards were compromised. A demon breach opened under your school. Students were harmed. This cannot remain unmanaged. McGonagall's voice was ice. You will not speak as if Hogwarts is a weak house with a broken lock. This is my school. The Clave representative did not blink. It is a location, and it is now a location of interest. Jace muttered. I hate politics. Isabel murmured back. No, you love it. You just hate losing. Alec shot them both a look. Harry lay there listening, heart beating too fast. The heaviness in his chest shifted again, restless under tension. Maurice spoke, steady. We are not here to seize Hogwarts. We are here to prevent a second breach. Fudge frowned. Second? What do you mean second? Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Fudge. You will not like the answer. Fudge's face twitched. Try me. Maurice's voice went cold. The entity that attempted to cross was not a rogue spirit. It was a prince-level demon. It was tied to a soul fracture in Harry Potter. Fudge stared at Harry like Harry had personally invited the demon for tea. "A what?" Hermione's voice cut in, controlled but shaking. "A Horcrux, Minister. That is what she means." Fudge's mouth opened and closed. "That is not a real thing." Dumbledore's tone stayed gentle. "It is." Fudge's eyes widened. "You are telling me the Dark Lord has been—" "What?" "Splitting his soul into objects and putting them in children." Harry's stomach rolled. Ginny's hands clenched. Ron's face went hard. "Yeah, that is what we are saying. Catch up." Fudge's voice rose. "This is outrageous. This is panic. This is exactly why children should not be allowed to run around with dangerous knowledge." McGonagall's eyes flashed. "They did not run around with it. They were attacked by it." The Clave representative lifted their chin. "We can erase memories, contain knowledge, prevent spread." Hermione's face went white. "Erase memories." Ron jolted. "Over my dead body." Jace leaned forward, voice sharp. "You do not touch their minds." The Clave representative's gaze flicked to Jace. "This is standard protocol." Maurice's voice was iron. "Not here. Not without consent." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "No one will tamper with my students without my permission." Fudge looked between them, sweating. "You cannot just decide that. There are laws." Dumbledore's smile was polite and cold. "Then you may test them." The room went still. Harry's chest tightened. He hated this. He would rather fight another basilisk than watch adults argue over who got to control the aftermath. He pushed himself up slightly. Pain flared. Isabel's hand instantly pressed his shoulder down. Harry ignored it enough to speak. "Stop!" Everyone looked at him. Harry's voice was hoarse but clear. "No memory wiping." The Clave representative's eyes narrowed. "You are injured. This is not your decision." Harry's gaze stayed flat. "It is my head. It is Ginny's head. It is Ron's head. It is Hermione's head." Ginny's voice shook, but it was fierce. "No." Ron nodded hard. "No." Hermione's eyes were wet. "No." The Clave representative held Harry's gaze, then looked at Maurice. Maurice nodded once. "He speaks for us." Fudge sputtered. "He is a child." Jace's smile was thin. "He is a soldier. That is your fault." McGonagall snapped. "Jace." Jace looked at her, unrepentant. "What? Am I wrong?" McGonagall's mouth tightened. She did not answer. Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. "Here is what will happen." Fudge straightened like he was about to argue. Dumbledore continued anyway. "The Ministry will be informed of a monster incident. Contained. No public statement beyond that. Hogwarts will tighten security. The affected students will receive care and support." Fudge opened his mouth. Dumbledore's gaze pinned him. "And the Ministry will not interfere with that care." Fudge shut it, then said weakly, "I do not like being excluded." Dumbledore's smile was faint. "Then I suggest you learn to be useful." Fudge flushed. Dumbledore turned to the Clave representative. "The Shadow World will not erase minds in my school. You will instead place observers. Liaison. Oversight." The Clave representative's gaze stayed cool. "And who will serve as liaison?" Maurice answered immediately. "Harry." Ron choked. "What?" Hermione's eyes widened. "Maurice, he is 16. Harry's stomach dropped. "I am 16. Maurice's expression did not change. "He is also the anchor. He is also the bridge. You want control. You will get cooperation instead." The Clave representative studied Harry like he was a weapon on a table. "He would remain here." Maurice nodded. "He finishes Hogwarts. The London Institute establishes a presence. We build protocols. We train wizard staff to recognize demonic residue. We stop this from happening again." Fudge looked panicked. "A presence? In Hogwarts? Without Ministry approval?" McGonagall's voice was lethal. "Minister, if you obstruct this after what happened under my castle, I will personally drag you to the Board of Governors and make you explain why you value your pride over student lives." Fudge swallowed hard. "Minerva, please." McGonagall did not soften. Harry's chest felt tight. The idea of being a liaison sounded like a trap. A new role. A new leash. But it also sounded like leverage. A way to protect Ron and Hermione and Ginny without having to beg anyone. He looked at Dumbledore. Do you agree? Dumbledore's gaze held his. If it means you are not alone in this, yes. Harry's voice stayed blunt. I am not taking orders from the Ministry, Fudge spluttered. You cannot say that. Harry did not look at him. I just did. Isabel's mouth twitched like she was proud and trying not to show it. Alec looked relieved. Quietly. Jace looked like he wanted to clap and also punch something. The Clave representative gave a slow nod. Then we will draft terms. London Institute will oversee containment, monitoring, and response. Hogwarts will cooperate on access and protections. The Ministry will be informed on a need-to-know basis. Fudge's face turned red. Need-to-know basis. Dumbledore's tone was gentle. Yes. Fudge stared at everyone, realized he was outnumbered, and chose the only weapon he had left. This will be reviewed. McGonagall's smile was sharp. Of course it will. Fudge stood, flustered. I will be speaking to you later, Albus. Dumbledore inclined his head. I look forward to it. Fudge left in a rush, like if he moved fast enough he could outrun humiliation. The Clave representative lingered a moment longer, eyes on Harry. If the anchor stirs, you report. Immediately, Harry's mouth went dry. Fine. Maurice's voice was calm but firm. You do not threaten him. The Clave representative's gaze flicked to Maurice, then away. We do not threaten. We state reality. They left with the other two shadow hunters, boots quiet on stone, presence heavy even after the door closed. The room felt warmer after they were gone, like someone had released a held breath. Hermione spoke first, voice shaking. Harry, liaison means they will keep using you. Harry's throat worked. They already are. Ron's face was tight. We do not have to let them. Harry looked at them, really looked. I cannot pretend this is not real. Monsters came through our pipes. A demon tried to use me like a doorway. If I pretend it is not happening, it happens again and someone else dies. Ginny's voice was small. I do not want anyone else to feel that. Harry nodded. Me neither. Dumbledore watched Harry quietly. You are making an adult decision. Harry's voice was flat. I have been making them since I was 11. Nobody stopped me. Dumbledore's eyes closed for a second. No, Harry did not soften. He just said, okay. Maurice stepped in. We leave him now. He needs rest. Isabel stood, squeezing Harry's hand once before letting go. We will be close. Jace pointed at Ron and Hermione. You too. If he gets that look again, the one where he thinks dying is a plan, you hit him. Ron blinked. I am not hitting him. Hermione nodded immediately. I will. Ron stared at her. Hermione. Hermione's eyes were fierce. Ron, he almost died. Ron's face twisted. Fine. I will hit him gently. Jace looked satisfied. Good. They filed out. Maurice and Alec first. Jace after, still scanning the room like an idiot. Isabel last, glancing back once like she was making sure Harry was still there. Dumbledore and McGonagall left too. McGonagall paused at the door and looked back at Harry. Her voice was quiet. You are not disposable, Mr. Potter. Do not behave as if you are. Harry swallowed. Yes, Professor. McGonagall nodded once and left. The day blurred after that. Pomfrey forced potions down Harry's throat. Hermione tried to read everything she could find about demons and got told off twice. Ron tried to smuggle Harry a treacle tart and got caught. Ginny slept, woke, cried, then slept again. Harry's fever broke in the evening. The heaviness in his chest stayed, but it stopped surging like it wanted out. When night came, Harry asked for air. Pomfrey argued. Maurice overruled her. They did not march him through corridors. They did not make it dramatic. They moved him slowly, carefully, cloaked in quiet. Harry's legs were weak. His ribs still hurt. His shoulder burned under bandages. Every breath felt like effort, but the castle was still standing. Hogwarts still smelled like old stone and wax and warmth. They reached the battlements. Cold night air hit Harry's face. It made him shiver, but it also made him feel awake for the first time since the chamber. Jace leaned on the stone beside him, casual in posture, not casual inattention. Isabel stood on Harry's other side, arms folded, hair moving in the wind. Alec stayed a step back, quiet, watching everything. Below them, the forbidden forest spread out, dark and thick. Harry could feel it now. Not wizard magic. Something else. A low, wrong hum under the trees, like a distant growl that never stopped. Isabel's voice was quiet. It is louder than it used to be. Alec nodded. The breach left a scar. Harry stared into the darkness. His own scar pulsed once, a dull ache. Jace's voice was flat. Monsters smell blood. This place has it. Harry swallowed. So we clean it. Isabel glanced at him, a small smile at the corner of her mouth. That is the first thing you have said tonight that I like. Harry's mouth lifted slightly. I have good moments. Jace snorted. Rare. Harry looked at him. Thanks. Jace lifted a brow. Anytime. Harry stared out again. Ron and Hermione are not trained for this. Isabel's tone softened. No, but they are stubborn. That helps. Alec added quietly. And they are loyal. Harry breathed in cold air, then out slowly. The heaviness inside his chest shifted, restless, but it did not control him. Not tonight. Harry's voice was calm. We are going to need more seraph blades. Jace's smile turned sharp, familiar, almost comforting. I will call the Iron Sisters. Isabel's gaze flicked to Harry. And you? Harry's eyes stayed on the forest. I will call my wizard friends. The wind pushed against them, cold and honest. Harry did not feel safe, but he did not feel alone either.